Berlin. Excellent. D4 G6, yeah, of course, something.
Now Luke has to think, no?
It's really good stuff.
What will Fabian...
Oh, but this is a position, you know. When I'm playing this on ICC or something, I always go E4 because it feels much better than C4 somehow, yeah. But then I'm suddenly playing some E4 opening, which is not at all my.
C4.
Always feels weird to play C4 here to me. It's just not the just from a just point of view. Just taking the center has to be.
It has to be correct.
Has to be the correct way.
C4 is bad due to F5.
Yes,
Allowing
tricked into the
Leningrad
real
Dutch.
Dutch.
Yeah.
But wasn't that the move order that even I think that was even the move order that Heinz was choosing? Something like D4, D6, C4, G6, Knight F3, F5. I think that was the move order he was going for.
And what's this? So he's playing. He's playing this system.
What was it, Sam?
Not sure. I should really tweet.
Yeah, tweet something. We're about
Can
to
I
go
go?
live.
Can I go on here?
We're about to go live. Did you see the picture? Alina made a very good picture yesterday.
Yeah, she came in and took it.
Yeah,
I didn't even notice it and see her.
Oh, we
Good afternoon and welcome to Tata Steel Chess here in Wijk aan Zee. It's round 6 of the Masters tournament and I'm joined once again by Grandmaster Erwin Lamy, one of Holland's most, well, I suppose well-known Grandmasters. Now you've been around for many years, despite being, you're still under 30, aren't you?
28.
28. So...
Great to be back.
You're a fixture in the in the Dutch circuit. But
I'd like to think that.
Yeah, absolutely. We saw yesterday, Owen, an amazing day of chess. Really, some fabulous games, great concepts, great games in general, weren't they?
Sure. You surely remember this fantastic endgame achievement of Aronian.
Yeah,
It was amazing.
Well, today we're keeping our fingers crossed to have a similar level of play. Just very quickly before we go to the games, they have just kicked off, but to give everybody an idea of the standings in the A group, the Masters group as it's now called, Aronian is leading the pack with 4 out of 5. Giri and So have 3.5 out of 5. Then we have Dominguez, Karyakin, Caruana on 3 out of 5. On an even par score is Hari Krishna and Nakamura with 2.5. Then Van Velde and Rapport have 1.5. And at the bottom of the table, having a bit of a hard tournament, are Naidic and Gelfand. Now, the pairings today could be very interesting, Erwin. We have Giri Gelfand, which could be quite exciting.
Definitely.
Aronian So for me is game of the day because Aronian leading the tournament, So in second place could be.
Just half a point behind, isn't he?
Well, if Aronian wins and Giri doesn't manage to beat Gelfand, that means he's going to be at least a point
Right.
and a half clear,
Yeah.
which is a big gap for somebody as strong as Aronian. You would hate to bet against him if a gap that big were to occur. The other games are Karyakin Naidic, Dominguez Nakamura, Van Velde Rapport, and Hari Krishna Caruana. So, where should we go first, Erwin? Where do you think?
Shall we see a bit of Dominguez Nakamura? I see
Dominguez
a lot of moves.
Nakamura. Let's have a look. Now, Dominguez Nakamura, they are, in terms of their head-to-head matches, they are all square. They have an even score against each
I
other.
see.
A lot of draws.
A lot of draws. Okay.
Yeah, these guys have drawn. In fact, the last 5 games they've played against each other have been drawn, which is quite strange for Hikaru. He doesn't normally draw so many games. But the funny thing with this pairing is that Hikaru has only ever had 1 white against Dominguez in 9 games.
And today.
And he has black again
doesn't
today.
have, yeah.
So still with the black pieces. And the last game they played was in the Paris Grand Prix in 2013, and it was an open Spanish. Now, we have had a Spanish opening, but this time
Berlin.
A
surprise,
Berlin.
surprise.
surprise, surprise.
Yeah, we've seen a Berlin. I think in each round there's at least one Berlin. It's the most solid opening at this point. Yeah,
Absolutely.
it's just very difficult to prove something at this point. But Dominguez has a lot of experience. He's played a lot of games. He's always going for the end game. He doesn't go D3 or something.
Doesn't play.
He really goes for the end game and tries to get some advantage. So let's see.
Well,
what
we've got the Berlin endgame, and it's here.
typical H3.
Yep.
Bishop D7,
Rook
Rook D1.
Yep, Knight C3 is a move.
So I think that the choice of Carlsen, if I'm not mistaken, was Bishop E7 here in his match against
Right.
Anand, and after G4, Knight H4. This is one of the main lines nowadays. I think Knight D2, if I'm not mistaken,
Mhm.
trying to hit play Knight F3, Bishop G5. This is a completely different way to play King C8. Nakamura has played before, I think, against Anish Giri,
Yes,
if I'm not mistaken. Well, Peter Doggers will be coming in
he's going to
later
give
on.
us.
He is surely gonna
He will.
will be sure about it then. But I'm pretty confident that this was the game with Anish. B6, and well, Hikaru hasn't thought yet, so I suppose he was quite happy with that game against Anish, or he found some improvements.
Probably more
over
like
that-
he
that
found,
game.
Yeah, more like he found an improvement, certainly. And as you said, Peter will come in and update us on the theory,
Right.
because it is really
No, this is really
current.
yeah. This is the hot theory, and it's really up to move 25-30. This has been analyzed. It's an end game, but it's pretty sharp actually. Pretty sharp.
Okay, where else can we go? There've been a lot of moves in. Hari Krishna Caruana has had a lot of moves.
Yeah, that's one of Caruana's pet lines, huh? Bishop C5.
Yeah, Bishop C5. He's had actually a lot of success with this line.
Right.
Funnily enough, I think these guys have only ever played once before, which I find quite amazing. I think they played last year. Caruana was white. It was a draw. So this year, Hari Krishna with white. Let's see if he can do
Of course,
something.
Hari Krishna doesn't have that much experience yet in elite events, so I'm not extremely surprised that they've just played one game.
Yeah.
I think this is Hari Krishna's second real super tournament, isn't it?
Well, I've seen him play the Capablanca Memorial. I know that's still a 2700 plus tournament.
Okay, that's a strong event.
That's
sure.
a strong
Yeah,
event,
Yeah.
and I think he played a few other Reggio Emilia a
Yeah.
few years ago. But in terms of where you get the world number 2, 3, 4, I
Right.
don't think he has played. So we've gone down this line here, and this is something that Fabiano. This is his pet line.
Yeah,
actually.
this is his pet line. He has played numerous games here. That's
Yeah.
and White has chosen the most critical way.
Yeah. So
Uh,
White wins a pawn on move 12.
White wins a pawn, and Black tries to prove that after Bishop G4 he has actually plenty of play against that white center. Bishop C2. This has all been Knight B takes D4. We have a few more moves. I think that he took on D4. Is that right?
Yeah, and then he took on
F3 and played Knight H5.
Yeah. So Black is still a pawn down here, but he claims that the weakness of this pawn on D4 and also now the shattered pawn structure on the king's side, he's going to bring his queen most likely out to F6, maybe occupy this F4
Yeah, it
square.
tries to play on the black squares, of course.
Yeah.
That's the weakened squares in White's. And we have another move, King H1.
And King H1. Now, I have to admit, I don't recall that one being played so much. I do remember some
I'm
some
having
F4
trouble
move.
to recall anything at
Yeah,
this point.
I'm just wondering why F4. It just doesn't work because of Queen H4, of course.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. So this is slightly different. I think I'm getting my lines mixed up with
There is also, for example, the move Rook E1, if I'm not mistaken. And after
in this position.
and after Bishop F3, E takes D4. I think it's a similar variation, but the Bishop is on B3 and the Rook is on E1.
I think that's the case. Yeah.
But this is definitely not a line I have studied intensively. I always thought that it's too much to memorize.
Yeah.
But for these guys, memorizing is not an issue.
Not an
I
issue
think.
at all. Yeah. Okay, King H1 played by Hari Krishna. Caruana now thinking.
Yeah, he's on 1 hour 43, so I don't think he will. I think he's feeling pretty comfortable. He knows what he's doing. He's taking his first small think now, probably just remembering his lines.
Exactly.
Not much to say yet, I would say. Queen F6 we're expecting, or?
Yeah, Queen F6. Queen F6 is the first move, isn't it?
Yeah.
That comes to mind. Queen F6.
So Bishop E3 looks kind of...
Bishop E3. Then the question is
how to get...
To-
Maybe we're going at this the wrong way? Because now after Knight F4, Rook G1, maybe we can just slowly... Or Queen D2. But then Knight 96 wins a pawn. Because D4 and F3 are hanging.
right. Yeah, you've got to keep hold of.
So maybe
of
Rook
this pawn.
G1. But this looks a bit vague, the compensation, doesn't it? Once again, I'm
Yeah.
completely unfamiliar with this line, so
Yeah.
I could just be saying strange things here. But another idea would be, I think, to play something like D5, and after E5 to try to block the position completely. And let's say if we could get something like G6, Knight G7, Knight E6, we could really. This would be a nice way for Black, perhaps.
Right.
Well,
Interesting. We'll see what Fabiano.
yeah, of course, and it will be interesting to say what Peter has to say about this position, because this might all be just a theory, and or perhaps King H1 is new. In any case, Fabiano is taking a small think at this point.
All right. Let's go on then. And Karyakin Naidic has only had a few moves. Now these two, actually, quite an interesting matchup. This because Arkadi's got a terrible score against Karyakin.
I know. Yeah.
Hasn't beaten him in 10 years.
Ooh.
The last time Naidic won was against Karyakin in Dortmund 2004 with Black.
But at the time, Karyakin was maybe, what was he, 15, 14?
10 years ago. He'll be
Yeah.
13
Yeah.
if he's 23 like Carlsen.
Karyakin has, of course, skyrocketed from that moment on.
The last classical game they played was in 2010 and Karjakin won with white in a Berlin endgame. Now today, totally different.
Didn't feel
Karjakin,
like having a Berlin, perhaps.
no, just playing a game is he today and just wants
Yeah.
to get a position. And
But it's interesting to see that this is move 3 and they're just thinking. They're
Well-
just taking their time. And he has made an interesting move. He's played d4. So he's aiming to get some kind of reversed Grunfeld. But what I always thought that without the knight on c6,
yeah,
after taking
E5?
e5, if I'm not mistaken, for example, if you go here, we go h6, stopping this
Bishop G5.
bishop going to g5. I should click here. Stopping the bishop going to g5. And I always thought that this is completely fine
For black, yeah.
but okay, Knightage has a different opinion. He just played knight c6. So perhaps I'm just at this point it's a matter of taste anyway. I guess we're just so early in the game that many options are possible.
But now we really could get a reverse.
Yeah, after a castle, it's a well, your tempo up.
Which is great news for white.
This is
right?
great news. I think after e5, knight c6, bc, c4.
A reversed
It's a reverse Grunfeld. I have no idea.
must
how
be
to say
absolutely
this.
great, because if the
Ye-
Grunfeld's doing okay already, then
Right,
an
is it,
extra
but is it
move.
great in the sense it's even better, or is it great?
well, it's always
It's
nice to have
difficult to
an
difficult
extra
to,
move.
An extra move is nice, yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Exactly. So knight c6.
So this is surely interesting. This is.
I don't think we'll get that. I think after castles he'll play a move like e6 or.
bishop g4.
Bishop
Maybe
G4.
maybe move.
But bishop g4, does it run into knight e5? I don't
Yeah,
know.
and then c takes d4. Maybe.
Is this
it's,
a line? Is it?
This is a line in the reversed.
Ah,
Uh,
right.
Yeah. Well, difficult to say.
So here, e3, something like
Yeah,
this.
knight f6 back, e takes d4. This is one of the.
Something like
Right.
this we could
Right.
get. Right.
But just to point out that in the normal line we play queen d7,
Mm-hmm.
e takes d4, queen e6,
Check. Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
So that extra tempo comes in
It
pretty
really handy, right.
handy here. So yeah, I think if he goes for this reverse Grunfeld, he really has to think hard. Which line am I choosing? Where does the extra tempo play a very big role? Because in this line, obviously, maybe this line is not at all good because we already castled, so the check on e6 is no longer there, and this may just be maybe not the best way to go.
So maybe just. Well,
He has not castled yet, so there are also options like c4.
right.
Going into Catalan type of positions, but without black having played e6 yet. So it's still a bit odd, it's still a bit different. That's why I think they're taking their time to figure out where the different transpositions may lead.
All right, let's keep on going then, and let's look at Van Velde Rapport. Potentially a very interesting game. And
Yeah,
the-
with Rapport it's always something, and Luke is also not shy of complications.
right. They've played once before in May last year, the Siegerman and Co. Malmo tournament. It was a
Right,
draw.
yeah.
It was a Slav.
Fighting game, I remember.
But today we have a mainline King's Indian Gligorich variation.
Bishop e3. Yep.
Bishop e3, knight g4, bishop g5, f6, bishop h4, knight c6. This is all mainline.
Yeah, it's very classical stuff. Huh? Yeah, there are many different moves, of course. Yeah.
Knight e7.
At this point.
And wow, look what's happened here. Knight e7. And Luke played knight d2. Which I think is standard.
I also think
And
so.
here, normally,
F5. I think knight h6 or h5.
knight h6 or h5,
yeah.
exactly. But he's played f5.
F5, yeah.
Wow. That's unusual.
It's unusual, especially because the way I see it, after bishop takes g4, f takes g4, bishop g5, I'm guessing. Yeah, he has played already bishop g5,
Yeah.
h6. It seems they're still playing in because Rapport isn't thinking bishop e3 and c5 is more. I was always thinking that here you can never break through with black. I mean, of course you're going g5, knight g6, but we're just playing g3 at some point, and that's sort of the end of it. And on the other
White's
hand,
going
here
A3,
a3
B4.
b4 is quite serious. So this structure, I've never really liked it for black, but maybe I'm too pessimistic. Rapport hasn't thought yet.
Maybe he's got some
Maybe
idea.
he's got some really good attacking scheme that he wants to try out today.
Okay, let's carry on. And Giri Gelfand. So these guys, of course, they have a very interesting...
Theoreticians.
Yeah, they are
Both of them,
theoreticians. They've played 9 times already, and they have a level score. The last game, Boris won with white at the Paris Grand Prix. Funnily enough, Anish has never beaten Boris with the white pieces.
Aha,
Never.
interesting.
So,
Yeah, I remember a Dutch game where he beat him with the Dutch defense with black, but that was...
yeah, Giri's won a few
perhaps.
games with
Yeah,
black. It's
yeah.
quite funny, but never with white. And today, well, we have a Grunfeld, which, of course, shouldn't surprise...
Boris, ever since his match with Anand, he has not been playing differently, I think.
No. He trusts in his Grunfeld. And we have Bishop e3, Rook c1 variation.
Yeah, Bishop e3 has been one of Arnie's main choices against Grunfeld. So I'm not very surprised about that choice.
Queen a5, Queen d2, and we get this endgame. And he's played Bishop takes d2. Another way is to play with the king, isn't it?
Right.
Before black has castled.
It's King d2, castle, knight f3. Having a tough time to look. I think it's knight c6. And if d5, rook d8, wasn't this Kramnik Sweetler?
King c2
Wasn't
from
it
the
this?
candidates.
Yeah, king e1 was the old move, and king c2 is the... If I'm not mistaken, I always... these move orders are very difficult to keep track on. But bishop takes d2 has also been played by Kramnik. I think Kramnik has played more or less every move in this position, including a white game against Anish.
Right.
Himself. So, castle, knight f3, bishop g4, bishop e3,
Protecting the pawn.
rook
Yep.
d8, bishop e2, e6.
I suppose it's worth pointing out, people at home, that if you take here, then I suppose the point is that after this check, you've got a lot of problems developing
this is horrible. Yeah.
your
Just king e2, rook d1.
just swap the rook off. Yeah,
Swap the rook and look at the rook on a8.
can't get your
Yeah,
pieces
this is just completely lost.
So
Yeah.
e6 and now knight e5.
Interesting choice.
So he jumps in. We
Interesting
have an
choice.
exchange, and this is the position as it stands. Anish has used pretty much no time at all.
It's interesting to note that, for example, after bishop takes e5, d takes e5, knight c6, then you would say that this is the good knight versus a bad bishop, but given the weaknesses around the king, I think we could still try to launch some kind of attack here, starting with bishop g5, then bishop f6, then we want to go h4, h5. So I'm not sure that Boris is going to take on e5 just yet, because this can be pretty dangerous, I think.
Very interesting. So bishop e5. Yeah, and
Maybe knight d7? Something like knight d7?
knight d7.
Because rook c7 will be our next move, so we have to do something fast with black.
What's the idea here after knight d7? Looks okay for black.
Maybe, yeah? Yeah. Maybe.
Looks
f4 maybe. Maybe we just...
well, f4 I
reinforce
was
it.
worried. Yeah, but that feels.
Yeah,
You know.
I see your point, yeah.
It feels.
It's a bit... Maybe even f5? A knight f6 trying
Yeah,
to...
f5. Got to be careful, haven't you? as well?
Yeah.
F4 is very.
Yeah, f4 is a bit committal, yeah.
What about knight c4? Does that
Knight
make
c4, yeah.
does that make
that's,
any sense? And then if knight f6, I'm just bolstering with
yeah,
f3
right.
like this.
Yeah, this could be his idea. Just
Just to keep some.
keeping the center.
Maybe he wants to play some annoying knight
Yeah,
a5
yeah.
move.
And if b6 comes in, he can plant that knight on c6, and it's
Right.
really gonna be a very strong piece.
So Boris, we could see in the video shot there, he's You often see Boris like this, glasses, fingers on the
Yeah,
eyes,
it doesn't
glasses.
mean much.
Doesn't mean no.
Doesn't
It doesn't mean
much.
he's struggling. He's
He-
literally just trying to remember.
Yeah, or just calculating deep lines, and no, it's his thinking pose, I think. Yeah, it's often been misunderstood that when he sits like this, he believes he's losing, but it's just concentration. He's just focusing. He's just into the game, I think.
Right. Well, there's one more game we haven't looked at, and that is the game between the two leaders. Big game.
Oh, yeah.
Aronian. So, and we have a
Anti-Grunfeld,
anti-Grunfeld,
which goes
Bishop
into a
E2,
normal
C5.
Grunfeld.
and of course D4 here would transpose into
Right.
one of the
Right.
main lines.
Right. So that's interesting.
And he's just avoiding putting his pawn on D4.
And he did something similar against Caruana before. He also didn't put his pawn on E4. Now he's not putting it on D4. Remember this the
That's
game
right.
that he won against Caruana. So he's really he's probably looked at some offbeat ways to play against the Grunfeld, because nowadays it's so difficult to get an advantage against this opening that he's just trying to get his opponents out of book and just start to play.
Yeah, I think that's one of Lev's strengths, that he can just get a position and try and play.
You have to be really strong, of course, to be able
Right.
to do such a thing. So Bishop D7 has been played. Queen A3.
Queen A3. Very interesting. This Queen A3 move is quite common as well in
Yeah,
some
yeah,
sidelines,
yeah.
isn't it, in the Grunfeld? Looks very synthetic just to put the queen on A3 and attack a pawn.
It's out of the way on the D file. The rook might go to D1, and he's ready to go D4.
Right. So if B6 here, which looks like a sensible move, just protecting that pawn.
Well, it's probably too much to throw in D4. Eh?
Is it?
Yeah. Or we can try it.
We can try. So takes,
Takes.
takes,
Have to take it again. Bishop takes.
and now bishop H6.
Yeah. This was
Yeah,
this
you
was
wanted to
the
play, you know,
yeah. Okay.
old school.
Now we'll take it off as well.
Okay, take that one.
And this has been a lot of fun, but maybe I think something like Bishop C. Oh, it's not completely, but
It's
it's a bit too vague for me. I don't know.
well, bishop C6. I would
Bishop
love you
C6.
to play.
You would love me to play
Queen
what?
C3.
Oh yeah. That's the end of it. King D7 is no. Well, there are some tricks. There are some tricks.
Yeah, I mean these are the lines you have
Yeah.
to calculate. But
Well, this is the things you're worried about as black, because this is new.
Right.
This is new position. Wesley so has to think on his own now,
right.
and this kind of things may have been on the maybe on the agenda. Other moves just solid move, just rook to
sure,
D1,
yeah,
or preparing D4 with Bishop B2,
right.
followed by D4. So I kind of like his approach.
D4 would be a very good blitz move, I think.
Yeah.
Rather
Because I
than
would have played Bishop C6 and you would have won the game.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's a shame.
That's just
Yeah. Okay.
easy move to miss.
So that's all of our games, I believe. We've covered every single one so far. The moves are still coming in. Hikaru's started to think, so something's happened in that Dominguez game. He played B6 very quickly with the idea of pushing, and this is the ideal pawn structure in the Berlin.
And I'm pretty sure this is still the game with Giri.
okay.
And after H5 was even played, and if I'm not mistaken, it was King F2 or something which was tried here. It's
I'm trying to
all
remember
very subtle.
a game between Caruana and Adams.
Right, I think that
I
wasn't that King F2.
It was a very similar
I'm just
line, and Mickey won.
struggling to remember. It was a beautiful game. I'm
Mickey
sure
won an
Peter
absolutely
Peter
stunning
will,
game.
will
Peter will help us.
will come.
Unfortunately, our memories aren't as good as these guys. But in this position, King G2 C5 played. He's still not really spent any time, and now Knight C3. So maybe he's slightly. The reason why you put your king on F2 is because, the king is sometimes susceptible just to to a check from the bishop.
Or after HG, maybe Rook H2 check is a downside. It's very difficult to say where to put that king.
So Knight C3, and it's on Hikaru. And the question is, what do you do here with black? Because I think the king will...
King b7? Is that
Yeah, that's the move that immediately came to
we
mind.
haven't yet connected the rooks, but...
No. And the question is, how do we do that? For example, if... what kind of move here?
Let's say white makes a move like bishop f4,
Yeah.
just to see what's...
Mhm.
How are we going to...
Right.
This is really, really complicated. It's just white. Normally, in the old days, I think when the Berlin just started to get popular, the general opinion was that once white gets these pawns to e5, f5, it's just gone. But now we've already gone so far that black is now
Right.
allowing all of this,
Right.
claiming that white is overextended, and that actually at a later stage those two bishops that are now a little bit sleeping for the moment may come out to c6, may the f8 bishop after black has gone f7, f6 later on might get to h6, later on, and that's the question. Optically speaking, of course, white looks great here, in my opinion.
What about even a move like, is knight c6 such a crazy idea here? Just to
ask that pawn.
yeah, ask the pawn what it's doing.
Okay, so I guess I'll just have to
Yeah.
develop.
And now I wanted to play knight d4.
Oh, right.
Try and attack c2.
Yeah, that looks.
Play bishop c6 check, potentially at some point.
Yeah, no, this is looking like counterplay at least, huh? And maybe you're ready to play f6 as well.
Well, that's the other point, is that now
Yeah.
I'm controlling e6.
Yeah.
So
For example, rook d2. I guess you're ready for it.
yeah,
Right?
I think I probably can at least consider it. And
This is a perfect example because, for example, after e takes f6, g takes f6, knight e4, bishop c6, those bishops really
yeah, they
start to work.
They
They
start
really
to
start
work.
to work.
Actually, I spoke to Hikaru and before the tournament, and yeah, he was telling me how he really thought the Berlin was a good opening.
Yeah, it's
so
really,
it hasn't surprised me that he's played this, although he plays just about everything, doesn't
he
he?
plays everything.
French, Sicilians, e5.
But I think that counts for most of these top players here.
Right.
They are ready to play everything every single day because they just need an idea and they go for it. They are ready to play each and every single line.
Right.
They're up to date everywhere. That's just the amazing thing. You don't know where they're gonna strike.
Right.
So
Well, yeah. So Lenier Hikaru is thinking there. King b7, knight c6 feel like really the only two decent plans in the position. Let's carry on because Peter is still not with us. Karyakin has leaped in with his knight.
that's a real Catalan we have.
So e6, dc4, knight e5. So now we're in a.
This is actually a line I'm playing with black. So I kind of
Tell us something about it.
Well,
Ellen.
in this position there are various ways to play. One of which is d takes c5 has been very popular, and after the exchange of queens, there are basically three options. So this is the first
knight
option.
bd2, c3.
Knight
right?
bd2, c3, because otherwise white would take it back without harming his own structure. And this endgame is one area of this line. The second one is queen a4.
Mm-hmm.
When, for example, after c takes d4, knight takes d4, queen takes d4, bishop takes c6. Bishop. This is the line which was popularized by Anderson. Ulf, and he was claiming always that this endgame is just fine for black, and he did manage to hold it a few times. I think he did lose to Kasparov a game though. Well, not 100% sure. And he is choosing the third option, Karyakin, the third main option, knight e5, and bishop d7 is the main move as well. And I know that Naidic also has played this line a number of times, so he is surely completely fine with this line appearing on the board.
In fact, we had Bishop d7, knight a3.
Knight a3, yeah, that's the main line. I'm expecting c takes d4. That has been played.
And bishop c5.
Bishop c5, yeah. This line has been popularized by both Naidic and his good friend Bakro. They are the two players playing this line, bishop c5, with very good success.
Wow.
So you see they're playing faster now as well, because they are back into known theory.
Okay.
Maybe Peter will be able to update us more on that.
Well, talking of the man, I believe he's entered the room. So thank you for joining me again, Erwin.
Sure. Always a pleasure. Always a pleasure.
And hope maybe see you later. We'll see how it works out. But until then, thanks.
Anytime.
All right, now we're going to welcome Mr. Peter Dochers of chess.com and one of the most important journalists in Holland, when it comes to chess at least. I'm not sure about other things, Peter, but hello.
Hi there.
Good afternoon. Hope you're well. Now, we've done our best with the openings today, but you are our stat man, and we would like to know everything about these openings. So, I believe, well, they're actually all quite important. Theoretically, they're all rather important.
That's why I arrived slightly later than I usually do, and it was quite a lot of theory, actually, in all these games. Yeah. So.
Well, we might as well
which one do you want to start with?
Let's go with Dominguez versus Nakamura, because that's really hot off the press.
Yeah. Yeah, it's interesting.
Stuff.
They played quite a few times, and Nakamura has tried a lot of different openings, Sicilians and even the Scandinavian and the French ones. But there were also a few Ruy Lopez's.
He played an open Spanish.
Yeah, there was one open Spanish. There was a close Spanish, and there was even a 3 knight ge7 he tried in London, not in this December, but the year before.
Right.
And yeah, of course, Berlin Wall again, Berlin ending. Some people actually are, some people in Germany I've heard are actually a little bit offended when you say German Wall. I couldn't believe it. But
Berlin Wall.
Yeah, somebody told me that there are a few people who still, older people who still have memories, and they don't like when they hear Berlin Wall. So then that's why sometimes other people will call it Berlin ending. Yeah, it's amazing, eh? But
let's just call it the Berlin ending.
Yeah, but, just make sure nobody gets offended.
Yeah. No offense meant.
Yeah. So what's happening here? Well, the thing is, of course, they're playing this line where you basically postpone the development of knight c3, and I think that's the latest thing in this ending. Usually, you always go knight c3 in this position here. That's huge theory, of course.
Yeah.
But yeah.
But
9h3 is, and then immediately rook d1, and there are so many transpositions. You can also, in many positions, you can go king e8, and that used to be the old move. They played it in the 70s and 80s, early king e8. So, yeah, if you talk about memorizing lines, this Berlin ending is also just incredible these days. So, yeah, what is happening? Well, for example, on the 13th move, h5 was played in a game, Grishuk-Aronian, top-level game, Beijing 2013. That was, I think, the World Mind Games. So that's Levon's last tournament, actually. In a game, Emil Sutovsky, who is here in Holland, and he might be joining the show tomorrow. Sutovsky played 14 knight c3, going back to known positions. It was a game against one of the participants here, Hari Krishna. And the last top-level game I saw was 14 c5, which was actually Caruana Nakamura. So Hikaru played the move c5 in Rhodes last year, in October.
So he's had this position, so we were talking about this, that he was looking for potentially some improvement.
Yeah, I believe h5 is actually a novelty in this position.
Wow.
Yeah. And then, well, some normal moves followed, but they're on their own as far as memorizing is concerned, but not on the ideas, of course. I think Aaron explained that it's all about whether white is overextended or not, and yeah. This is the bishop going to the long diagonal, I don't know.
Well, we were looking at both king b7 or knight c6.
Right. Yeah.
Those were the moves that really came to mind. But we'll see. Hikaru's going into a bit of a think here.
Yep.
So let's go on to the next game. Let's look at Hari Krishna Caruana.
Yeah. Well, actually they met only once, and it was last year in this tournament.
Right.
Hari Krishna, but they had reversed colors. So this is the first time they play with Hari Krishna as white. And yeah, this is of course a lot of theory. I always, when I ran my magazine Chess Vibes openings, I always debated with one of my editors whether it's Archangelsk or Muller defense. It's actually quite a complicated naming of this, but of course more important and more interesting are the moves themselves.
Well, I think we can go straight away down to Bishop C2 because
Yes.
that's really the main line.
Exactly. In that position, D5 has been tried, but Bishop C2
That's definitely
is the main line these days. And in fact, in that position, they more often take on F3 first. Yeah. And then Knight H5.
like this.
That's played a lot. For example, one of the top players who likes to play this system many times is Alexei Shirov.
Mm-hmm.
And he played this, for example, a couple of years ago against Palach.
Madeleine Palach.
Yeah. Who went King H1, Queen F6, typical moves. And very nice idea. Well, actually, this was also an old game, Leko Karyakin. So basically, you can go Rook G1 or Rook A4 here.
In fact, we're going to see that move in the game itself.
It's
Rook
a typical
A4.
move to overprotect D4. I would
But
say.
another move here is to go F4.
Yeah, exactly.
I do remember.
And that was a very recent game. Again, we have Emil Sutovsky, a big theoretician who played it against one of the participants of the challengers, Benjamin Bock.
Hmm?
That was a game also in Rhodes, 2013. Takes Queen G4,
And Queen G4.
Queen F6.
Yeah,
Sharp game.
very sharp. And basically White says, okay, I've given the pawn back, but now I have this rock solid pawn centre, and your bishop on B6 is a bit of a passenger at the moment.
Yep.
You don't have a good break. So this F4 idea, I remember, is very important in this line. Okay, but in the main game, he took on D4 on move 13.
Mm-hmm.
Knight B takes D4.
Yeah, that's of course you can take with the pawn, but these days knight takes is
Okay.
considered stronger.
Knight takes.
C
C takes.
And then, for example, last year in this very tournament, there was
Yes.
a game Leko Nakamura,
Yes.
where Hikaru played Rook E8.
Right.
And that game was eventually drawn. Takes on F3 is of course a very normal move
Yep.
also.
G takes. Knight H5.
Knight H5. And now I have another game from the Sao Paulo Bilbao tournament in
Mhm.
2012 where Paco Vallejo played Rook A4, that move again.
Right. Yeah, we're going to see this move a lot.
Yeah.
In this. Yeah.
Yeah.
Just protecting that pawn laterally. But King H1 was played
King
by...
H1, yeah. Queen F6, all very
All
standard
been
moves
seen,
in this system. And I looked at it until Bishop E3. Do we have more moves now?
Yeah, we had Knight F4.
Knight F4, yeah.
And this is the game...
Okay, that was still, yeah, I think you mentioned it. That was a game Adams-Leko. We're still in the game Adams-Leko. I think there was a rapid match, Miss Kolch 2005.
Right.
Yeah. And again, the move Rook A4 was played. Yeah.
So Knight F4, Rook A4. So this is following Adams-Leko.
Yeah.
From 2005.
Well, I'm not sure if was this played in this game also, Rook A4?
Yes.
Yeah. Well, they're still following Mickey Adams.
And
way of
now
playing,
I can
yeah.
see in that game Leko played Rook A8, just trying to swap the rook off, and Rook B4 is a very odd kind of move to play this, but maybe it's okay, just keeping the rooks on. I suppose the point is that if you exchange rooks, then you sort of lose a defender over D4, and it becomes a bit difficult to move your pieces here with White, despite having the extra pawn. It could get difficult. So interesting. So Rook A4, and it's on Fabiano. We'll see what happens in that one, but
Yep.
we're still in known territory. Let's move on to... Let's look at Giri Gelfand.
Yeah.
Because that one was really interesting. I suppose we should skip right the way forward to 15 knight e5.
Yeah, well, this is of course this line in the Grunfeld.
It's a Kramnik speciality.
Yeah,
isn't it?
Kramnik speciality, but also Anish. Anish played it a couple of times with black, so he must know what he's doing also. And of course, Galvant, he spent all his time preparing the Grunfeld for his match against Anand in 2012, and he's still using the opening knowledge. And we are already moved. Yeah, well, the first big moment was a bit earlier, move 12, where e6 is an important alternative to first stop d4, d5 before attacking it.
Right.
And this is the move Anish played, for example, both against Kramnik and also against Lenic. He played it twice. And Kramnik himself had this position also in another game against Caruana. So Fabiano Caruana, another participant here, he's known for playing this line with black as well. Okay, in this game,
So
bishop g4.
Yeah, bishop g4.
It's amazing in so many positions these days. The big preparation seems to be about move orders. It's all like you want to play rook d8, knight c6, and bishop g4, and maybe e6. But in what order is the big question?
Right.
It's amazing.
Yeah, it's very subtle.
Yeah. Bishop e3, and then this position. Usually they either take on f3 immediately, or they play knight c6. So rook d8 here is a bit rare, and in fact it's very interesting. I found one game played by the new second of Anish, Vladimir Tukmakov.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, legendary Ukrainian grandmaster and
Right.
team captain of the Azeri team in Olympiads and other
Absolutely.
events, and now working with Anish, I think since this tournament. And he played it with black, this line, not
So-
with white but with black. So very
So
funny.
Tukmakov, how funny that he'll be able to show. Yeah. So bishop e2, e6, knight e5. So this knight e5 move.
Yeah.
And now
And f6
maybe we
is,
have a novelty.
Yeah, f6 seems to be the novelty. In that game, Tukmakov actually took on e5.
Oh, he
Tukmakov took.
took. Try and say that 10 times. It's quite hard. Knight c6.
Yeah. So it's basically playing
And
knight
it's a
against bishop. Maybe
But,
the bishop isn't that strong. because,
Maybe white should go bishop g5 here.
right, instead of f4, what he did.
Yeah, exactly. Because now,
Well, rook d4 maybe, attacking 2 pawns.
f3.
And you're saying you can't take?
Well, if you take, I was wondering whether that runs
Right.
into.
That looks horrible.
So rook d4, f3. You can't double. You could also, of course, maybe just play king e3. That might also work.
Rook a4, you're still
But-
attacking 2 pawns.
Yeah, rook a4. That's the problem. That's why I preferred f3.
Right.
You can play rook a4, but I'm not really sure if I'm too bothered about losing this e5 pawn.
Right, yeah.
The big question is whether, after a move like bishop
Rook
f6,
yeah, rook d1 or bishop f6.
knight c4, rook d1, something like this. Not sure. You've got to analyse this properly. But the first move definitely is bishop g5 that comes to mind.
Yeah.
But anyway, he played f6, and now Anish has gone into a think. So we'll look at that position a bit later.
Yeah.
Let's carry on. Karyakin Naidich. We can go all the way to move 9, bishop c5, because this is all.
Yeah. Well, it's funny. I just basically when I walked from the press room to this room, they were at 5 castles. And right as I was walking here, they started to bash out all the theories.
Right,
So
I got you.
I didn't get the chance to check this, but
Well,
have a look.
Erwin said that bishop c5 is a well-known line. He knows this
Yeah.
position quite well.
So dc4, knight e5, bishop 7. Maybe we can try to look at it on the spot.
Knight a3,
Knight a3, cd4.
knight a6.
Yeah, this looks very well known. And maybe wasn't this even a Anand Topalov game?
Very
So
possibly.
the World Championship. Yeah,
Very
something like
possible.
that. Okay, let's look just right here. If we still have games, we have a lot of games. Yeah. Bishop c5.
Well, Naidich has played this a lot,
Yeah.
so
Yeah, Bakro and Knightage, he was right. Yeah, a lot of games Bakro and Knightage. The move most played was Queen B3 here.
Right.
By far the most popular in this position. Is White still thinking?
Yeah. I think Karyakin doesn't normally play these kinds of positions. I would be surprised if he's
Right.
actually been in this opening before. So, interesting.
Well, Karyakin hasn't been playing 1d4 for that long yet. Actually, in all the games so far between these two, all the classical games, about 4, 5, or 6, Karyakin always went e4.
Right.
And the first couple of years there were some Knight-ors, and then Knightage switched to this Berlin ending. So this is the first time they have something like a closed system between in this color distribution. Yeah.
Right.
And it seems like Knightage can be happy.
I think Knightage, he's got more experience in this
Yeah.
line. Karyakin's obviously not so familiar. So
By
I
the way,
think Knightage is happy.
there is one game we might want to mention here, because it involves Garry Kasparov himself.
And
he
no
played
one...
It, he played it against a computer.
Some... Deep Blue, ever heard of him?
Deep Blue, ever heard of him? Yeah. Yeah, Deep Blue 96.
Wow.
And this was one of the games he won. Queen b3, castles, queen takes b7. So I wonder if people dare to take pawns on b7 these
Wow.
days against engines.
Not anymore. Kasparov, maybe... Remember, that's nearly 20 years ago.
Yes, 20 years ago. You could
But-
still take pawns like that.
I
against
don't
the
think
computer.
you can. Well,
Yeah.
unless it's theoretical
Yeah.
and you know it inside out, I don't think I'd be taking that pawn against an engine. But interesting. So Kasparov, Deep Blue 96 with
Yes.
Queen B3.
Yeah.
Very good. Let's carry on. Levon Aronian versus Wesley So. I think this one might have a slightly
Yeah.
Queen A5.
Anti-Grunfeld, taking on c3 with the b pawn. Yeah. That was a funny line, postponing d4.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Queen A3,
Well,
Queen A5.
yeah, the interesting thing about this game is that the players are actually following a game Akopian Mamadyarov, Porto Carras 2011,
Right.
and it sort of makes clear that if you want to prepare for Levon Aronian, you basically look at all the games of the complete Armenian team,
Right.
and then you will have a good chance one of these lines.
That's going to
will,
take some time, though,
take some
right,
time,
Fredo?
yes. But again, Levon is following one of his countrymen, and well, it's known that many of his team members help him
Of course. Yeah.
in quiet times.
Absolutely.
And well, you never know how deeply they prepare together. But yeah, I don't think it's a coincidence that he's following an Copian
No.
line.
I
And
don't-
yeah, so this is still that game, and Rook D1 was played. Oh, also in this game I see, Rook D1. So castles is a deviation.
Okay.
Shakryar Mamadyarov played E5. Bishop C4, and then the queens were traded. And yeah, interesting ending. Hard to say what's
Mhm.
happening, but okay. Wesley, so I think he
Wesley
plays a
castles.
novelty with castles.
Rook B1, B6, and D4 on the board. And it's on Wesley. So Lev has got...
Actually, now I notice because of this D2 D4 move, we actually transposed back into a known game. I can still see this player. The players are Scambris, Klein, Platz, Can 95.
Wow.
Old game. I'm pretty sure these players won't know about
No,
this.
I wouldn't have thought so.
But in that game, the queens were swapped, followed by Bishop G4. It was a long game. Ended in a black win on move 81.
Fantastic. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, that's what Wesley So would love. Even if he had to play 80 moves, I think he would take a win with black today.
Absolutely.
And then that means we just have one more game. Van Vele report on. Excuse the pun.
You pronounced Van Vele very well.
Did I?
You're improving on your
Oh.
Dutch.
Thank you very much. I would like to repeat some other Dutch I know, but probably not appropriate for this broadcast.
Some other time.
Some other time, maybe a bit later. But Van Vele has
Yeah,
got
this
white.
was this Gligorich line actually played once before in this tournament between Aronian and Nakamura.
Okay.
Where Nakamura went the important alternative 9g5.
Right, exactly. I was saying knight c6 is a move, but g5 is. But Nakamura really had problems, I think, in that game. I mean, for me, in that variation that Aronian played against Nakamura, it seems as though even though Nakamura might be able to hold, it's nothing more than that, and it's very difficult to create winning chances in this queenless ending. So maybe here Report wanted to keep some pieces on, plays the old line, and then f5 on move 11. I'm sure it's there are other moves as well, but f5 takes bishop g5 h6 bishop e3 c5. Yes, this has been
actually in a game against Fernando Peralta, Argentine chess player. Judith Polgar played this with black. It was the World Cup in 2010.
And she played b6.
And she played b6.
Just stopping the c5.
Actually, I should check that. If it was really the World Cup. No, actually it was the Olympiad. There were a lot of World Cups in Khanty-Mansiysk, but this was actually the Olympiad.
The Olympiad, right, okay.
And b6 followed by g5. And
she won. She won that game.
Yeah, in 44 moves she won with black.
Okay.
This game was c5, also played before.
Yes.
And instead of taking on c6, Veselin Topalov, a young Veselin Topalov, played rook b1 in 95 against Kaminsky.
Well, this is the move that this certainly feels more natural rather than taking on c6. But then again, maybe black is just solid enough to, when white inevitably does play a3, b4, to meet that with b6. So interesting that Luke took on c6.
Yeah.
B takes c6 and played b4 like this. So I think we're in novel territory here.
Well, there was still a game between two Chinese players. Their 17 a4 was tried instead of castles.
So this is a4 maybe the.
And castles has been tried between two other Chinese players.
Okay.
And I believe. Okay, the players are not on known territory, I believe, but strictly speaking, g5 is the novelty.
Right.
In the other game, d5 was tried.
Breaking open the centre.
Yeah.
Okay. So g5 played by Report, maybe the novelty here.
This is following. I think the big plan in this line is to move your knight to f4.
Yeah, and as Erwin was saying, as soon as you put your knight on g6, you just play g3.
You do? Okay, yeah. Well.
But maybe you just play knight f4 anyway.
Sometimes it's possible, yeah. Well, especially when the bishop on e3 has nowhere to go. Yeah.
Exactly. I mean, let's just say, for example, knight. We can't play knight b3, which is annoying.
Let's try a4 again. Knight g6.
Sorry, a4. Knight g6.
g3. Knight f4. Yeah. Just to point out the idea.
Yeah, just to point out the idea, and the point is that you can even take with the e pawn. Yeah. There are a lot of tactics, and the bishop's lost in a lot of positions. So the question is, how is Van Velde going to? Yeah, it feels natural to play knight g6, knight f4. Also, this d5 idea is very thematic, blowing things open in the centre. So, a few things for Van Velde to consider, but all the games are very different. Every single game is very different, which is good for us. And we are about an hour into the action. I think now, Peter, would be a good time for us just to catch our breath as the guys move into the middle game stage.
Yep.
Grab a cup of coffee, or
good.
Cafe, as you say in various countries.
Cafe or coffee?
Or coffee. Yeah. And that means that we will be back in just a short while with more coverage of this round's Tata Steel Chess Tournament. Stay tuned.
Bye-bye.
Welcome back, everybody. This is live coverage of the Tata Steel Chess tournament here in Wijk aan Zee. For all of you who have just joined, welcome. For all of you who have been here from the start, even better. I'm glad you've stuck around. And I'm now joined by one of Holland's most entertaining players, personalities, International Master Robert Riss.
Thank you, Lawrence.
That's all right.
I couldn't get a better introduction.
That was just an honest introduction, actually, Robert.
Thank you. Much appreciated. Yeah.
The games have been in progress for around about an hour and a half now, something like that. They're all still playing, no results as of yet. Which game, Robert, would you like to have a quick look at first with me? What looks interesting to you?
Actually, I didn't know what you have been checking before, but I'm caught by the game of Luke against Rapport. Yeah,
Okay.
some King's Indian kind of structure, and we left at Queen D7. It's
Yeah.
I think it's a very interesting, very double-edged position, as Black obviously would like to generate some active play on the king side, but with this doubled pawns on the G file, it's I'm not sure if the attack doesn't work, then White is simply way better on the queen side. He has
Right.
a majority on that side, so who knows? I think it's a very double-edged game.
You like Luke's position?
I really like it, yeah, because usually you have an f pawn, which is going
yeah. Down.
going down, chasing the center, undermining it, but on the other hand, I'm not sure how Black is gonna do something concrete on the king side, and yeah, that's the reason I like White's position more.
I like what Luke has done with b4, b5, because I think one idea that Rapport had in this kind of position was, let's say here after g5, if Luke plays some move like a4 and does nothing, then knight g6, and even if you play g3, you play knight f4 anyway.
Yeah, but you can ignore everything.
You can ignore it, but then there are a lot of light squares, and you know, you've got to be a bit careful that that knight isn't going to cause some damage.
That's true.
But the way he's played with b5, I like, because now if you play, let's say queen d7, I don't know, we have to choose a move here for Luke. A move like a4 or queen e, probably not queen e2, because that gets hit on f4 a lot, but let's just play a move like a4. Knight g6,
Right.
now you've got to be really careful that you can't just take and play knight d5. And I think if White manages to get a knight to d5 like this in a lot of positions, it can be difficult for Black.
The bishop on g7 is out of the game. Yeah,
Yeah.
It won't come alive again. It looks. I mean,
I think White's a bit better.
potentially it's very good for White, but unless Black managed to do something, and we have to see how it develops. But for the moment, I like Luke's position, although he's half an hour down on the clock.
Yeah, he's a bit down,
but he likes to use his time in general. It's not a bad sign when he spends a lot of time. I think.
Let's go to the Iranian game. We've got it here, move 16, and Iranian has just played quite an interesting move. He's just played his bishop from e2. So first things first, we had a queen exchange, and then he voluntarily gave up his centre.
Maybe he had to.
Maybe he had to. Maybe he did have to. But then you always have to be a bit careful about Black breaking with f6, and then your centre just crumbles in some positions. So he just took, and then after takes, he's played bishop a6 with a nasty little threat here of just moving the bishop in. And the big question is White worried about this? And the answer probably is no. Giving up that bishop would be quite...
At least there are no back rank mates in the near future.
There are no back rank mates. I think the big problem is that Black has got a lot of light squared weaknesses in this position.
Sure.
So I don't like taking that knight off.
It's very unpleasant threat, because if you move the rook, you may simply lose a pawn in certain lines, right?
Well, I mean, let's say... Well, we need to make a move here for Black for a start.
Yeah.
So I'm trying to think of a decent move. You've also got moves like knight e5 that
makes sense.
Have to be considered because of this pin. And if you play knight e5, I'm wondering if you can just get away with bishop takes d1.
May simply drop an exchange, yeah?
Well, you might play knight d7. It's all getting a bit complicated, but maybe this is possible. It's getting a bit strange. But knight e5 certainly is a move that he's going to be considering. What else is there? Of course, you can just play.
What about knight d4? It's
Well, knight d4 looks, for some reason, it looks a bit loose. I mean, I'm just wondering. I mean, maybe I can just take.
The idea was just to take on d1 right now, and if you
And if I go knight b5.
knight b5, I missed that one.
But maybe, sure. I think black has to have a good think here. I think he's gonna. Wesley needs to think, but I don't. Instinctively, it shouldn't. Feels like it should be okay somehow.
He just make a couple of precise moves, and then he will achieve full equality. That's what I think. But it's pretty hard. I mean, if you make kind of little inaccuracies, then suddenly your position may become.
Absolutely.
You may get in serious trouble then, and it's interesting. I think he has to make an important decision whether to take on f3 first or play knight e5, move the rook away from a8, and he needs to consider this kind of options. Indeed, he has a thinker. He needs to have a think.
All right, so Wesley gonna have a think. He is.
He played a move we didn't
He
consider.
played rook
actually.
a8. Actually, this makes
Yeah.
a lot of sense as
Yeah.
well. What if I play rook dc1? Maybe you can
There's some
take on
tricks.
c5.
And
Maybe this is the idea.
if you take on b8,
I
you
take with a knight.
With a knight, right? Well, but still, then you can perhaps just retreat your bishop.
Okay, but then
And bishop b4 is coming next move.
yeah, I mean, yeah, exactly. Something like this might happen, but of course.
Well, you don't have to take on
Okay.
c5, but okay, there.
Yeah, I mean,
rook c8 is.
yeah, you could play rook c8, bishop d4, something like this.
pretty drawish, yeah. Suddenly all the sting is taken out of.
Well,
the,
certainly if black wants, he can get this,
Yeah.
and you know that's gonna be pretty equal. So, I think that's gonna be quite interesting. But rook dc1 certainly felt like a good candidate move. Let's go to another game. Nakamura's game got very interesting because he thought for a long time after knight c3 on move 16, and we were looking at knight c6, we were looking at king b7, but he went for g6.
I'm not sure, but it reminds me of a game Nakamura played before with black. He played Berlin with black against Giri in Grand Prix tournament.
Probably
or,
a Grand Prix tournament,
I
yeah.
missed something, but it looks very similar, very double-edged position, and I think he played g6 in a similar position as well. And White just responded with f6, which makes sense, I think. And after knight c6, he
came back with the
he
knight.
came back with the knight, defended the pawn on e5.
So I wonder, the big question is whether you can just go up the board here and play e6.
It's a desirable move, yeah. You want to create a passed pawn.
Right. Well, I don't think you can allow anything. I think you've pretty much obliged to take. I can't see, unless
Yeah. Otherwise, you can simply take on f7 or play even e7.
I think you probably have to take.
Right.
And if you recapture this way, it's very tough, right? Very tough to work out what's going on.
Well, but the problem is that the f-pawn isn't running yet.
Maybe you can just play. Well, I mean,
Bishop d7.
but then here and then just protect the pawn.
g5.
You can play g5, but maybe you can even play knight d5. I mean, very odd. So I wonder if e6 There's a real option here. Or do you give the f pawn? Maybe you do play knight d4.
This is getting insane.
Maybe you do give it. Because if knight f7, then you can always... we can even flick in... I don't know if this helps us or not, but we'll give it a go. And then rook takes f7.
Yeah, but white can play g5.
Yeah, that still looks passive, right? My original idea actually was to play... I don't know if I can get this in first, but maybe you can take on f7. But I wanted to do something along these lines. Get in some sort of weird
Actually,
check.
this is something black really likes to achieve. I mean, if you play king g3,
well,
then
bishop d6.
Bishop d6
and if bishop f4, it's getting...
Well, it's still not easy, but...
I might just get out of that.
Maybe you're just in time with white.
Incredible. E6 felt really natural here, but there must be something wrong with that. Otherwise, I'm pretty sure Dominguez would have played it. I'm pretty sure there must be something wrong.
It's
But
very
anyway,
concrete, very concrete stuff. Yeah.
knight f3 was played, and now knight b4, and here bishop f4 by Dominguez. And look at that, he just gives up the pawn.
He simply ignores that pawn on c2. So just let's see what happens if...
Well, actually, Hikaru just took it.
He took it, yeah. And
Rook
after rook
and came
ac1, he
back.
went back.
Wow. Just gave the pawn.
It reminds me also of the game in the match between Anand and Carlsen, where suddenly one of the queenside pawns...
that was bishop takes a2.
Bishop a2.
Yeah.
It was a different one, but suddenly white... it was not intended, I think, that pawn sack. He misplayed the opening. But suddenly white's pieces were coming out. They joined play and he obtained some active piece play. And that's actually what may happen here as well. That white's pieces are pretty nicely placed. Everything is well developed. He has a passed pawn on the king side. The question is how to proceed here with white. Maybe he wants to kick the knight a little bit further away with a3, and after a move like knight c6, he can perhaps jump with the knight to d5.
Knight d5.
And there are ideas to play b4, open some more files for the rook.
Yeah, there could be some initiative here.
Yeah, maybe there are threats connected with e6, attacking the pawn on
Right.
c7.
Well, my original idea was knight d8
To block on
to come
e6.
with the
Yeah.
knight.
Yeah, but white can even try to prevent that idea with a move like knight to g5.
Knight back. But then,
Bishop c6 maybe.
But- okay, there's also bishop h6. There's there are a lot of
Well,
moves
yeah.
basically that you have to consider.
But I like, from an aesthetic point of view, all the black pieces are back on the 8th rank.
Yeah, well, that's a very pretty picture, actually. Yeah, they're all back on the 8th rank, but he has got an extra pawn, and sometimes this pawn can be a big pawn.
Yeah, especially in endgames.
Right. Well, if he manages to get some coordination between his pieces, he's just going to be winning. It's that simple.
Sure, yeah.
He's just going to be winning. Okay, let's go to another game and let's have a look at... Well, Karyakin Naidic has calmed down. What's happened here? We had bishop c5.
It started as a spicy Catalan, yeah?
Well, the main move here is queen b3, as Peter Dochers pointed out, played by Kasparov against Deep Blue in '96.
Sure.
But bishop f4 was played, and then knight d5. We had an exchange, another exchange, and this, and suddenly it's got a bit dull. Symmetrical pawn structure, bishop versus knight. I mean, I suppose we have to look at something like this and work out. Well, white must be a tiny bit better.
I
right?
prefer white.
Yeah.
He has this Catalan bishop,
Yeah.
which is generally a great piece, exerting pressure on that pawn on b7
Yeah.
for a long time. There's some pressure on the d5 square. You have to consider moves like rook fd1.
Yeah, white must be better, right?
Yeah, it's risk-free edge.
Risk-free edge, yeah, I would agree. So Karyakin, interesting. He's got a...
But it probably will not be the game of the day.
Probably not the game of the day, no.
Speaking about excitement, but
Yeah.
perhaps it could be a technical effort by Karyakin if he managed to squeeze something out of it.
I wonder what Nidic is going to do here, actually.
You think he will like to keep the bishop with a move like bishop e7, or
Well,
he will probably trade, I think, but question is how. Perhaps rook a c8, just let white take on c5, try to generate some activity.
maybe he's going to take, and just say, okay, let's play like this.
And
Well, if
well,
you take here, I play rook here, and I go here, and I feel pretty confident.
yeah,
about
next move you'll regain the
holding
pawn.
that.
But you don't have to take on b7 right away, because
Okay.
there are some. I think there are some. It's kind of unpleasant because the pawn is not. Perhaps you can play a move like rook fd1,
Or rook a c1.
rook
even.
a c1. Yeah,
Yeah, to try and come into c7,
right. Yeah.
and yeah, that could be slightly unpleasant, actually. So I don't think he's. I actually.
You have to be really careful with.
Yeah.
Although some pieces are traded off, it doesn't mean you have
Right.
an equal position.
No, absolutely not. No, I think white clearly has got an edge, if anybody. So good news for Karyakin.
Sure.
Let's go to Giri Gelfand. We last saw it at f6. Very interesting move, just to kick the knight away, knight f3, and allow this knight to come out. And now rook c4 by Anish. So, well, he's defending this way. Clearly, that's one idea.
Yeah,
Another
bring
idea
the
is
old
to
rook,
come,
yeah.
or even to here. Boris played rook d7, kind of defending across the 7th. And now h4. So maybe just trying to soften things up.
Create some new targets.
Rook a d8, but he didn't follow up with h5. He played g3. Maybe just gaining
Hard
some
to grasp
space.
g3. What do you think is the idea behind g3?
I'm not quite sure. I think it might be a waiting move.
Yeah, maybe perhaps it's kind of useful in some.
And
lines,
now
but-
Boris has played f5. So now really it gets a bit more
This-
concrete now.
Yeah, because he's simply attacking both central pawns on e4 and d4. And I suppose that the idea is that if you play e5, black gets some nice square on d5, either for the rook, and perhaps he has ideas to transfer the knight to d5 as well. I'm not sure if it's possible right now, as if you play knight e7, perhaps white has the move knight g5 and the pawn on e6 is dropping. So you have to be a little bit careful, but it's getting very double-edged suddenly. The bishop is out of play on g7 right now, but black
You do
gets
have
some
this
control.
square, right?
Yeah.
You do have this square. Maybe after e5 a good move here is just to play h6.
Sure, yeah.
And just
Control, yeah.
control, and he has played e5.
He has played e5.
And
so
if h6, just controlling g5, now this plan of knight e7, knight d5 does make sense. And you
actually
have
that would be great, and after that black may actually also consider to bring the bishop back into the game with bishop f8.
right.
The bishop has done its job on the long diagonal, and from f8 it's controlling some dark squares.
And
as well.
Gelfand has just played.
Yeah, they're
H6.
following it. It's pretty logical moves actually. So h6 has been played, and I'm wondering what Anish is about to do. Perhaps he will try to bring his rook into play. Rook, where it's b1 or
Probably.
c1.
I don't know. I quite like this for Boris. I think he's.
I do as well. Yeah.
I'm not convinced by.
Although we should also admit that it's hard to believe that white could be worse here, because his pieces are nicely placed in the center. Everything is well defended. But on the other hand, I don't see a clear plan for white. I'm not sure what he's gonna do. There's some pressure against the pawn on d4, and black's position is pretty solid. So, yeah, after h6,
Okay. And he's played rook b1.
rook b1, yeah.
This is the other idea. Okay, so Anish, just looking at these pawns, and maybe one idea, if he's ever given time, after knight e7. I mean, I don't know how possible this is. Rook a4, a6 is to play a move like, but you know, you have to be careful. This knight isn't jumping into c3.
There are some little nasty tricks.
I mean, the idea of my knight d2 is I was wondering whether I can ever come this way with my knight, but
Yeah, another idea could be, after rook b1, is that he will try to bring the knight into play via e1 to d3 and to c5, hitting
Or
f4
or
yeah.
f4, yeah. So knight d5, knight d3. Let's say b6 is played. Something like this.
Yeah, perhaps you can consider trying to trade knights, maybe knight b4. But I think it's black is
Must be fine for black.
must be fine for black indeed.
Or rook. Yes, rook. But I can't see how black can ever be a lot worse here
Sure.
with control over d5.
Exactly.
I think Boris is doing fine. We'll see how he follows up. Let's keep on going. Let's go to Hari Krishna Caruana.
That's a sharp game, and
Yeah.
can become pretty interesting actually.
Rook 8, rook b4. This idea of rook b4 has been seen before. Not exchanging your good rook, protecting d4. You keep it on. Rook b4, and now bishop a7 by Fabiano. He spent a long time over his last two moves. He spent
what's the idea
2 minutes and 23 minutes over his last two moves.
Mhm.
Bishop a7, what's the idea? What is the idea of bishop a7?
Maybe he wants to trade a rook anyway, so he'll try to offer the exchange of rooks with rook
Rook
A-
rook
or
f8,
I'm
and
not
then
sure.
and then this pawn on b2 is on priest. So, yeah, he would love to get an exchange
Yeah,
of these
that rook on
rooks.
b4 is pretty useful.
It's a really useful rook.
It's holding white's position together.
But the question is, I'm starting to have feelings about the king's side, emotional feelings. I kind of want to get e5 in. I feel like my rook, if it can swing across, I've got both my bishops as well, and my queen to come in. So I'm wondering if
Let's try. Why not?
I don't think it works, by the way.
Yeah.
But let's just try e5.
Wait, you have to check it. Yeah.
Okay, and now also there's moves like rook e4, bishop e4, f4. I mean, they're all.
Actually, it would have been nice to have the queen already on d3. So perhaps it would have been better to to prepare the idea with a move like queen d3 doesn't
But
work.
that no,
F3
queen
is
takes
hanging.
f3 is
Queen
hanging,
takes
yeah.
f3 is
Yeah.
hanging. So I think it's too early for e5, but the idea is nice. Perhaps move like rook g3.
Well, hold on. Let me.
We're getting crazy, yeah.
Well, I'm not getting crazy, but let me just carry on with f4. This is my, I say grand idea. It could be complete nonsense, but it's worth a try. And I want to go f5 and
So let's say queen f6.
okay, f5. Or do I? let me have a think. Hold on. And then if you take on e3, is that a problem? That might be a problem. Then again, it might not. It starts to get quite crazy.
But I think you should have something concrete here right now. Otherwise,
Yeah.
you have just.
Well, let me try. Let me try f5.
So let's say taking on e3.
And now the question is, I have actually got 2 captures here. I can potentially just do this.
Yeah. So the idea was now that perhaps you can bring the knight to where to g5 maybe or
Well,
c5.
if you come this way, I wanted to swing. This was one of my other
yeah,
ideas.
and perhaps there you can give a check now on c6.
Okay. Just block. And I'm going h4.
h4, eh?
And it's dangerous.
Maybe it is. Yeah.
Okay, this can't be the correct line, but so takes, f4. You also got queen d6.
Yeah, sure. The queen doesn't need to go to f6. Perhaps this is better.
But even here, this kind of ending with the 2 bishops, still I feel like, I mean, after f5 looks quite critical for black to me.
Oh, really? Yeah.
Yeah.
So if you take on e3.
Well, I've even got a choice, but let me just take this way.
Yeah, there's knight c5.
Yeah. So, and you're
There's some pressure. There is some pressure. The idea is to play f6.
yeah, you can play
or
f6,
rook b to g4.
rook b to g4.
But there are not so many pawns left.
That's
This-
true. Maybe queen d6. But then of course we've got queen h5. We also can
Now it's
play
getting
this
serious. Now it's getting serious.
because I'm threatening mate and g6. Yeah, now actually
This is what I like. This is what I like.
queen h5 might be the right
Yeah.
one.
If you play g6, you will
Well,
probably
I
play
could-
f5, or you will sack on g6.
No, I can't sack just yet on
It's
g6.
too much. But probably f5 is a simple.
Well, f5 I'm wondering if I'm going to lose because of knight g7 and I'm a lot of my pieces
It's too much.
are on pre. Yeah, I think
Right,
it's too
right.
much.
I mishandled.
But g6 here, my rook's on pre, and I have to find.
But anyway, knight g7 is coming next.
Well, hold on. That can't work, can it?
Maybe black is
I-
okay actually.
I'm looking at some crazy variation. Knight g7, and I'm looking at queen h6. Tell me this doesn't work.
Oh, come
course.
on, take on b4.
Yeah,
Now move the knight.
yeah.
e6.
Just, just trying. But no, I think you can. Okay, you could take and
You
go
can run away.
king
yeah.
f7,
King h8 even. Yeah.
king h8. Yeah,
Rook
No.
rook g7.
and then
queen e4.
queen e4 check, yeah. You cover e. But this e5 move, I think, is actually the first move you have to think of because.
And this is a very typical idea actually in this
Yeah.
Archanovsk variation. So very
So
interesting.
Hari Krishna, he's got a large advantage on the clock,
Yeah.
so maybe he will.
He's considering it.
Oh, 100% he's
Yeah.
considering it. Whether it's any good or not is besides the point. But okay, so what other games have we not seen? We've seen them all actually,
Yeah.
right? We've gone through them all. We've had a
Pretty
few.
fast.
Okay, let's. Van Veli report very quickly has basically happened. He's taken on c6 and put the knight on d5.
Right.
Pretty much expected,
Yeah.
and looks like that position is pretty decent for Luke. He's got
He has a nice grip on the center.
grip on the centre. He's also got play down the queen side
Right.
potentially. He
Yep.
hasn't.
Yeah, you can try to exert some pressure on the pawn on d6, either to do it by putting some major pieces on the d file. You can double rooks on the d file perhaps. But another idea could be just to play knight b3 and c5.
Well, if I play knight d4, this is one idea I've got. Let me try and be
Okay.
Really creative.
I will try to fall for the trick because if I play knight b3, knight f3, yeah, was your idea.
Yeah,
I understood your plan.
and I'm just gonna try and capture your knight and deliver mate.
Bringing the queen as quickly as
So
possible.
king h1,
Sure.
and now it's a bit more tricky.
Because there's no mate and your piece down.
There is no mate. I mean, I probably have to do something like this, but
But this is too much.
this is too much. This
Yeah.
is too much. So that won't work. So, okay, so that's why Richard's thinking there's nothing.
But it's something black should try to make work.
Sure.
Otherwise he simply has a
It's a bit
horrible-
passive, yeah. A bit passive. I
He
prefer
should look
that.
for some counterplay. But perhaps he can prepare certain ideas with perhaps a move like rook f7 could be a useful move. Just try to double rooks, get some more control over the 7th rank as well.
Yeah, very possibly. But I'm just wondering if white just carries on with knight b3.
Yeah, that could be a
I'm
problem.
worried about c5
Yeah.
as well.
No, I'm worried about black's position in
Yeah.
general because the bishop on g7 is pretty bad.
Rapport looks
Yeah.
tortured at the moment. I'm looking at the webcam. He look at him. He's really unhappy. You can tell by his body language. I think this is good for white. This position. Okay, let's go back to Nidich has found I won't say solution, but an idea after taking on d4 and playing queen b5. This was his idea.
Could be a good move actually because you're simply attacking the pawn on e2
Mm-hmm.
and you move your queen away from the d file and simply the knight has been unpinned.
Could be a good move.
I think it's a good move actually.
And also
I
after,
like it.
well, after bishop d5,
You can take with the pawn or
take with the pawn,
yeah.
and then if e3, I mean, a lot of the rook endings are going to be okay for you right here.
Potentially there could be 4 against 3 rook endgame and still then black has good drawing chances. I think this is very very little for white. You can just put the rooks on the open files, maybe rook ac8, rook fe8 or
Yeah, must be very little for white,
Yeah.
I think, these positions. Okay, and
I think we have some moves in Dominguez against Nakamura game, this Berlin, this sharp Berlin endgame.
he played a3, knight c6, and now knight e4,
Knight e4.
by Dominguez.
And bishop d7 has been played by black. Traveling to take on g4. But suddenly black has given up the control over the pawn on f7. So this is something you have to bear in mind. So moves like knight eg5, knight fg5 are possible right now. And I'm not sure which is the best actually. Knight d8 was the idea, right? So
But now, you know,
you
there are
can
moves
move
like
b4 actually.
Yeah, b4. Yeah, these whether you do it in this particular position, I don't know. But the idea, and then something like this could be
Yeah,
catastrophic for black.
right.
Actually, probably just loses this
Yeah.
position.
We're entering with the rooks.
Yeah, I mean, you've got both your rooks.
And suddenly
Yeah.
black regrets that he had taken the pawn on c2.
So knight fg5, knight d8, b4. Maybe you take on g4. Maybe the way you play it, and if he ever takes here, you just block. But even here, you
But this is
c6,
c6, yeah.
and
And
well, if bishop c6, you've got this idea,
that's great. Yeah.
winning the two pieces, and
If you take with the knight, then the pawn on
then
f7
f7 is hanging.
is hanging.
There are all sorts of tactics
A
happening
lot
here.
of tactics, even with the
Lots
queen's
of
off.
tactics here, lots. So I wonder if Dominguez is now.
He's considering this kind of
Oh,
tricks.
absolutely.
Actually, he has to.
Yeah,
Because if
he's a pawn down.
he's a pawn down.
Yeah.
So if black managed to consolidate, get his pieces out, then he will enjoy just his slight material advantage. But white is looking for this kind of tricks. Perhaps moves like b4 are possible here as well, although there's not a clear follow-up yet. No, probably knight fg5 makes sense.
Knight g5 definitely feels like. But can you go hg4? Can you just ignore that f7 pawn?
Well,
Crazy, huh?
if I
If you
take on f7,
well, I've got a few ways, but let's say I play rook takes h3.
maybe the other knight is now coming to g5.
And that looks
You're attacking the rook, and my next move will
is
be
gonna
e6.
e6. Yeah. Now that looks bad, right? So knight fg5.
Critical move.
Very, very interesting. Could get very exciting. Could get very, very exciting, that game. And
So what black needs to play knight d8 probably. And I like the idea of b4. I'm not sure if it's the best move, but it's very sharp. And black is under pressure, I think.
yeah,
From a practical point of view, it's easier to play white's position. Even your material down, you just go forward with your pieces, and you'll see how it goes.
there's even ideas. I mean, this isn't going to happen, but this little tactic is also
It's something
the sort
you-
of thing in the air.
Sure.
So very, very spicy game there, and Dominguez about 15 minutes up on the clock, so he's going to have a think about that. But definitely some chances. Let's go to Aronian or so, because after rook a b8 here, the last time we saw it, Robert, he played rook dc1,
As
which
expected.
was as expected, and actually he took on f3. Very interesting. So now he gives up the bishop and played bishop d2 like this, rook d1. So what's the idea? Well, I think the idea is clearly that now he has some dark square grip. So maybe here
Bishop f4 probably.
bishop f4, for example, and but white might come in. Maybe is he thinking about coming in? Rook d7, and if you go knight e5, I've got a choice of pawns to take. I don't really mind if you take my f3 pawn, I think. So something like this could get actually quite dangerous for black.
Yeah. Probably it's better to keep some grip on the dark squares. Perhaps knight e5 right now is not the best move, but there are some other options. Perhaps you can take simply on c5.
Yeah.
And if you trade rooks,
Well, you can play knight takes b8.
that's what I miss. Little.
But
Uh,
you could say
still, yeah.
and something like this. Well,
No, rook
c8.
rook c8.
Yeah,
rook
rook
c8.
c8, and that's
Putting the rook behind the post pawn, and
that's serious actually. That's because the bishop does a really great job of
supporting.
supporting. So actually, I'm not keen on that at all for Aronian. But actually, he played bishop c3.
Which makes sense as well, as you have some control over the d4 square. So you may even consider moves like knight d4 next.
But what happens here after rook bc1?
Right. So
You're just going to come back. Let's say you come back here. And there's no way to exploit the weak c file.
yeah, if you take on
Take
d6,
it,
rook
rook
takes,
takes.
and
And that's fine.
yeah, black is more than fine actually, I think. But nothing serious actually as well. So I think black is doing okay. What do you think?
I think it all depends on one move, one tempo.
Exactly, yeah.
I think black is either going to be totally fine and he's saved by a move, or if white has white has a slight initiative here, clearly.
But look at the clock. Look at the clock. This is also an issue which you should bear in mind, as white is about almost an hour more on the clock.
Wow. Levon has been playing very quickly
Yeah.
this tournament. He's always up on the clock.
Well prepared,
Right.
surprising his opponents. So that's interesting, and we have some moves actually in Hare Krishna. Actually, it's just one move. I just closed this board, I think, and where is it? This one.
Rook c4, bishop b6. Play.
So white played after bishop a7. Hare Krishna played rook c4.
And Caruana just came back with the bishop.
Yeah. Is this a potential repetition?
No, I don't think so.
It's pretty hard to believe, but suddenly the
Maybe.
bishop.
I mean, I don't think that's Hare Krishna's style to repeat, but he's giving Hare Krishna the opportunity, isn't he, to repeat if he wants. But I'm not sure. I think though, if we are going to get a repetition, we're going to get it in Giri Gelfand. Look what happened here, because after we had f5, e5, h6, rook b1, bishop f8, a4, okay, knight a5, okay, rook c2, now knight c6, and even though you're not threatening the pawn on d4 immediately,
You're giving a message, yeah, now with this knight going back.
yeah, I mean, if you play, did he play rook c4 again?
He's thinking, but
Well, if rook c4, then this is a sort of, because what the problem I have with white's position is, what do you do here?
exactly.
Yeah.
No, black is everything under control.
Right.
Pawns are well protected. He has this d5 square, which gives black always the opportunity to extend his position, and in general, it's pretty hard to do. I mean, the problem is you have to defend the pawn on d4 with your minor pieces,
Yeah.
so it's pretty hard to improve your bishop and knight. And if you don't play rook c4, you play a random move. Black may even consider playing a move like knight to b4,
Mm-hmm.
attacking the rook and going to d5.
Mm-hmm.
So that's probably the reason why Anish will play rook c4, gaining control over the b4 square.
Now I think Anish. Now I think it's clear that he's got nothing from this game. I think
No.
I'm finding it very difficult to find a constructive plan for white due to the pressure black has on this d4. So I think rook c4, and maybe Boris will play on though. Maybe Boris will play on. But no, I think Anish is. And look at the game, Najditch, very similar to what we were looking at. Actually, he did take this knight off, and e3. This is the position, and not rook ac8, but of course the pawn on a7 is hanging sometimes. So rook
Some
fc8.
details, yeah.
But you're right. I think this position, black has enough activity.
Oh, but even after a move like rook ac1,
Rook FC1,
fc1, I don't think there's a need to trade rooks or try
Maybe
to double.
rook
But
c6.
rook c6 actually is a good move, simply intending to double rooks. But if you take on c6, you can
You can think about taking with the pawn,
exactly, and
or you can even take with the queen. Either or, because rook d1. Rook. Well, this might be slightly uncomfortable, so maybe you take with the pawn.
still, if you have to choose side, I will
Yeah.
definitely take white here.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
But
So rook fc1, maybe not rook c6. You've also got rook c4. That's an idea.
and if you take on c4,
Well, maybe you can take this way.
right?
Rook c1, rook c8,
And if you take on a7,
and I
you
take
take
on
on b2.
and then you can take here. I think unless there's some weird. Yeah, that's unfortunate. That works for White. So still some tactics in the position.
Unbelievable.
Yeah,
So,
absolutely. So maybe White still does have that little edge. I'm expecting Rook FC1. And Anish has not played Rook C4.
he's playing for more. He declined it.
He declined
Silent
it.
draw offer.
Silent. Yeah, interesting. He played King F1. Not so sure. I'm not so sure. I wonder how ambitious he is being here. But apart from that, all the games are looking pretty steady. So
Yeah.
maybe this is, again, a good time for us just to take a short pause. Thanks for joining
Thank
me
you.
here, Robert. No, I think we've got a lot of interesting games to be played today. Especially for me, Dominguez Nakamura, Hari
he'll be
Krishna
great.
Caruana are the ones that are... even Van Vele Rapport can get quite interesting, but certainly Dominguez Nakamura, it's one of those ones, it's on a knife edge, so we'll keep an eye on that. Stay tuned, we'll be back in a few minutes for more coverage of today's round. Hello, welcome back if you were with us before, and welcome if you've just joined us. This is the Tata Steel Chess Tournament in Wijk aan Zee. I'm your host, Lawrence Trent, and joining me again is International Master Robert Riss. We are right in the middle of this round now. We have all 6 games still going on. Some look a bit more interesting, or exciting, I should say, than others. Certainly the ones that come to mind are Dominguez Nakamura and Hari Krishna Caruana, Robert. So what do you think? Hari Krishna's just played a really interesting...
Yeah, let's move on to that game, because we have been looking at some interesting ideas connected with e5, bringing the bishop on c2 into the game again. But instead, white played f4, which basically has similar intentions. You simply preparing move like e5 right now.
Right.
And I think one of the problems for black is that he cannot really take that pawn on f4, because then I suppose a move like queen f3, but perhaps e5 is even stronger.
Well, e5 or queen f3,
Yeah.
and that seems to be...
I think actually that if you play queen f3, queen f3, you can still put the knight on g6.
Yeah, actually the other problem is a nice little move is knight d5.
Oh
as
yeah,
well.
that's even better. Yeah, that's a nice one.
That's a nice move. But my original instinct told me e5
Yeah.
must be the way to play.
Yeah, that's a very nice move, because if you take that pawn, suddenly the 4th rank has been opened, and the rook supports the bishop now.
So the question is, you probably can't take on f4.
You can probably take on f4, but then you have a serious problem actually. Or
Yeah.
maybe you can take, but you cannot
then-
take on.
but
on
If you
e5.
queen h4 runs into rook g4, and that's
Sure.
another problem. So where do you put the queen? Queen h6 runs
looks-
in. It looks horrible.
Oh,
Just
yeah.
queen g4, and there's too much.
Uh,
So
one second. After queen g4, queen h6,
Yeah.
queen g4. Is it possible to take on e5?
take on e5 here. Aha. Let me have a think.
But it looks very suspicious actually. Perhaps you can take first on
Maybe you can do
d6.
that. Maybe you can do that. So hold on, knight takes f4, e5. Queen
You have to
h6.
Keep the
You
knight
can also
protected.
maybe. I mean, that is a bad pin. So what happens if we just
Yeah, but I was thinking maybe you can
queen takes?
Queen takes, yeah.
So e d6, queen d6,
You're attacking the rook as well.
just about, and then you're going to follow up with knight g6, and or even there's some nasty check on d5 here
Sure,
as
yeah.
well. Okay, let's have another think here. Is there any... I can't see one.
Maybe black holds on.
Yeah, I can't see one. So
But it requires a very deep calculation, I suppose, a lot of tactical ideas. And
yeah.
okay, but probably you have to take, because if you ignore
Wow.
that f1 e5 is coming,
Right. Not even e5. You've got f5, e5,
everything,
and these just come.
Yeah,
They just come down the board. No, I think you're pretty much forced to take.
yeah, it's a critical continuation.
And what if, I don't know, I play queen g4 here? Does that make any sense? And my idea was, where are you going to put this knight? If you come back to g6, I wanted to follow up with f4 again, the second f4.
That's how you use double pawns.
Yeah, exactly. And remember, the material is equal here. So maybe this...
It looks very nice for white, but
Yeah.
on the other hand, his king may be a little bit too exposed in the corner, but
Maybe. Interesting. A lot of tactics
Yeah.
happening there. It's going to take. I think
next
Caruana's
couple of moves will be very critical.
Yeah. Let's go to.
Dominguez Nakamura.
Well, that's knight EG5. So we'll keep a hold on that one. Let's just check out the other games for the moment. There've been a lot of moves in Giri Gelfand. This is the position. So Boris got his knight to D5. We can see how that happened.
Because there was
He went King F1. This is the last time we saw the position. And we thought Rook C4, Knight A5, Rook C2 would be a repetition. But he played King F1, allowing Knight B4. Now after Rook C4, so he got his knight to that very good looking outpost. And now Giri, because here I think, yes, you have to play A5. Otherwise, if B6 comes, Black can slowly make a pass pawn.
And even in certain lines you have to be careful that you're not losing the A-pawn. A move like knight B6 may be an option as well. And the pawn on A4 is...
No, A5 looks...
A5 looks a good move. And...
King F7.
King F7, yeah, and white plays Bishop D2.
Well... Now what is the question for Black? It's one of those positions where you get your pieces on what look like their optimum squares, their optimum positions.
Both sides actually.
Both sides in some way. And now, how do you improve? Well, there's this break here with G5. Clearly, that's something. If you could get G5 in somehow, then that would be good. But I just don't see a way, because this H6 pawn is so Bishop E7 is clearly a mistake due to Bishop H6. So how else? Well, you could also think about exchanging rooks. I suppose Black would be a lot happier here if all the rooks were off the board. So maybe rook. But you can't play rook C7 because it's impossible.
Yeah. But at least it's an idea you should keep in mind. Perhaps you can prepare it by putting first both of your rooks on the 7th. Perhaps rook E7 or rook E8. And next move you can play the other rook to D7, intending to play rook C7, offering the trade of rooks and keeping control of the pawn on B7. It looks a bit odd. You're putting your rook in front of your bishop.
I'm not sure about it.
Yeah.
Something's telling me there's something wrong. I'm not quite sure why it is wrong, but feels a bit. But maybe.
But still, White may also consider now the pressure has been gone on the pawn on D4. He may try to improve the knight on F3. So perhaps an idea like knight E1, knight D3, intending to go to C5 indeed. I'm not sure if it's right now the best, but yeah, if Black follows the plan by putting rooks on the 7th, rook C7, and perhaps Black is in time, as a move like knight C5 right now runs into B6. And you can take once, but the knight is pinned, so...
Interesting.
Actually, I think it's not a bad idea to double rooks on the 7th. But we'll see what Boris will do.
Aronian.
He played. Oh, sorry.
What did he play?
He played B6 instead.
He played B6. Okay, so he's played B6. All right. Well. Okay, he's getting his passed pawn.
Interesting.
Mm-hmm.
So if you take, the question is, how will you recapture? With the A-pawn, I suppose, or?
Yeah, with the A-pawn. Or do you recapture with the knight? Maybe you recapture with the knight. I'm not really sure.
Well, in both cases, the pass pawn is not running fast.
No, but No, I think you take with the A pawn. I think you take with the A pawn. Because now black has another file to try and come down.
Yeah, actually that's one of the ideas of trading that pair of pawns.
Yeah,
Actually that's a good idea, I think.
yeah. And this knight does a fantastic job of... And black is just solid.
Holding. Yeah.
He's holding everything. He's got everything under control. Maybe Giri might even be a bit worse here. Because, I mean, I really like this idea of coming in. I don't think you should take those pawns.
Yeah, that's what I think as well.
I don't think
And
you
the
should
pawn on
take...
a5 is protected by the bishop, so you can keep the tension for a while.
I don't think you should take... Yeah, I think a move like king g2 or some... No, a takes b6 feels a bit premature, releasing that tension. So, interesting. And look at Hari Krishna Caruana.
Yeah,
This has exploded into action. And we had... Well, after f4, I thought you could take... Maybe there was a tactical
Yeah.
problem that we haven't seen. But here, Caruana played c5, and Hari Krishna has replied e5.
Yeah, this is great action. This is great action.
This
so,
is...
white's attacking the queen, and if you take on e5, I suppose you're about to recapture with the d pawn. Well, maybe with the f pawn is a possibility as well.
Yeah, well, I mean, we'd have to look at
But
both.
this looks
But
great.
D pawn looks great
It
though.
looks
I mean,
great.
that looks really good. So where is he going to go here after e5? Is he just going to play? Well, queen. You can't go queen h6 now because that runs into f5. And with every pawn move, white's gaining a tempo on the queen. Queen e7. And maybe queen e7's the right move. Wow,
It's getting very sharp. I'm thinking like about some crazy idea. I'm not sure if it's good.
I know what you're thinking. You're thinking of f5. Aren't you?
Yeah, but right now it's not possible. I think because
Well, I'm not entirely sure. Ah, because there's check
this
also.
check queen b7. Yeah, that's the problem.
That is a
I
problem.
spotted too late.
Right. So old e5 played. He did play queen e7. So we now have this position on the board. So very important position, critical moment in this match. Wow.
Well, you should also look after moves like queen h5, but then still there's the move g6, and the knight can come to g7 next. So, interesting.
It's one of those positions where white's extended so much. Black only needs one move to consolidate
Right.
here, and white could potentially fall apart. His position could just collapse. Those pawns in the centre, a few exchanges, and suddenly the position gets quite serious. So,
How does white follow up here? Because
white needs a good move.
He needs to do something, because otherwise,
he needs a really good move here. Well,
black is about
yeah, he's
to
just threatening c takes d4 quite
Yeah.
simply. So
I'm not sure what's going. Maybe it's an idea to bring the rook over to the third rank. I don't think it's a good idea, but after c takes d4, maybe it's too primitive to put your bishop back on c1. But the rook on the fourth rank isn't doing anything.
it's an interesting
right now.
idea.
All the pawns are on the fourth rank, so there's no space for the rook to make a switch to the other side. But okay, suddenly you're threatening now. Well, it may not you're threatening, but there are moves like queen h5 and rook h3, and suddenly black's king is coming under
Well, you're
attack.
threatening bishop takes h7 check, and king h7, queen h5 check, king
Exactly.
g8, rook h3, and black can resign.
So
That looks like it's a two, unless you can get away with f5 there. But even that looks. I mean, there are all sorts of attacking
yeah.
ideas. So Hari Krishna, who's got 36 minutes versus Caruana's 28, he needs to find something immediately. He needs to find but it feels like white. It really, I mean, black needs a move to consolidate, but it feels like, I don't know, my feeling is that white is really close to having something. Really close. Okay, well, we are going to welcome another guest now, Robert.
Okay.
Thank you for joining me.
Yeah, thank you. It was my pleasure.
Yeah,
Hans. Good luck.
thanks. And I'm delighted to be introducing, I know this term is used a lot, but this is 100% truth, a legend of Dutch chess, somebody I've never met before, but somebody who, of course, I've followed when I've been playing over the years, Grandmaster Paul van der Serren.
Well,
nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
How are you?
Lawrence. Thank you. But let's not exaggerate, okay?
Well, I understand that it is far from an exaggeration because you played a candidates match here in 1993, was it? Against
94.
94
exactly
against
20 years ago.
20 years ago
Yeah.
you played against Gadakowski here.
Yeah.
How is it being back here?
Well, I've been back many times,
Yeah,
of course.
yeah.
Last time I played in this tournament actually was 98.
So it's been a while.
Yeah, that was some jubilee, perhaps the 70th tournament, a very strong tournament. And after that, I wasn't invited back. And in fact, I stopped playing a few years after that. I stopped playing chess in 2001.
And what do you do now? Are you
And,
retired now? Or are you-
Yeah, I actually am retired. That's
Okay.
right. Yes, not doing anything useful except that I've been writing a number of chess books since my retirement. First about openings.
Mhm.
I've written a sort of elementary guide for openings,
Mhm.
which has been translated in English as fundamental chess openings. And after that, I've also had the shamelessness to write a book about myself, about my opening, about my chess career.
Oh, great.
And
okay.
that was really very nice to do. I mean, to just not be embarrassed at all and present your own career like you want to present it.
Yeah.
With all the ups and downs, and that's been.
And where can people get that book?
Well, it's only in Dutch.
It's only Dutch,
Yes.
but for all of our Dutch audience, and we've got thousands watching us at the moment.
Mhm.
Where can they get this book? Is there a
Yeah, it's been published by New in Chess
New in Chess? Okay,
in 2011, I think. It's 2.5 years now.
okay.
It's called Zwart op Wit, black on white.
Oh, okay.
Black on white.
On white.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Great.
Which is set Dutch expression with
It-
several connotations.
Okay.
It's, impossible to translate.
Okay. Well, I'll let the Dutch audience work that one out.
Yeah.
You obviously, despite being retired, still follow chess. I take it. Look at some of the-
A little bit. Yes. I have been here many times. I've been done commentary
Okay.
in the great tent, which is now
I heard.
unfortunately not present.
Right.
So yes, I've been following chess a little bit. I also know of your many
Well, I wouldn't.
commentary sessions in the top tournaments
Well,
the last years.
I've been very fortunate. Let's put it like that. So
Yeah, but I've enjoyed that enormously.
thank you. Well, it's great to have you here. Now, the good news is you're a very strong player, and you can help me
What?
try and understand. I'll just throw you in at the deep end with this
Mhm.
Harry Krishna game.
Excellent.
We've been
That's,
looking
what
at
I
this.
prefer.
This is the position on the board.
Mhm.
Queen e7, just played by Caruana. White, look, his attack feels like it's got a lot of potential, but
yeah.
then again, one move, two moves, Caruana, and suddenly there's nothing.
Yeah, it's not a position where white has all the trumps, isn't it?
Yes.
I mean, you can imagine black holding on and then getting a better endgame or
Yeah.
something with the broken up pawn structure. So yes, it looks really promising, but I should say it's a matter of very precise calculation. I mean, if white is really unfortunate, then he simply has nothing. How's the times, by the way?
Time is, we've got Harry Krishna is on 31 minutes, Caruana on 28, so practically identical time.
Yeah, so they're doing all right. They're not in real time trouble yet. Well, obviously, I suppose you have been looking at moves like d5,
Well, d5,
f5.
well, yeah, certainly f5, bishop takes h7 check, all of these crazy.
Yeah. Well, d5 is nothing, of course, because you just take the rook. So that
What about? Let me just play a silly move.
So assume that black will take
Yep.
back, and she will do a check.
And I want to go f5.
And now
There's a problem because if you take my rook, I wanted to go. I mean, I just want to go crazy here, right? I want to go f6,
queen b7 check,
but queen b7 check is a huge problem, I assume.
rook g2, and then I suppose black must now
You can
be
even
able to
go
consolidate.
g6.
Yeah.
Also looks strong.
Yeah.
No, it looks like it's too much. But it's one of those positions where you're one move away from.
Absolutely.
You know, let's say this rook were not attacked.
If I were white here, I would waste an enormous lot of time and then probably get into real trouble because no time left. Yeah, what about a normal move? Let's say something silly like pawn takes c5.
Yeah, after dc5, I was wondering if black's intention was to.
Yeah, it's not quite
Because if you
clear.
take that way, I sort of feel happy with white. I feel like the tension's
Yeah.
been, I don't know, rook c4 or something.
Rook c4 gives away queen b7
Bishop
check,
e4
but
check.
that doesn't matter yet, yeah, because bishop b4, so that's not a problem. So now black would have time to play a normal move, like rook a d8, which is probably not very useful because white still wants to go queen h5 anyway.
Now, yeah, exactly. Queen h5 followed by f5, something like this.
Yeah, that's really dangerous. So this gives you a clear idea of what white will do, want to do.
I don't know if I like d takes. I mean, originally my feeling was, can you take this way?
Well, why not? If f5, I suppose you'll plant your knight on d4. Do you have anything?
Well, I might even.
take.
I
that.
might take it.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's any good, but I might just take that off.
Yeah, but because unfortunately now that we've played f5, we can't go bishop takes h7 anymore.
Right.
Yeah. This
Very difficult positions.
Doesn't look like white is already winning. No, it's not a matter of finishing him off, I think. We have to be somehow more modest.
Tough one.
Yeah.
Should we have a look at the other games? Because I'm going to throw an equally as difficult game.
By the way, have you looked at the queen h5 at all?
Yeah, we did. We did.
G6,
and then
F5.
g6, f5, knight g7 was our. Also, I'm wondering if you can just take.
Probably you can. Yes. Yeah. It's just not strong enough, is it? I mean, you can take the knight. You can play f6, but it just doesn't destroy black.
No, yeah, because after f6 you've got queen b7 check, and that's annoying.
No, okay, this well, it's got stuck here. Yeah.
Let's look at another game. Let's look at now. Dominguez Nakamura is also. It got rather complex. A few moves ago, knight e4, bishop d7 was played by Nakamura, and Robert and I were thinking, well, you're going to put something on g5.
Seems the obvious thing to do, yes.
And he did it with the e knight. We had an exchange, and then he won a pawn, and Nakamura just carries on.
Yeah, I'm quite sure I've seen him play this sort of position before. I mean, turning this really quiet endgame into some highly complicated tactics. I've seen him do that before, but obviously this is not theoretical, or they would be having no time on the clock used. So this is the position that the actual position.
Actually, Dominguez has just played the very interesting king g3.
Wants to force matters. Either unpin the knight or get it resolved. I mean, bishop takes f3, king f3. It looks so good for white, doesn't it?
It does look good for white. I'm not sure what Hikaru's doing here, because after king g3...
Yeah, if you move the knight, I suppose the bishop, I mean, he'll play knight.
Where do you wanna
3,
move?
G5. Well,
So if you go here,
well, probably F5 rather, so you
Yeah.
can't be attacked.
so bishop f5,
Yeah.
okay.
Now, probably knight 3 to G5. The other knight to G5.
Knight 3, g5.
And now E6 is.
Yeah, and
Becoming
and
really
you're basically
serious.
going to not hesitate in taking that off and playing
Mhm.
this, right?
Yeah.
Looks just over.
Well,
Looks
rook
finished.
takes C7 is terrible.
E7 is in the air.
Yeah. So that
King D4.
suggests that you'd perhaps rather take on F3.
Okay, you take this guy off. King
But
to-
of course now E6 is real threat.
And I
Was
sp-
a threat anyway.
It's the same thing, right?
You can't stop it, can you? Yeah. So is there any sort of
Well,
defense
maybe you got
could-
rook
it's
C5
something like that.
now.
Yeah.
And if E7, King D7,
Right.
I don't know. And then some random ending.
If you take the bishop and rook on C5
Yeah, and you can get
and
these. Check.
you retain that dangerous f pawn, so it's looking okay for white. But on the other hand,
Well,
you haven't got anything else left. It's only that f pawn.
yeah.
So yeah, drawish.
Yeah, I'm not totally convinced this is
No, this is certainly not clearly winning. Yeah.
very, very, very tricky position. Very tricky. But instinctively, I think white feels like he should have something here.
Well, you can't say otherwise, can you? I mean,
No,
these
I mean-
two connected passed
I mean, they're
pawns.
huge
The
pawns.
black king side.
Look at these pawns.
Queen side, actually. Yeah. I mean, you must favor white in this position, but
No, absolutely.
it's possible that with very precise defense.
Absolutely.
Of course, Nakamura is known for his accurate defense, and if there is something for black, then he'll find it.
Let's go to something a bit more sterile. Let's have a look at what you think about this position in Karyakin. Not as exciting,
That is sterile, isn't
Yeah.
it?
just a bit more sterile.
Yeah.
Has black got it a decent enough control here to hold the balance, do you think?
Yeah, I would certainly not expect this to be winning for white. But then, in practice, these things are always difficult. The problem in this position, in that sort of position against a really strong player, is that there's no easy draw. So it's going to be a long game and plenty of opportunity for making slight mistakes.
A rather large mistake for all of you who haven't seen this at home is you can't play rook g4, although that would be desirable because d4 is check, and it's a discovered check.
Yeah, so you are losing the queen.
Well, I think you can play queen e4,
Oh, right, of course.
but okay, that's
You've lost all your advantage.
yeah, and actually black could be better because of these pawns, so you can't do
This
that.
doesn't work. No.
No.
No, the thing is rather, I think that black could be brought in Zugzwang, because obviously his two major pieces are defending d5 now. But what is his next move?
Queen e6, I was thinking maybe he's trying to do here.
Yeah, that would be solid. Yes, that would be perfectly okay. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, if you do that, Queen b8 check won't be a problem.
No.
And if you exchange the queens, well, white cannot seriously hope to do anything there, I would say. So, yeah.
Feels like that's...
That would be the next move, yes. Yeah.
We should also
Drawish, must be drawish.
note that there's a very interesting game currently happening in the Challengers event between the two leaders, Saric and Jobava. This is there used to be 3 groups here. There are now
Yeah.
only 2 this
Yeah.
year,
Yeah.
called the Challengers.
Yeah.
And these guys are on 5 out of 6
Mhm.
each. And Saric Jobava, you can always expect excitement with Bardord. He plays extremely creative chess.
Yeah.
Black here, but he looks like he is in huge trouble,
He
in my
really
opinion.
certainly needs all the creativity that he can get
White's
to
just
get away.
marching this pawn up the
Yeah,
board.
it's a very simple idea, very simple plan, and he cannot be stopped really. So you must find some sort of counterplay. Of course, he's very near getting some counterplay. For instance, you would like to put the black pawn on c3, but if that cannot be done, of course, there's also the back rank. It doesn't seem to be an issue. I mean, actually, I
Just feels
really don't see anything.
Just feels totally gone. I think Bardord is on the verge of losing here.
Yeah.
We've got a shot of him there in the white jumper.
Could you play queen? No, there's no.
I can't even suggest a.
No, queen f8 perhaps, and if g7, then you take off the knight.
Uh-huh.
Let him promote, and that might actually be holdable.
Yes.
Yeah, even if you just take off the pawns on b3, I think it should not be a win for white, and probably it's not necessary to take on b3.
No.
I mean, yeah. So queen f8, maybe he's still hanging on. Yeah. And if white protects the knight, queen e5. Well, you still have queen g7. It's not very nice, but...
What about something like queen c3?
Yeah, that will... Well, queen g7 I think is forced now.
Ah, and then your idea is queen g7, yeah.
Now, of course you can take the pawn, but that's the least of black's worries, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe queen
This
f8 is the only move here.
Yeah.
Well,
Well, it's logical in a way because, of course, the g-pawn is incredibly strong, but it's only the g-pawn that white has. I mean,
That's right,
If
yeah.
if you can neutralize that, then there must be some hope left. Yeah. Still, it's looking good for white, of course. And
Alright.
anything between Timon and Reinemann?
Timman Reinemann, yep, we'll have a look at Timman Reinemann because that's an important game as well. And this is the position as it stands. Pawn count. Jan Timman has an extra pawn.
Yes. Black to move, so he could take on e2, but then pawn takes g6 and black will not be able to take back with the pawn.
Right, you've even got rook d7 check straight away. And rook e7 hg6
Yeah.
would be
Yeah.
terminal. That's
Pretty
resignable,
disastrous,
actually. Yeah.
yes.
So,
So you can't take on e2. That's
yeah, and then some ending like this.
oh right. Yeah. That might still be tricky.
Might still be tricky, yeah.
Yeah.
So maybe you can
There's
take
some
him.
fights left here for black, I'm sure.
You can see Reindemann there with the purple hair.
Yes.
He's known here, I know, for having extravagant hair colours.
Yeah, he has been making a tradition of that, I think, in his very first tournament here, which must have been around '93. I think he already did that. And he made all the headlines, with
Absolutely,
his hair.
yeah.
From the start, it was all about Reinemann.
Well, he's Dutch champion, of course.
He's Dutch champion. Yeah.
So, what did he do? Let's actually see.
King e6.
He played king e6.
Okay. So he's just preventing white from playing rook d7.
Yeah.
And he accepts that he's pawn down and he has to struggle.
So Timon
will play perhaps rook d3. You can exchange one rook. I'm not sure if that's useful. Probably better keep the rook.
Keep
because
the
the
rooks.
white rooks are both active,
So I like your suggestion of rook d3. I like that.
and now, yeah, black is struggling. A pawn down.
Yeah.
It's not a clear loss, but
right.
certainly no compensation at all.
Right. Okay.
Yeah. Well, one thing Timon is still very good at is endgames.
Yeah,
I mean, he's
absolutely.
always been brilliant at endgames, but that is one of his strengths that has really remained, you know.
I suppose when you get older, you do lose some.
Yeah, certainly I can testify to that. You lose just about everything, everything, but some things worse than others. And I think if you have a very good endgame skill, like Timon has had, exceptional endgame skills all through his career, you don't lose much of that, I'm sure. And well, tactics and conditional problems are the main weaknesses. If you get all that means lapses of concentration, getting tired after a few hours of play. That are the logical weak points. Some people manage to sort of camouflage that by doing a lot of physical exercise and denying that they ever did anything wrong. I mean, denying that you make a blunder when you make a blunder. But that's the normal weakness of elderly players. But Timon has, I think, maintained his endgame skills to a fantastic level.
Okay. Going back to the Masters then here, Paul, and I see that in Karjakin Nidic we've had some repetition. I don't know, I think that's already ended actually. Queen f5, queen e6, queen d3, queen c6, and so on and so forth.
Okay. Yeah.
So I think that's,
Yeah.
I think Karjakin's given up trying to win that one.
Yeah.
But one interesting game that we haven't looked at yet is Van Velde Rapport, and look at Luke's knights just sitting pretty in the middle of the board, attacking everything.
Yeah.
And well, unless it's an illusion, it looks as though white should be better. But
Yeah, must be better for whites. Knights like that.
oh, and Karjakin has played on, by the way.
Has,
He just
okay.
repeated to.
Yeah. I did think it was a little too modest to accept a draw immediately. Yeah, the problem is for black in this position is that the white knights sort of exclude his rooks from active positions. Well, you can play rook b2, it's true.
Rook b2. Not easy, is it, though? I mean,
It's not much. I mean, if you can find nothing better than to take on e6, then nominally white is slightly better, but hard to see how he can improve that position. And if you don't take on e6, then what's the plan? Black will play knight d4 if necessary.
knight d4.
Well, I mean, if it would be his move.
If it were
he
his move.
He could play knight d4. I'm just looking for a plan.
It's tough. White.
Yeah, rook c3 is a possibility to protect the knight on c5, give some. And now, well, basically it's a solid position for black. There are not many weaknesses. It's just that these knights are so wonderfully placed. I suppose you'll start attacking them. Knight b4.
Yeah, well, that's exactly it. Knight b4 might be in the air, as Phil Collins would say. All you youngsters out there don't get that. Don't worry. Let's move on.
I see that Hare Krishna against Caruana has simplified.
Yes,
considerably.
Let's have a look at that. Hare Krishna Caruana. Well, look at
But
this.
it is
All
a
the
pawn up
pawns.
now.
Okay, So he's always been a pawn up.
Oh, right.
It was this Archangel line
Of
where
course.
you
Yes, yeah,
you
yeah.
you win a pawn,
So he
but
simply
he
exchanged.
exchanged everything. But how big is this for white really now?
Mm.
Are the queens being forced off?
Well, the alternative is to take on c5, but I suppose white would like to exchange queens, don't you think? Or are you still thinking about a kingside attack?
Are we being a bit ambitious?
Well, it's true, it would be nice.
you want a queen h5?
Well, it's a possibility. I suppose he'll have to go g6,
You can try
f5.
but then I was wondering whether
Yeah, well,
No.
rook b7 is queen c6 check,
Check,
isn't it?
exactly.
Can't do that. So you don't have a good square for the rook now. In fact, I think rook b3 is the only square.
but now
Yeah, we're losing control.
yeah,
aren't we?
definitely
Yeah,
losing control.
Yeah. No, I think
There's something wrong with queen h5, isn't there? It
Yeah, I
doesn't
think he should try for the end game.
just take on d6.
Yes. Now we want to keep that pawn on f4, so we'd have to play a rook move like that, like rook c4. But black will go rook b8, rook c8. But if we get a chance to play f5, I think white is still...
Yeah, he just took the queen off, so that's now on the board.
Okay.
Bishop takes d6,
Mhm.
of course. And Hari Krishna has 11 minutes for 11 moves. So, and he played rook e4,
Mhm.
maybe a slightly better square.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Well, white is trying to win, but
Of course, yeah.
it's certainly not clear. It's a pawn, but it's a very small pawn.
Right.
Well, rook fc8 looks to me a natural move. Certainly not the only move.
Rook
Rook
fc8.
fc8, and then white will probably move his bishop. Bishop d3, perhaps bishop b3. Bishop b3. But then, all right. Yeah.
I think black's got a lot of active defensive options.
Yeah, I think he should have enough resources to hold the draw. Yeah. No, I wouldn't be sure if I were playing black. But, it looks like white doesn't have enough.
Right.
What
Okay.
else?
Aronian.
Has played B.
He did play rook b2,
Yeah.
so we got that one right. Let's go to Aronian. So,
And Nakamura, you see, he has played bishop back to f5,
okay,
allowing.
let's go to that game first. Nakamura. Well, knight 7 g5, so not knight 3 g5, but he just retreated this knight.
Right.
Keeps a bit more control in some
Yeah,
ways.
except that it also gives away knight d8. I mean, we're looking at knight d4, but now he's got the alternative.
But now
knight
I'm
d8.
wondering whether you just play b4.
Yeah, I suppose he must now play king b7.
King b7.
And then maybe next move could be knight e6.
King b7. Well, hold on a second. Let's go back. Let me be a caveman.
Yes, okay,
Okay,
that's it.
I don't want you to blockade my pawn, so I'll just get rid of it.
That's it, exactly what you should do. Okay, we'll have to take and either e6 or rook d1 check first.
Yes, that's also
could be stronger too.
Actually, yeah, I like that. Because if you go... Oh, rook d1 check, king e8.
Now
E6.
Black is almost smothered. What can you play? I mean, maybe you can get away with rook d8 check.
Rook d8.
Rook d8, yeah.
Feels,
no check.
Feels thin, doesn't it? Well, okay,
It
minimum.
certainly does.
Minimum.
Yeah, you can collect.
But even rook d1 check might not be.
No.
Might just be able to go e6 straight away.
No. So it looks terrible,
right? It looks terrible for black. It just looks awful.
Yeah.
Looks totally busted.
Yeah.
So knight 7 g5, and Hikaru Nakamura is shaking his head.
Yeah, he is not looking very self-confident, is he?
No, you can tell by his body language. Yeah, you can tell that he's.
Well, it strikes me, Ray, that we are looking at this position as if it's still a very, very exciting position. But if you look at it very naively, these two connected pawns, it's just terrible. But he's found a move. Bishop
He's played
H6.
bishop h6.
Wow.
I didn't expect that, but
It doesn't prevent white from playing e6. Or does it? I don't think so. Of course, there are other moves. You can play b4, but why shouldn't you play e6?
e6.
Alright, the bishop gets out of the way of the white e pawn, which is going to come to e7. So, if nothing better, you can take on g5, and you can't lose that bishop anymore because it's been exchanged. There's also a knight d4 possibility. Maybe he's just in time to play knight d4, because then if e7...
You mean knight d4 here?
Yeah. If e7, you can play king d7. Sort of. Yeah. Even rook takes is strong.
I'm not sure. But what about just... Well, no, these pawns are just... You're just letting the pawns come up the board.
This is
I'm not sure about
carrying.
knight d4. I wonder if there's another...
Well...
Is it time to get rid of a knight?
That can't hurt. Yeah.
And now... well, this is... You can even just... You know...
No, this is crashing. Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's... Oh, I thought that was mate. And...
almost.
feels like...
Knight d6 check is good enough. Yeah.
And
You
now...
can play whatever you want. e7 check. And
Just
F7 check.
e7 and
Yeah.
f7.
Yeah,
oh,
this
mate.
is beautiful. Yes.
Yeah. I think e6 looks like a complete winner. We've brought you in here, Paul, to try and find defences.
Yeah, sorry
you see.
about that. I'm not very good at that. And certainly not in this position, I think. Well, you could take off the pawn. Bishop takes e6, knight takes e6, then bishop takes f4, and rook f5. At least you've eliminated some enemies.
Wow. Find it hard to believe, a whole piece down that you can...
Well, if I could get the pawn, then...
Well...
I'm not so sure about this,
Yeah.
actually. This would still be a fight.
But I mean, I don't have to give up. I mean, I can also play...
No, you can play knight d5. That's more worrying, yes. That certainly is worrying.
It is a piece.
Yeah.
I don't believe that can work. I think it's totally gone.
It looks like it. Yeah, certainly looks like it.
What if he just plays... And also, king b7, you've got to contend with just rook d7 here as well.
And that's being modest. I mean, yeah, well, no, it's not being modest. It's fantastic. Yeah, this is...
I mean,
this is...
Nakamura then, on the verge. It looks like these two pawns in the current position are just going to be too much.
It's not that surprising.
And he's launching, and he's played e6. He's
Very
played
good.
e6,
Very
and
good.
it shouldn't really come as a surprise. Now, what defense?
He's still
And he's
got-
taken. He's played very quickly. He's taken on g5.
Okay, so he has already
He's
he's got a
recaptured.
plan.
So bishop g5, knight g5 on the board. And this is the other idea I thought of, but I did.
Course.
But
Still,
you know, bishop g5,
Yeah.
bishop e6.
yeah, you've got rid of one pawn.
Yeah,
That is a defense. It is true.
but you know what? When I was thinking, well, that's still a rather advanced.
Yes, but still I like it very much because you've eliminated all of the attacking possibilities and it's only that pawn. And with opposite colored bishops, it's not so easy to get the pawn past that white square, f7.
What about b4?
Yeah, that is excellent. Yeah, I suppose you'll
And-
have to play c4.
And then b5.
Mm-hmm.
And my idea is if knight d8, you can take on d8, king d8, f7 check, king d7, rook d1 check,
Wow.
and you
Yes.
cover.
Yes, excellent, excellent. Yeah. So he can't play knight d8, can he? Is there any alternative?
Well, you can also you can come.
Knight
Well, knight e5, rook
runs into rook
e1.
e1, I suppose.
Yeah, and that loses a piece. Knight
Mhm.
d3, thankfully,
yeah.
and that's
Yeah.
game over.
Yeah, yeah. So the only move would be knight a5 after you play b5.
But I'm really
that-
happy
Yeah,
you
that is
now.
even if you just play rook e1, I think, because now
Right,
the bishop.
rook e1.
Yeah, this is crushing. This is crushing. No, he can't.
Let's
one
have a
play it.
look.
No.
Is he going to play it? He's getting prepared. Arm is ready.
Well, if b4, you must try something else.
Well, I think after b4, he's more likely to play a move like a5,
and if b c5,
and then just go
b5.
b5.
That's it. That's it. Yes.
I
Very
think
good.
I think that's more likely.
Very good. Yeah. Still, rook e1 is strong here, because if knight d4, I play rook c d1.
Yeah. No, it feels like it feels close, right?
Black is hanging on.
Oh, you played rook e1 straight away, Paul.
But then you would expect knight d4. Of course, you can play b4 now.
Knight d4. Wow, that's interesting that he didn't play b4.
b4 looks really strong.
He's played knight d4.
Now, how can we break that defense? You can play bishop e3. I suppose knight
You
f5
can also
check.
Play rook cd1
Threatening to take on
to
d4.
take on d4.
So
And I'm not worried about the check because after knight f5 check, I just come up.
Yeah, that
That looks
only
wrong.
helps white.
So
And if
rooks-
king d7, I suppose you can
Well-
play f7, can't you?
Well, that might run into rook f8. I was wondering if I can just win a pawn.
Yeah, that is good enough. After you've won that pawn, then surely you must be winning.
The only hope is that, I don't know, something like this. Oh no, sorry, I can't do that.
No, you have to make sure you
I
don't
have
lose the bishop.
So, oh no, this has got to be hopeless.
Yeah,
Surely.
yeah, it's not good enough.
No?
No.
No, I feel like it's not. Okay, so
So maybe this was even safer because that defense you had against b4, that was still looking a bit tricky. Now black doesn't seem to have any counter chances.
let's move to Gary Galfand. It's been a while since we've been there,
Oh, yeah.
and look at how things have transformed here for Gary.
Wow.
Looks like, well, I say it looks okay for white, but black has got fantastic coordination with that knight on d5.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. So if
I think
what? Oh, it's black. Black.
it's
to
black to move here. Yeah, exactly.
So you could play b4. Just move on simply.
But I think there's a tactical. I thought there was a tactical trick, but maybe there isn't.
You want to take twice on
I
b4,
did, but you got
yeah,
rook c4 at the
yeah.
end. Right? Let's just show that originally.
Mhm.
I wanted to
That would be nice, but after rook c4,
rook
there's no
c4.
follow up, is there?
No,
No.
no. So b4 and
According to the plan, why not? If you don't have anything b4, surely
surely, yeah.
that's a good move. Doesn't look good for white, does it? If you can just play b4.
Rook a5 is an odd move.
Oh, that's his last move, yeah.
What was wrong with just
Blocking the pawn.
blockading it?
Yeah.
Well, knight b4, I suppose, is not desirable because you just whip that off, do you?
Yes, yes, and the knight is now really unassailable on d5. That must be terrible for white, doesn't it?
Yeah,
Must be.
with the pawn break still available.
Yeah, but bishop b4.
Okay,
that
so
would be what you would expect
yeah, that
at
was-
first sight.
But maybe you just do the same thing.
Knight d5, yes. Yeah, but then
But now,
maybe
no,
there's
it's
some hope. Although, of course, it's true that if you take an f8, you cannot really prevent black from playing b4. Maybe knight e3. Would the rook endgame be a chance? Well, I think that's possible.
yeah.
I think that's possible, that this is not trivial. But then, of course, we are talking about what could have happened.
Yes, that's always
So-
the problem with chess. We talk
Yeah.
about what could have happened. We can't. And he's played b4.
Okay.
This looks absolutely serious for white.
Well, it really, it's incomprehensible why you should play rook a5 if black has b4.
I don't understand this at all.
No. But I think he's playing on a
Oh,
move.
I see. Look at this. This is
Knight.
knight to the corner. What an interesting idea.
Yeah, you don't expect that, do you? But
And now
of
the
course,
point.
Yeah.
Now the tactic works.
Yeah. Yeah. Now it's okay. Yeah.
And if you
Beautiful.
can blockade.
Yeah. He's blockading the pawn.
What
on
an
b3.
ingenious little idea
Very
there
good.
by Anish.
Very good. You give away the knight on d5, of course. You couldn't hope to prevent the knight coming to d5, but the knight on b3, that's crucial. That's
The knight on
absolutely
b3
crucial.
really feels like a good
Yeah,
blockader.
Yeah, it's hard to see how you can eliminate that.
Yeah, maybe.
I mean, once the
Anish's-
knight comes to b3, what can black do? Well, of course, he can try all sorts of things.
I don't think black's in any trouble, of course, but
No, surely white should be the one who is in trouble or
we've got some news. It looks
defending.
It looks as though Levon Aronian, out of nowhere, literally out of nowhere, is completely winning.
Wow.
Just incredible. Let's just go back a few moves. We had the last time we saw it
Oh, yeah.
was around this point: Rook bc1, Knight b4, Bishop c4, Rook fc8, and now f4. So making use of the space advantage. Bishop takes.
Well, it really doesn't look like white is winning here, does it?
Well, maybe there's some tactical problem. There is a tactical problem.
Yep.
That knight has got no squares.
Yeah. Yeah.
What an incredible move!
So
Rook
easy.
a4.
Wow.
The knight is trapped momentarily, but you do have Rook d6, but clearly that runs into e5. Rook e6. Your pieces are now badly coordinated. Rook c2 threatening Bishop c4, winning the rook. Knight d8 just took the pawn off, and Bishop b5, and
Yeah. Black is in all sorts of trouble.
it's just the
And
end. The bishop's trapped.
The bishop's trapped.
The bishop on b2
That's
is
incredible.
that's just gone. That's just totally gone.
Fantastic.
No, So's just gonna resign here.
Well, you can take on e5 and hope to create a fortress. Well,
Okay, you take on e5.
well, it isn't looking good. It's not the sort of fortress that scares people off, but
Okay, you can fight, but
maybe
we
yeah,
really think
White is
Right.
going to win this.
You
yeah.
think White's going to win?
That's fantastic how he trapped all these pieces. Isn't
That's
it?
incredible. Yeah, that
On
was
an
really,
open board.
That was really incredible.
Yeah, study-like.
Yeah. Let's go back to very quickly. We'll have another look at the other games. We've had a handshake.
Yeah.
Oh, he's just resigned. Oh,
Okay.
oh well, look at that move here to finish it off. Bishop e3, uncovering an attack on the rook. And the point is that if you go rook takes a4, bishop takes a4, you've got rook c8 coming, and you can't go king g7 because bishop d4 wins the rook.
Yeah.
So, is there any defence here? Rook d5, and now you've got bishop h6 check.
Yeah, you could even throw in bishop h6 check.
Even before rook
even
takes,
before.
even
Yeah.
here, yeah.
Yeah. Well,
And
yeah.
No,
this
it's
rook
just-
h5. Yeah. Yeah. I mean. So it is. Yeah. Even taking back on a4, that's just good enough.
it's just good enough,
Yeah.
isn't it?
Yeah.
What a great win. So that means,
Fantastic. Fantastic.
ladies and gentlemen, that Aronian is on a storming 5 out of 6. Maybe this year is his year
Yeah.
to win this
Yeah.
tournament.
Yeah. He seems to need so little to win these
Yeah.
positions. Almost every time you have the feeling that it's just not enough. And every time he does
Yeah.
win.
Let's
he's
look at.
He's got a fantastic talent for making the most out of very tiny advantages, but in a tactical way mainly. I mean, it's not static at all. He's got some sort of endgame technique which is tactical rather than scientific.
Mhm.
Well, it's also scientific, of course. Anyway, it's a really... He's got a style of his own, I think.
Yeah, I
Right.
would agree with that.
Yeah.
We've got in the game Van Velde report. Let's quickly go there. Van Velde's only got 2 minutes left. He's got to make 7 moves in 2 minutes. And,
He's lost the pawn.
well,
He's won a
he's
pawn.
won a pawn.
All right.
Yeah, he's a pawn up. And he's just played queen d7.
Looking very good.
He's turned this around. He's got to be a bit careful, though. That d-pawn, black's d-pawn here,
Yeah, d pawn is really dangerous.
could cause
Especially
some problems.
Yeah, you'll want to play d2.
And queen
now.
takes
And
f1.
then queen takes f1, yeah.
We would love to get that in, but
Yeah.
I don't think Lukey's going to fall for that one.
No. Still,
Um,
it looks like the right move, d2.
d2. Now,
There's no... you can't mate, so you'll have to
Excuse me?
retreat a knight, yeah.
and holding things together.
Yes.
Just about got enough coordination.
Yes. Only thing is, can you make progress now? If black plays some move like king h7.
Well, king h7 runs into knight f5,
Well, that, yes, of course it does. Yes, yes.
I think.
Yeah. No, I was thinking about queen f1 check, but it doesn't help. No, with the queen on d7, white is safe.
No, that's
Yeah,
fine
yeah.
for white.
Yeah.
So,
king h7 is very stupid.
well, it might be okay. You might be able to play queen f6.
No, but it's useless anyway. King h7. I mean, after 93. So would queen b7 be a problem for white? Exchanging the queens, if possible.
Queen b7.
If white exchanges queens, it might be very difficult to make progress. And if not, then you could perhaps throw in rook b1 at some point.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not clear yet, is it? I mean, it's looking very good for white, but...
All right. And it looks like Dominguez Nakamura. Well, it looks like Nakamura's managed to somehow maintain some control, which is good. But I think probably this is a good moment to say thank you for coming.
Thank you.
It's been a pleasure
Thank you.
analysing with you. Some really interesting games still going on. Perhaps I don't know if you're here in the next few days.
We were lucky with the players, I think, with the games. Yes.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
No, thanks.
Yeah.
Thanks for coming, Paul.
Mm-hmm.
We're going to stay live just for a minute, but thanks for
No problem.
thanks for your
It's a real
contributions. Just for everybody out there at home who is interested in getting in touch with us, we're of course using Twitter here. The official account is at Tata Steel Chess, and you can get in touch using hashtag Tata14, I believe is the correct hashtag. We are getting right into the heat of battle now. Only a few minutes left for some, and Van Velde report, well, what is going on here? Queen g6 by report, and knight e7 by Van Velde, and queen f7 by report. So, pinning that knight. Van Velde now 1 minute 43. Van Velde gives a check on d8, and king h7 by report. And now Van Velde needs to find a half decent move. Well, it's close, but has he got a way to consolidate here? That d pawn is looking menacing. He's hovering. He's got about a minute left. Is he going to play knight f5? Yes, he has played knight f5. Makes a lot of sense, blocking the f file. Now he is only a few moves away from making time control. He's threatening queen takes d3 in 1, so probably report is going to go d2 here. I don't really see another move. And we'll keep an eye on that one. Let's go to Hari Krishna Caruana. Interestingly, in this position, we've had a few more pawn exchanges. Knight g7 by Caruana. More pawns are coming off. White has remained a pawn up, but Black has managed to get total coordination of his pieces. And after f takes g6, h takes g6, bishop d2 by Hari Krishna. Very interesting move, bishop d2. I suppose the main idea is that here the move bishop c3 is coming, and that bishop is quite menacing along this diagonal. So, very interesting idea there. Bishop d2, move 33 there. In Karyakin versus Naiditch. In Karyakin, Naiditch feels like, well, there's an equal amount of pawns. Naiditch has got active on the queen side, but Karyakin's managed to play h5. And, well, if you had to take anybody, it would be white, of course, because your black's king feels a lot weaker, but this is very good. What I think we should do actually is just take a very quick break, very quick 5-minute break, as we see out the games to time control. Still a few moves left. We'll be back, and I will be joined by Tom Bottomer, who you will have seen a few times already. So stay with us. We'll be back in literally just a couple of minutes. Hello and welcome back. If you have been watching, if you've just come, you've come at a very good moment because we are right in the heat of battle in this round. I'm joined here by Tom Bottomer. Thanks for joining me, Tom.
Hi.
We've had one result, a very good result for Leveronian because he's beaten his nearest rival, Wesley So. That result means that Lev is on 5 out of 6, and really Anish Giri is the only one who can even come close to him, but it doesn't look like he's doing anything but holding against Gelfand. If you want to see Lev's comments on his game today against Wesley, please go to the website tatasteelchess.com and you will find it on there. So that will be a bit later on today. For the moment though, Tom, we've got a lot of interesting games, some time scrambles. I can see they haven't made move 40 just yet. Where shall we go? It looks as though...
Well, where shall we go? I mean...
Giri Gelfand, I think, is stone cold. That's reached a time control. Giri has just played g4. I think that is a total case of mutual sort of equality, if I can call it that.
mutual equality.
What I mean by that is you can't really improve. I can't see a way to improve for either side.
No. I mean, the pieces are where they are. The pawns are totally locked.
The knight's great on d5.
Maybe Gear is checking if there's really some miracle. Maybe Gelfand is doing the same, but basically this game will be drawn in like 5 or 10 moves at most.
Yeah, I can't see anything but a draw in that one. Luke van Vele, on the other hand...
Yeah, actually, like 10 moves ago, well, I thought black was okay, but something must have gone very, very wrong with the Hungarian.
Yeah, absolutely.
But I didn't see what. I mean, did you already...
We went over some parts of it.
Yeah.
It looks as... we weren't quite sure exactly where, but we've just been following this because Luke only had 1 minute for the past few moves. And now he's just played Queen d3, which is a very sensible move. Indirectly threatening this king.
Well, he's of course, he's attacking the bishop, gaining some time.
And attacking the bishop, of course.
Yep. And I mean, like, bishop f6 is sort of like impossible, I guess, because of e5. Well, I don't know if it works, but it looks very dangerous.
You want to go bishop f6?
No, I don't want to go there. I just want to show.
It might be okay.
It might be okay because you have queen g6, yeah?
Right. So knight d6 would be met by queen g6.
Okay, that's probably okay.
So bishop f6. But what about...
But rook... Oh, no.
Well, rook d1 does make a lot of sense to me.
Yeah, rook d1. And e5 is in the position. And
now we're just going to win this pawn.
I mean, I just wouldn't feel comfortable with this kind of position with black. But maybe, I mean, maybe he can defend, of course. Nah.
It feels good for white, right?
It feels really good for white, yeah. So, where does the bishop go? I mean, you can go to b4 maybe, but...
Well, b4 keeps hold of the pawn, at least.
But you're no
now,
longer defending the king with the bishop, yeah?
And, now e5, queen g6, and
queen
you've
d7
also got
maybe,
check.
yeah. I mean, yeah. That's just not good for black.
No, it looks quite serious.
Okay, Richard still has like 11 minutes for his 40th move, so that is not a problem. The position is the
looking
problem.
Serious. Yeah,
looking
serious.
Yeah.
I think look, this will be his first win of the tournament.
Yeah, it will be his first win in the tournament. And as far as I know him, I can see from his body language, his position on the board, that he knows that he's very good right now.
He's very close. Yeah.
He is confident, fully confident. Yeah.
Let's go to Dominguez Nakamura, because somehow Nakamura put up some resistance. It was around this point, knight g5. It looked as though, yes, he's sacrificed the exchange to around here to maintain some coordination. And he's managed to somehow get the king to c6, which is an ideal square. But, well, he's voluntarily given up this c7 pawn. and they've reached a time control, king b5. So what on earth is going on here? Well, actually, hold on a
96
second.
is-
Hold on a second. Bishop f1 and knight e6 is a threat.
yeah, so rook e1, I guess, is like the obvious move then.
Well, you can still go knight e6.
Ah, yeah. So, aha.
Has he botched it? Rook e6, bishop e6, king g6. Well, I mean, you can play rook g8 check for a start. And I can tell you that even this ending here, the A pawn is the wrong colour to queen. So you're always going to... And all you have to do is get rid of this B pawn. Should be fairly trivial
Yeah.
to play,
It's hard to believe this position is winning.
well, something like this.
And b5,
And
b5,
B5. And you're playing
a5, b4.
C4, C3.
Yes. Nah.
No,
So-
it's going to be a draw.
Yeah.
So Hikaru might have escaped again.
Again, yeah.
Look at this.
Well, he's not escaping all the time, but yeah.
I mean, no, this is a real escape
Yeah.
because he was really close to being totally busted a few
Oh,
moves ago.
definitely, yeah.
And look at this king b5. It's a cute move because there's no way to stop this.
No.
No, it's just got to be close to equal.
It's just what about a4 check? Is that not? No, you can play king
Well-
b4. Yeah. If you take the pawn, I have rook a1, but and even then, but
Yeah, you've even got
but okay, you can play king b4, bd2. Well, maybe a4, but I believe black is okay.
Well, you can also just come back here, of course,
Mhm. Okay.
if you
Yeah,
wanted.
probably.
If you wanted.
Yeah.
No,
No.
I think Hikaru's. I think that's going to end in a draw. I really do.
Yeah.
Let's go to any other time controls. Well, the only one left is Hare Krishna Caruana before the time control.
Yeah, and maybe, but I don't know about this. Did you pay some attention to the challenges group where Bodava?
Yeah.
And it was a very interesting game, but I lost track, so I don't.
We lost track as well. Let's go to that game actually.
because it sort of could be decisive for the tournament victory. And I know Jobava played a very maybe slightly dubious opening, and Sarek got some advantage, but then White is winning probably. Yeah.
Well, Knight f6 played on move 41. I don't know if that's a result yet. Still
Yeah.
playing. Okay, but it looks
G7, G8 is like a threat, so
Yeah.
black has to be very quick. But I just don't see how.
no.
The knight is taking all the important squares for the bishop.
No, I think
Mm,
I think that's looking serious.
serious.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
I can't even see a defense because even bishop d5 you can play bishop d5. Okay, let's try that. So if you take, if you go rook takes, then I do have queen g2,
no.
and that could be serious.
It's a very attractive move, pinning the rook.
And then if you move the king anywhere, I've got g7, and that really is the end of the game.
Yep.
But you can't play rook takes, you play queen takes.
Okay, but I take and play g7
Ah,
as well.
and you take and
It's a
G7.
result as
so
well.
you can't
so
play bishop d5.
no.
We've got a close-up here of Badur with his head in his hands. I think he knows that it's really close to lost here.
Yeah.
He's trying his
A5,
best.
A4 is just way too slow.
Well,
No,
it's
no,
just way too slow. I mean, I'm pretty sure this is totally
Yeah.
wrong.
Okay, so no, that's a very important result for the challenger, and it makes Saric the main contender for the promotion to the A group next year.
Absolutely,
The
yeah.
Masters.
The Masters group,
yeah.
yeah. Absolutely.
Mhm.
Well, let's go back to Van Valen
Yeah,
very
sure,
quickly
yeah.
because he Queen A7. He's got to make 2 moves. He's got 46 seconds.
So you
Look,
cannot
he's-
take the bishop now because of D1 queens.
What a
and-
little tricky move that is.
It is, but
Let's
okay.
just show that. Queen takes C3, queen, and then if rook takes queen,
It's mate.
check is mate.
Okay, but this is probably
But he's-
in his wildest dreams. There's no way that.
Well, he's up in his chair. He's got literally 20 seconds, and he's played rook d1.
Yep.
Sensible move. Just keeping hold of things.
Hmm.
And now, yeah, now there are just no moves here for black.
Well, now he has to move the bishop basically.
I think he'll play bishop b4
Bishop b4,
and then e5.
and then e5, making the queen and the knight so active, and they cooperate so well. So, and actually, even under certain circumstances, e6, e7 is something. So, yep.
Let's just go to the other games still.
Yeah.
Well, there are 2 games.
We haven't seen the Karyakin Knightage game.
Karyakin Knightage looks like it's got quite interesting. Looks as though it's one of those positions, Tom, where you actually have to be. You actually have to be a bit careful with white
Mm-hmm.
because just in case these. But the rook does a really good job of patrolling the 5th. So, for example, b4. Well, that's probably not much. You can probably take here. And if b takes a3, you've got very nasty check.
Very nasty.
Very nasty check.
Yeah.
Actually, that's just the end of the game.
Well, giving white almost the winning attack.
Well,
Yeah.
no, it's just
Check.
You haven't really even got a good. So you can't move your pawns.
No. Okay, but this attack among this the white attack is threatening anyway. I mean, rook c5 might be
Right.
yeah.
No, you have to be. Oh my goodness, what's happening? You play queen g4.
Yep.
Wow. Queen c7
King
check.
g6?
King g6.
Yeah. So this might be okay. And now rook
Um,
f4 probably. What is white playing? Because I mean, queen e4 might be a threat. So
Yeah, rook f4 feels.
well, you can play rook takes b5. No, you can't. Check in between. No. Rook takes b. No. No. So rook f4.
Rook f4, but now some move like queen e2, is that too much? Then you're coming around
What
the
is
back.
the queen doing on e2? I mean,
Yeah, no. I was hoping to try some rook takes a3, but no. Let's maintain control with queen
yeah,
e6.
because if I get my queen to f5, I mean, you have a serious problem.
even round the back.
Yeah,
The queen on e6
yeah,
controls everything.
Yeah. I like the queen there, and it protects the rook because
That's
queen
a-
c2 was a threat too. Yeah. So,
No, this looks.
but still,
looks-
huh? So now maybe rook d4. Is rook d7 a threat then? Maybe not. Well, maybe it is.
Rook d4. Okay. Now I feel like it's time to get this guy active.
Mm-hmm.
Rook b2.
Okay, so I'd like to play queen b7 first
Queen b7.
to keep control of the
Right,
diagonal.
well, you just have to be careful.
Oh,
This was my
I
other
sort of,
dirty trick.
missed it. So yeah, you're right. So we're not
Queen
wanna,
e3.
we don't want to let you do that. So move one move back. Okay. So maybe black holds. Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Maybe black is just about all right.
Hmm. Maybe. Okay. Yeah, maybe.
Well, in the Van Velde game, we've got e5 now on the board.
Yeah, and the position is sort of collapsing. Yeah.
I would say that this is already close to totally gone. So, expecting the first win for Luke there.
I mean the black just has too little defenders for the king. So yeah.
Any other? Well, the Harry Krishna game is simplified. They've got one move to make, and okay, Harry Krishna got to the time control. Rook g4 just played, but Caruana won that pawn back. Looks totally sound, doesn't it? His position looks like black is fine. Knight e6, king 8, knight e6 probably, because I suppose this is the only genuine threat in the position. So knight e6. You can't see anything but a draw here, right?
A draw, yeah.
Wow, he played bishop c3.
And now if rook takes g6.
Ah, this is cute. Rook g6, rook g6,
h4?
rook h4, and you can't play rook f6.
Yeah.
Very cute. Hold on, Harry Krishna, he doesn't know if it's move... Oh, it's not move 40, he's got to make a move. He's got 10 seconds. He's got to make a move.
He made a move.
He made the sense... Yeah, this is the sensible move. Just attack
protect
a rook.
everything, yeah.
Yeah.
Attack the rook and protect it.
And... now you can just play rook c6, I suppose, with black. And now this bishop is...
Okay, and I play bd5. No, I play b.
Well, I'm controlling
yeah,
the field.
but it's probably just nothing.
Well, he's just played rook c6.
Yeah.
No, I think black is well enough coordinated now. So that's that one, and we have got rook f4 in the kayaking. So a queen f7 report. Okay, but if we play okay, that's a good try. That's a good try. Well, I think Luke's got time to work that one out now.
I guess queen e4. What do you play? Queen e4.
Queen e4 might be a very nice move. Yeah, very good move. And then if queen e6, a check, you're going to go queen g6.
Maybe queen b7 or... Yeah, I don't know.
b7, I just block again.
Mm-hmm.
Still some technical issues.
Queen
to
d5. Yeah, but okay, maybe there's better options for white.
I'm sure there's something better than that. Oh my goodness. What has happened? Has Caruana made an absolute... Oh my word. Look at this. I cannot believe it. Caruana's 40th may have been a complete blunder. We've overlooked this. So easy to do. Looked like such a safe position here. Caruana after rook hg4 didn't look like there was any problems. To me, the most natural move looked like knight e6 in this position, Tom.
Mm-hmm.
Just...
sort of a fortress, yeah.
I mean, you can try and be really... But this stuff is never going to work. So, knight e6... And it's kind of like, well, not much is going on. And look at this... In the game, rook c1, setting up a nasty idea of, let's say, bishop f6, bishop takes f7 check.
Mm-hmm.
And that is terminal. That is just terminal. So probably you have to take this way,
Mm-hmm.
and now spend 1,000 moves defending this ending, which may be defendable. But is it even defendable? Are you just... I mean, bishop f6 is a bad place for the bishop, of
Yeah,
course.
maybe e5. Yeah.
But even this... You're going to have to work very hard. f4.
So basically, white wants to keep the bishops on the board, yeah?
Well, I mean, I think the thing is, where do you... You actually have no squares.
It's a tactical.
It's not even... Where do you... Your bishop has got no...
Nah.
Maybe you have to play knight f5. That might be the only hope here. Because if you move your bishop, let's say you move it to f6, my idea is that I want to give a check and then bring this other rook, and
Collapsing, yeah?
it's just collapsing. So knight f5, bishop e5, f4, knight f5, and maybe some hope. Bishop f2, and now bishop f6, and of course the difference is that
Mm-hmm.
you can put a king on g7. Even that isn't ideal, but you've got some drawing chances because you can arrange some sort of
Yeah.
blockade of sorts.
Blockade. And the white bishop is not too good because of the pawn on f4.
But I mean, to blunder into this, he'll be furious, Caruana, because he did so much hard work to get out of it, and now he's simply going to have to struggle.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, I mean,
Great
how can this be? The guy had like 50 minutes. And then he just didn't think?
Well, I don't know.
Overconfidence?
Yeah, it could be a bit of complacency.
Mm-hmm.
You get complacent in these situations sometimes. And it's funny because, in my experience, it's amazing how many people blunder on move 40.
Yeah. So you see like a spike in statistics there.
Yeah, if you had a graph, it would be like that, and then a huge spike on 40 and 41.
41, yeah.
41 maybe even more,
Yeah.
because you relax, and then you just...
Yeah.
And what has he played? Well, he's played rook takes c4, of course.
No, and basically, I think the thing is, on move 35, 6, 7, 8, 9, 40, you just play moves, and it's not that you think sometimes, what shall I do? Make a draw, try for a win, and on move 41, you have to make up your mind.
Right,
And
exactly. And of course, this has happened, and well, he's played bishop e5
Yeah.
as well. So there was no other move really. Rook c4, bishop e5,
yeah,
and now okay. This is basically a bit of a threat. You can't
no,
allow it. So f4 looks forced.
or bishop f4, but that's why I asked.
Or bishop f4.
Yeah,
But bishop f4. I wonder if this exchange now is.
that's. I mean, I
Is-
thought the point was that you really wanted to keep the bishop on as white for
Right.
attacking reasons.
That looks like it's going to be a real tough
There
one.
will be
to
a
win.
rook on f5 when you attack f7, maybe. So, I think I like it
That's-
more with the bishop.
Yeah, right.
And the clumsy
the
black
question
pieces.
is-
Yeah, the clumsy black pieces.
Well-
So after knight f5, do you have to? What happens if you give check on c8?
King
Mhm.
g7.
And is there?
And now bishop c5.
Ah. Oh.
But then bishop f4 and not I hide.
Okay.
Doesn't quite work.
So.
Another really interesting idea is to take,
And then e6.
And
but
e6.
If it works,
but if it doesn't work, then you look a bit
silly.
silly. Doesn't look like it works.
No.
Doesn't look like it works.
Okay, you can exchange rooks. Oh no,
No,
knight
you
can
can't.
to d5.
Yeah,
Knight goes
exactly.
to d5. Yeah. Okay.
I mean, even this is
This is
You can play
draw.
with
At
black.
least you can play.
You can
with
play with black here.
Yeah.
No. Maybe Caruana has got some drawing chances, although he's going to be clearly annoyed with himself. Giri Gelfand is...
What do you think of Dominguez as a player? I mean,
Dominguez,
well, slowly but surely.
he's drawn. That's ended in a draw.
What?
That's finished. Dominguez.
Yeah.
Nakamura. Well, I think he'll be furious with himself.
Mm-hmm.
I think he'll be very angry because he was so close to winning and he let Hikaru consolidate.
Yeah.
But he's a very solid player normally, Lenier. He's got to 2750 for a reason. He's actually super solid. He doesn't lose many games, actually. And
I mean, like a couple of years ago, he could have won the tournament.
Yeah.
If he would
Yeah.
have beaten Shirov in the final round.
Yeah.
And I mean, he tried everything. He sacrificed, blah blah, and he lost. But I mean, he could have won the tournament.
Right.
And all the guys were there that year, so it would have been a tremendous success.
absolutely, yeah.
And well, he's doing a good. Okay, he lets Nakamura escape, but he's playing a very tournament as well here, so far.
Yeah, he's playing a very good tournament, and he'll be annoyed though today.
Mhm.
He really was close.
Yeah.
Giri Gelfand is still looking very balanced to me. I
Doors.
don't see any way through.
And Luke has played 93.
Lucas
Check.
played 93.
Yeah. So he might want to go to c4 with the knight. I don't know.
Well, I think one idea is that...
g4, yeah.
Well, one idea is if you go queen g6 to block, you can play queen d7.
Mm-hmm.
And then if queen g7, maybe you can go e6. With the idea that if you exchange everything, bishop e7, you've then got... I was hoping knight c4 works, which I don't.
Why wouldn't it work?
Well, rook b4 does look like it works. Knight takes a5.
Yeah,
Rook a4, knight c6.
working.
Is it working? Rook c4? Maybe it's not working. Oh,
There's a bishop. Ah.
rook c1, queen
Mm-hmm.
takes
King g2.
king g2. Yes, it does work.
Uh,
So
it's like made in a couple of moves. Yeah.
that looks terminal.
So queen d7.
Queen d7. Where else do you go? You can play a king move,
But then e6.
and then e6. Now we've got to be a bit careful. Ah, rook b1. You've got queen f7 check. That's
Mhm.
nice. Let's put the king on h8, perhaps. e6, rook b1. It doesn't really threaten anything. Just king. Got to be tiny bit careful.
Okay, but what if I just take the rook
Queen takes.
and king g2
King g2. Check.
and maybe okay, go to h3.
Ooh. Careful.
Mm-hmm.
Careful. Might be okay, but
But still, I mean, there's no e7 in the position, so nah.
maybe.
White probably
Queen f3. Gotta be
queen. Yeah.
a tiny bit careful. Well, okay, I think
White can do better than this.
White can do better for sure.
Yeah.
What do you think if we were to take a quick break here, Tom, as we've been running for quite a while? But before I go, just a very quick announcement. Please, remember that tonight, in 10 minutes rather, there is going to be a death match on the chess.com website, chess.com/TV. That means that the commentary that we are producing will not be streamed on there. For all of you who are interested in the death match, we've got Grandmasters Yuri Schulman and Daniel Fridman, who are going to be playing 3 formats of blitz against each other, 5 minute, 3 minute and 1 minute, and that's very exciting. So if you want to see some blitz, please go to that. However, if you want to continue seeing us, please go to tatasteelchess.com. And if you want to follow that death match, refresh your browser. If you don't refresh the browser on chess.com, we will still be going. So if you want to go and see that, chess.com. If you want to stay with us, tatasteelchess.com. We will be back in a few minutes because we've still got a lot of games going on, so stay tuned. Hello, welcome back. This is live coverage of the Tata Steel Chess tournament here in Wijk aan Zee. Before we go back to today's games, there are still some going on. We're going to show you a very quick video interview with Levon Aronian, who scored a very important win against Wesley So. And then after that interview, we're going to be welcoming the current joint leader of the B group, the Masters group, the Challengers group as it's now called, Badar Jobaba from Georgia. So stay tuned, and he'll be with us in just a minute. But for now, the Aronian interview.
Levon, congratulations, 5 out of 6.
Yes, I'm very happy with my performance so far.
It seems like all your games are pretty easy and then you win.
I wouldn't say all of them are, but today, it worked out well.
Can we say that you're far out the strongest player playing here?
No, I don't like coming to early conclusions. I mean, there are still many rounds to go.
Thank you.
All right, that was Levon Aronian there talking, and a great win for him. But for the moment, I'm delighted to have my friend and now co-leader of the Challengers tournament, as it's now known, Badar. Congratulations, because today it looked very bad for you at some point, and it was a miracle save. Tell us how you feel about this.
Yeah, first of all, I want to say hello, all spectators, all chess fans who is following us. First of all, secondly, it's not only looked like bad, it was very bad.
Very bad.
Fact, yeah, very bad. Almost losing, I think.
Losing, yeah?
Yeah,
Okay.
let's say like this. And I'm really happy to save such a game. Okay, from the opening, he surprised me with h4 move. Absolutely was out of preparation. I understand after h4 that I'm just worse, so I should play this line with h5, bishop g5, and I get in worse, and then of course I blind bishop f6 move. And then okay, he played very well till moment when he played g6, and he forced this variation. Okay,
Would you want to have we can have if you like a very, very quick look, because I know you've analysed this, but maybe we can just point out the critical moments in this game.
Okay.
So you said bishop f6.
Bishop f6 in
here.
It was yes, 17 moves. Yeah, I played king b7 very quick. It was a big mistake, huge mistake, because after bishop f6 I cannot move my rook anyway, because after rook h6 there is knight d5 at least, and then take on h6. If rook h7, knight g5, so only move is bishop f6, what I played.
Right.
But then his knight coming on e5, and for example, if I play something like knight c6, he always can play queen e3, knight e5, and then take with pawn and queen f3 and win on h5. It just strategically losing position. So I think I played only move rook d8 to protect f7 square, knight e5, queen d8. So of course I wanted to play queen f6, but then knight d7 I missed. I just played very bad this game. Okay, he played queen e3, it's good move. King c8 only, and of course he made mistake queen f3. He should play c4 here. After c4, only move was I think queen f6, cd, ed, and even if he plays queen f3, it's just winning. Queen f3, then he takes on h5, then go back, then f5 is missed, rook plays rook c1, this c5. Okay, just tactically lost position. Yeah, but I don't know why he don't play this. He wanted easy game, probably more easy. He chose queen f3, 21st move.
Yeah,
it was giving me some hope now, because I feel that he's a bit relaxed. And okay, I took f6 only move. Okay, it's anyway big advantage for white.
Sure.
But now it's some chances. Yes. I don't know. Maybe some computer will play better for both sides, but it looks logical what he did. Knight c4. Yeah. Take. G5, king b7,
Yes.
Still looks very good for him.
Yeah, of course, it's winning. Knight d5, bishop 6, knight f6. And now he
Now.
should play first queen c3, I think. Yeah,
Queen c3 here.
looks like. Yeah, just make some prophylaxis, and then you can choose. You play rook d8, h6, or g6.
Mhm.
I just don't have any idea here. Maybe I need to take rook d1, queen f8, maybe to keep this. But after h6, just
Less
okay,
pawns.
just I don't know, losing position here. My rook, it's any end game is winning. So, but he thought that he has force variation. He took on d8 and played g6.
Mhm.
This was, I think, decisive mistake, because even here, if he could play queen c3, it's same, almost
Still
same.
the same, yeah.
Yeah, looks like.
So g6 was
g6, I think it's critical moment. He made mistake. I took and cb, ab, and queen f8.
only move.
Only move, looks like. Yeah, queen g5 and queen g7 only move. Knight h5, queen d4. And here was some miracle escape if he would choose g7 instead of knight
Mhm.
f6. Bishop e4 I was planning to go. And idea is after knight f6, if he plays g8, I took and play queen c5. This I was calculating during the game. Take queen c5 and it looks like draw, because hangs on h5 and on c2. So that's why he must play knight f6 instead of g8. But here bishop c2 I was planning, king c2, queen f2 check, king c1 and rook d2.
What a move, rook d2.
Yes, and now he must take queen d2, queen g1, and attack on g7 and it's draw. It was amazing draw what I found. Queen d5, c6, and it's easy draw after I play a5.
Anything,
okay,
yeah.
anything, just keep. Yeah, this when I saw this, I thought that okay, I made half point today.
Wow.
But okay, he played knight f6
Yep.
to avoid this line, but a5 is very
What a
strong.
move, a5.
Only probably.
Only move.
Yeah, it looks like. Also was bishop d5 very interesting move instead of a5. Bishop d5, and this looks like a mistake because
I was looking at
g7 is good move, but knight d5 looks like winning. But I take rook d5,
Queen g2.
queen g2, and c6 absolutely crazy move. And after g7, rook a5 I have.
Oh my
Yes,
goodness.
and this also works. Yeah, this I was calculating, but
Wow.
he can play just easy
Yeah.
after bishop d5, g7, very unpleasant position.
Yeah.
I need to go back bishop g8, but it's very uncomfortable, very
Very uncomfortable,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah. So that's why I calculate the long duration after a5.
Wow.
It's
So
look like draw.
a5, g7, a4.
4, g8,
You
take.
give the rook.
Yeah,
You
take.
give a whole rook.
Yeah, because his knight is too
Yeah.
far. This is main.
If you take like
queen
this,
f6 just dead draw.
no problem. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely no problem. Easy
No
draw.
problem. Easy draw.
Yeah.
Okay.
So knight g8, ab.
So
and
you're a rook down. Yeah?
Yes, but bishop e4 hangs. For example, if he plays knight f6 to protect e4 square,
Yes.
then I have queen a4, very strong move, and it's draw.
Queen.
a4.
Queen a4.
Yes, queen a2 is hangs, so he must take cb, queen b3, king c1, queen c3 check, and no king d1 because of mate on f3.
Oh, beautiful.
Yes, and we just perpetual.
Just perpetual. Yeah.
So he must did what he did, cb, and then bishop e4, strong move, king a2, bishop d5. Queen
This
a4
is the
again.
key move.
Yeah.
Bishop d5.
Queen
yeah?
a4 hangs. So now it's draw. He played rook g3, I took g8 and perpetual. Yeah, it was miracle escape.
Wow. What an escape.
It's
Okay.
this game, this draw like winning, you know.
But this is probably the only game this tournament that has been perhaps because you've been playing some really good chess. Yeah.
Yes.
You feel good? At the
This
moment?
game was from beginning from me went very bad and okay, but I am very glad to find this escape.
Great escape. Yeah.
At least one some pleasure moment in game.
You've had some great games. Maybe you can help me. We are, of course, analysing most of the A group, the Masters
Okay.
group.
We'll be glad to.
Let's see if you can help me. We've already had Aronian win. He's on fire, 5 out of
Yes,
6. We have a draw, Domingos Nakamura, a save for Nakamura. Let's have a look at Hari Krishna Caruana. We're talking about endings. Caruana made a huge mistake on move 40.
Did not see this.
Around here, after bishop e3, he played rook c6. I'm not sure if he had something better, but that allowed rook c1.
Rook c6 was mistake, you say, yeah?
Well, probably bishop e3 may have... I mean bishop c3, maybe just knight e6 here or something.
Okay, because this looks like no problem for black. Yeah.
Right, yeah, just knight e6.
Unbelievable.
So he played bishop c3. He's trying to get tricky because after rook g6, I think his idea was to play rook h4. 4.
And what he missed?
He missed bishop e3, rook c6 attacking the
Rook
bishop,
c1.
but rook c1.
And bishop f7.
Yeah.
And what he must play here? Bishop e5 or rook c4?
Well, bishop e5.
Looks very bad anyway. G6 is weak, yeah.
Yeah. So
Yeah,
he
okay.
played takes, and now bishop e5.
Okay, must be technically winning somehow, no?
Well,
Yes, there is chances for draw, but
we now
but
have had a number of moves, and okay, some chances.
yeah, of course, there is good chances for draw, but okay. Yeah, maybe he will keep this.
Difficult to
But
win this.
long suffering is
Long
waiting.
suffering, right.
Yes.
Right.
And
Exactly.
long suffering and very late dinner
Yeah.
for both sides.
For both sides. Yeah. Exactly. This is the point. Okay. So Okay. He's just played rook f5. It looks very difficult to win this position.
Yeah, I think
You need to
Krishna-
exchange a pair of
yeah,
rooks,
like
no?
Krishna has to back with rook from e8 to something like a3 or probably, and first consolidate position and then slowly improve, because the rook on e8 do nothing.
Yeah. He's just played rook a8. In fact,
yeah,
he's just played that. So he wants to.
yeah, to play maybe rook a3, rook a4 first. I don't know, maybe rook a4 and then king g2, king g3 first. Then again change. Okay, it's what to analyze here. It's
It's a slow.
really practical position.
Okay. Let's look at another position then, and let's look at Karyakin Naidic, because Karyakin is really going for the win. Rook c4, we're on move 46.
Wrong move. Or
No, this is correct. Rook
okay.
c4.
Plus.
And I see Karyakin has just played the move queen d8. So this is the position
Now.
right now. And
So let's check what's going on after rook e4 first. Can I take rook e4?
wow, rook e4, hold on.
Okay, maybe he wants to went to queen's endgame probably, yeah? To play queen d3 maybe. I don't know.
Queen d3,
Rook
f5.
e4 not works yet. Take queen g8,
Queen
king
g8.
f5.
Oh, excuse me. Queen g8.
King f5, queen h7, king e5, queen e7, queen d4, queen b4.
Oh,
Sorry, so queen f,
king f5.
king f5, queen d7. Check.
Uh-huh.
It's
And he
intake.
wants this
Yes,
ending, yeah?
yeah. Queen f3, queen b2. Yes, probably. But there is also a good chance for draw. No, h4 somewhere. I open the king for white, and then some chances.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, what else white has? Rook e4, queen d3 directly, f5 on the move. White has to take probably on e4. But maybe
But it
it's,
feels a lot
maybe
worse.
it's worse reduction.
Much
Yeah?
worse, yeah.
Yeah. So maybe check on g8, and this line is better. Queen h7, queen e7.
So this is forced.
Yeah. Queen h7, king e5.
King e5 only move. Queen e7.
Okay, king e5 looks most safe way to keep king on g6. Yeah. Queen d7. King g6. Yeah. Okay, it looks forced variation. Queen b5. And now h4. Okay.
Another.
I think
idea.
it's more draw than white has chance to win.
Mhm.
70-30 percentage, I think.
Okay. Okay.
Too weak king.
Okay. And what about Van Velde rapport?
Black to move, yes?
Yes.
From first sight, absolutely losing for black. And maybe it is. Okay, Luke wants to play rook d2, bishop d2, e7, yes? Who is winning?
Right.
So how to protect this idea?
Just looks finished, yeah?
Yeah. Second idea is after rook b2, knight d5, white has, so absolutely no idea how to protect this rook d2. Okay, we see Richard's face. He's absolutely unhappy, so it's probably.
Very good player, Richard. Have you played him before?
With Richard, yes. I played. I think we played one game only in Classic. We made draw.
Very young.
Yeah, very ambitious guy.
Yeah, fantastic.
Yes.
Like your openings, he's like
Yeah,
you.
yeah, very funny guy. He has very
G4, you know.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, you understand, yeah, something.
Yeah, you've got a similar opening style. Okay, what about Giri Gelfand?
White to move, yes.
Well.
I think black has no any problem. Objectively speaking, it's draw probably. I don't know how to improve with white. Very complicated. Maybe go with king to b3. I don't know, but d4 pawn is weak. Yeah.
Yes, it feels. Feels like it should be level.
Yeah. Okay, black just play bishop e7, bishop f8, just waiting. And okay, the white has some idea, maybe knight b6 to change these knights and keep win on b4. But now it not works because of bishop c5 comes. Take and bishop c5.
Oof.
So maybe he must somehow prepare this idea. I don't know how. Looks like no way to prepare. Maybe king e4 first. King e4. Now his idea at b6. What to say? Tricky position.
Okay, so.
Okay, 7 maybe, yeah. Knight d6 is possible.
Knight d6.
Yes. Take on d6, ed.
But okay, but.
Take and I want king e5. I don't know if it works.
Okay, 2.
Okay, 2 d7. Check you have, yes? On f6.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's check. Take. If I
Rook
bishop
A2.
before maybe. Bishop before.
Yeah, but now I have minimum. Okay, but this ending is bad. I thought I was mating you nearly.
Yeah, but
nearly.
Yeah. Maybe knight before, rook before. I have only move.
Yeah, and this
before
is.
Rook 2, king d3. And
This is.
d4, but
this is good for white, no? Possibly.
Yeah, must be. Rook b7, rook h7. This h6 pawn is weak. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, maybe this line is not so good for black.
So king e4.
Yes.
He's played it. He's just played king e4.
He played. Okay, he wants to play knight b6. It's only idea.
Yeah.
Probably. But I believe that such a defender like Boris Gelfand, he will easily keep this. He will find something here. Yeah, some practical chances here for white.
And what happens after rook a7, knight d6? What happens if I just take and go back to d7?
King d5, I don't know. Must be
king e5.
Very strong square for.
Wow, what a square for this king.
Bishop before his hangs.
Oh no, this is over. This is bad. Wow. King e4, very good move.
Yes, okay, Giri found. Okay, it's
Only
was easy to find because it was only at the knight b6. So when you realize it's not worth directly because of bishop c5, logically, so king e4 comes to mind. And now it's hard time for black to choose.
What is this your first time in Vaikanze?
This is my second time.
Second time?
Yes, I think I was first time in 2006.
Oh, okay, so many years ago.
I also played B tournament. Objectively, we said it was much stronger then.
Yes.
It was much stronger. I took, I think, 4th place.
You took first?
Yes, 4th.
Oh, 4th place.
Yeah. I think I lost to Belevsky last round. If I remember well. Yes. So I really enjoy this place.
You're having fun here. Okay, well look, I know you've had a long day, so...
For me it's no problem.
No problem? You don't mind staying?
Anyway, I'm waiting Arkady to have a dinner together.
Okay, you're waiting for...
It's up to you.
Oh no, you're more than welcome to stay and help me because the positions are.
With big
Well, we
pleasure.
had a rapport. This is probably the most interesting one in some way. He played G4. By the way, Boris did play Rook A7, so
Yes, okay, it looked like...
there must be something happening.
Okay,
in
now
this.
it's critical moment. Knight d6 works or not?
We'll go there in a second. Let's look at Van
Okay.
Velde rapport.
Aha, yeah, g4 maybe it was last practical chance. He wants... so what's going on after knight g4, queen f3, king h3, queen d1, there is mate or not? Queen e8.
So let's go over that. So hold on a
Yes.
second. So knight G4,
Yes, queen f3,
Queen F3,
king h3,
Queen takes D1.
Yeah, now let's see, it's mate or not. Okay, I have two moves, knight f6 or just forced variation, something like... Ah, yeah, it's mate probably, yeah, queen e8, king g7, queen f7, king h8, queen f6, strong check. King g8, queen g6, king h8. Okay, to take or not to take doesn't matter. Okay, take queen h6, king g8, and knight f6. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Very
okay.
nice.
Yeah. So maybe
Very nice.
maybe knight g4 works. I don't know.
Queen F3,
King
King
h3.
Let's stop. Do you have to take? Yeah. I mean, what else?
Maybe rook d3. It's possible. D3. Queen, but there is no squares for queen. Maybe. E7 maybe. E7. It's possible.
Wow.
Rook d7.
Oh, Rook D7.
Yeah, rook d7, e8, bishop f8 maybe. Yeah, but anyway, we win for white. Yeah, bishop f8, take on d7, queen d1, and now maybe knight f6. Queen. Queen c2. Black has, yeah? Queen c2, and not so easy. Unbelievable line, eh? Okay, let's go back.
Okay.
Rook d3 looks only move after knight
So-
g4.
Knight G4. Is there any other? I mean, because is there any other move?
I think must be.
Well, for example, what happens if I?
Queen c8, you
Yeah,
want to say?
check.
Okay, maybe bishop f8. Anyway,
Bishop F8. But now it's different because you know.
knight g4.
Now it's a lot easier to checkmate.
Mm-hmm. Yes, now it's better. So queen c8, maybe king g7 only move, otherwise queen c2 check, yeah? g7, queen b7, yes. King goes back.
Where?
h8 probably. And now g4.
And then
e6.
Queen C6 is a
Queen
problem.
e6, yeah. Okay, but
Okay, we've also got
why to
those
look? Why to look simple way? Maybe.
Why just Queen E4?
Queen 4, h5 maybe. It's not so. Rook d2. No, not possible.
No?
I play queen f3 check.
Oh, goodness, there's a queen
rook
f3.
b8, yeah. In the end.
That loses.
Loses.
Okay, let's not do that. So
Okay,
G4, excellent move, Richard Rapport.
yeah, only chance.
Only chance.
Yeah, but knight g4 looks for me best. I
You
don't know. Looks like knight g4, king, queen.
Luke
f6.
has 12 minutes, and he has to make 15
it's more than
moves.
enough.
Knight
Knight
g4.
g4.
Queen F3.
Yes, king h3, and now so queen d1 just made, so probably rook d3. Yes, looks only move. I don't know what else. And now it's critical.
So if you play Queen C8, check.
King g7 maybe.
Check.
Queen c7. Go back. And queen e5. Yes, you have queen e5. King h7. And just e7 maybe, yeah? Yeah, okay, it's absolutely lost position. After e7, just resign.
Of course, because you've got knight
There's
F6.
queen f5 check, you have. Queen f5 and second knight comes. Queen f5, king g7, e8 knight. And
Wow.
it's just made. beautiful mate probably. Yeah? Queen f6, knight h6 and mate, queen f6, queen g7.
Mate.
Yeah.
All forced.
Yeah. Yeah, but our problem is that we are now analyzing without engine, but all spectators probably watching on Chess Bomb. I think they have much better answers.
Yeah. Don't worry about that.
Yeah, but okay, we are human, not machines. Maybe we can make mistake. Yeah.
Maybe you are a machine, but the way you saved some of the games today, this tournament, I mean, you've played the game 2 rounds ago, Rook CDA.
Yeah, but machine
all of
never
these
gets such a idiotic position. Yeah, after openings like today. So, okay, maybe it's good for me. Yeah, I'm not machine.
Yes, it's very good for you.
I can smoke, drink, no?
Yeah, you can do as you please. Okay, so Giri has played knight d6 check.
Ah, okay, so it's only move, yeah? Try to win. So bishop d6 looks only for me.
What else?
Yes. No other idea.
No other idea.
Take. And now, question is what now? Okay, black has knight f6 check, has rook a2, rook d7. 3 logical moves, yeah? Probably. Let's check what's going after knight f6 check.
Well, rook d7, king e5 looks really bad.
Yeah, looks like, yeah. Yeah, rook d7 is the worst move, I think, from 3. So knight f6 and rook a2, yeah?
Okay, knight f6.
King d3 only move.
King d3. Just to show, king e5 is embarrassing because...
Okay, 5, mate, yeah.
That's checkmate.
Yeah.
So knight f6,
king d3.
king d3 only move.
And now rook a3 check. King away. King e2, yeah? More safe. And white wants to play rook b7, d7, yeah? And white has sometimes ideas. Let's imagine like white knight d7, rook b7, king e8, and in some moment even maybe bishop f4 g5. I don't know, but okay, it's not works, but it means that black has problems. Yeah.
But what about this pawn?
Yeah, maybe just take bishop b4, rook b3, maybe to make pin and.
Ah, good move.
Not so easy.
Very good move.
Yeah, it's now
it's really difficult.
No progress, probably. Yeah? King not moves. Rook also.
No, that's very
good.
good.
Maybe bishop before it's not so good.
Okay. So knight f6 check.
Yeah, king d3
king
is
d3.
first variation. Yeah. Rook a3 also looks.
Yeah. Rook a3.
But maybe you can play knight d7 directly instead of rook a3. Knight d7 here. And if rook b4, rook a6 and win on d6 pound back.
And if bishop b4?
Yeah? No, rook on b8.
Oh my goodness, sorry, I'm getting tired, yeah.
Rook b4, rook a6.
Rook a6.
For example, rook b7, rook d6, rook d6, bishop b4, rook d5. And now maybe some kind of Zugzwang here, no? Maybe king c4. What happened? Okay.
Sorry. Rook, knight f6.
They played this, yes?
No, they played... Yeah, bishop d6, e d6
okay,
has
logical.
happened.
Yeah, knight f6 also, I
knight
believe
f6.
happens.
Okay, this has happened. Now, if king d3, knight d7, rook b4, rook a6,
rook b7,
rook b7, rook d6, yeah.
Rook d5, king c4.
King c4.
And now, king f6 is not possible because of... no, king f6 is possible, yeah? There is no bishop f8. So question is how to improve, yeah? Maybe bishop c5, and the idea is to go king b5, king c6.
Bishop c5.
Yeah, only chance probably. Yeah? And king comes on c6. Still not so easy, yeah? Because of weakness of king side pawns, yeah? h6, g5. He cannot move normally with king on queen side because there is always bishop f8 comes. So not so easy.
Chances.
Yeah, chances. Okay.
Practical chances.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, Giri found the best or maybe only line. Okay, the Luke is gonna play. Let's see what he's gonna play.
Okay, Luke, let's go back to Van Velde.
He's about to play.
Well, he has 5 minutes.
5 minutes only, yeah. Okay, I'm sure that he's calculating the G4 line. He's gonna play this.
Well, let's wait for him to move. Let's go to Karjakin
Okay.
Nidic.
What happened there? How this position arrived? Queen D3.
Wow. Let's have a look. So we last saw it after Queen D8.
Yes.
Rook E4.
Ah, okay. He
Queen
chose Queen
D3,
D3. Yeah.
F5. Ah, and now he takes...
Yeah, Queen B5. Yeah, it's stronger, much
yeah,
stronger. Yeah,
much stronger.
Yeah, he keeps King more safe.
Takes,
Take. And after Queen D6, there is Queen B4. Yeah. What? Luke played something.
Luke played Queen C8 check.
Queen C8 check. Ah, it's your line, yes.
Well, I hope he doesn't lose like I did in that line. We'll keep an eye on that. Let's
Yes.
analyse this position.
Okay.
And Queen C6, Queen E3 played. Surely.
Only practical chances for white, probably. Theoretically, it must be draw, I believe. Because king is weak for white. But in practical game, when time is ticking, it's very so easy. How much time left for Arkady?
Arkady has 26 minutes and Karjakin has 17 minutes.
Not so much, 26. It's not so much time. Very complicated queen's in game.
You would take white here, yeah?
Yeah, of course. So white's idea to play some kind of f3 line and king h3 because directly not possible because of mate on h1. So probably he wants to play this and this, yeah.
And win this pawn?
Win these pawns and slowly
Hide the king.
then go back on g3,
G3,
then queen d4, a4 and slowly moves it. So black need to find something very quick here. Otherwise, okay, this is kind of position perfectly suitable for Sergei. He likes such simple end games with advantage. And Arkady has very hard work left here. Not so easy to find the plan, yeah?
No.
For black.
I'm trying to look, but
the problem is that you never can change queens. For example, queen e4. You never have this square.
No, of course.
And
but let's say he plays a move like, I don't know, queen a4.
yeah, he must look all the time for queen e6 checks, and all the time, same time a4, not to give a4 line. Okay, this queen e6 maybe not so good because of h3 pawn is hangs. But what if I play king h3 instead of directly and just win this pawn? Queen d1.
Tricky. I don't know. Might be.
Can I take on h4 or not? Oh, sure, sorry. yeah. Yes, okay.
Checkmate.
Checkmate, yeah. Okay, queen e6 check here. It's also not possible, I think. Yeah, king g7. Yeah, it looks like draw, yeah? Queen, you just take, yeah, f3,
I
f2.
don't know which
yeah,
one.
yeah, queen f3 looks like. Then you take on f2, then you go back check and take on h3. It's just dead draw.
Yeah.
Okay, maybe.
Whatever.
Have you played queen e4, yeah? Maybe it's strong move.
Queen a4? I don't know.
Yeah. Yes, this I mean that you must create something very fast.
But this ending here, Bador, it must be fine for...
Yes, it's draw.
Just total
Yeah,
draw.
just draw. No, it's
No problem.
No, only chance for a3 pawn for white. So yeah, so king h3 is just bad move probably.
Okay.
So the question is what to play here. Maybe queen f3 first to protect this d1 square. And now you're protecting g4, h1, and you want to take on h4, yeah? Yeah, queen f3, very strong move. There's no way to avoid king h3 now. Yeah, just go king h3, take on pawn.
Oh, and then look,
Yeah,
this is
nothing.
Queen
Yeah,
G2
or
check.
check, yeah. Even King H4 was enough. It's no checks for black.
But this is clear.
Yeah, just finishing. So Arkady must find. He
Well,
will spend a
difficult.
lot of time, I'm sure, and maybe he will find something. Let's go back to Hare Krishna game. What happened there?
Yep, Hare Krishna.
Let's go back a few moves. How is the? Okay, rook a8.
Knight F4.
Yeah, okay.
An
Caruana
active-
plays.
active,
yeah,
yeah.
yeah. His only chance to play actively because king is far away. White king.
Yeah, the knight does a good job.
Yeah, now it's even okay. Only move is rook a g3 probably. Yeah.
Rook A G3.
Yeah. Idea is to rook g5 now, and my 96 looks like only move. Maybe f6. Maybe f6 is possible here, and just go with king h6 and h5, just waiting. I'm not sure, but looks like not so easy for white. Yeah.
Wow, great defense.
Okay.
Really good defense.
Hare Krishna has two moves: f3 or rook h3. Yeah. In the position.
He played F3.
He played f3. Yeah, maybe it's better. Okay, he wants to play king f2, king g3, and freeze out this rook from g4. Yeah. So maybe Caruana has to play something like. By the way, white idea is sometimes to play rook a8 back and mate on h8. So once sooner or later he will go back with king on h6. Yeah. I think he will play knight e6. Yeah. And maybe king f2. Yeah, and then king g3. And okay, white has big chances. Yeah. I don't know if it's winning or not, but practically very big chances. Okay, if we see Carlsen games in the game, he has equal positions, he winning, so this is not equal.
But it's not Carlsen playing.
Yeah, but this is exchange, and Hare Krishna is a very good player.
Let's look at Van Velde. What has happened?
Okay, yes.
Van Velde very quickly. Van Velde. Wow, he just gave the queen for this
Okay,
ending.
he played. I think he played not principal line.
No.
Knight g4 was principal. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe we are missing something.
But what is he doing? This is not easy.
He wants to play
Bishop G5. Oh my!
Unbelievable, huh?
Unbelievable.
Okay. But the rook d8.
Okay, there's no rook d8. Oh my
crazy.
goodness!
He blew
He's just blown it. It's
unbelievable, huh?
Well, I mean, it's not. It's not. Yeah, I mean, I think it's blown. I think he's blown.
Maybe he thought that he has rook d8 check and he missed this.
Oh my goodness, Luke.
Yeah, now it's big chances here for draw. Crazy. Okay.
Oh, you can see in his face.
Yeah, of course, knight g4 was the critical line. I don't know, if it works, but it looks like it works. I don't know, maybe we are missing some. Okay, this in Karakin's game happened this, yeah? F3 move.
F3, yeah.
The problem is now you cannot move queen c2, queen d1 because of mate on e8, yeah?
Exactly.
So now it's...
We'll check that. But let's just analyse this very quickly.
Yeah.
What do you think? This is just total draw now?
Okay. Okay, two moves, rook d5 or rook e2. So rook d5 he played,
He
I think.
played rook d5.
Oh yeah, but it looks like... No,
Right.
it's just...
Okay, but this
take,
is a
bishop 3, take...
This is a classic...
It must be dead draw, no?
King
rook
f2,
a5, rook a5 first.
Yeah, okay, but then check.
Check, king g1 and king g7.
King g7 important,
Yeah,
getting off
to
the...
avoid, yeah?
Okay, but this is
Oh,
one...
come on, it's just easy draw.
Wow.
It's really wow.
Wow. Look. What a shame.
Okay, this happened in many games of Luke. He has advantage.
He played king f2.
Then he go in time trouble and he missing best moves.
He played king f2.
What
Maybe
for?
this is an interesting idea, but...
Where? King f2.
After this, this, he played king f2.
King f2, yeah. Okay, I believe it must be draw.
Okay.
Okay, well, for example,
Check.
just rook a3, just to check. Rook a3,
Oh,
rook a5, king g7. What is the difference? I first improve my king, and then I have rook a2 idea.
Yeah, no
It's
difference.
just absolutely no. If you play rook a7,
Theoretical.
I play king g6, h5, and then always rook a2 hangs.
Yeah. So something. Let's just so.
Yeah, king g6. Okay, check, take. Ah, okay. If king g1 is just no way to improve.
Just here. Or
Yeah,
something.
a6. Okay, only chances maybe a6, and for example, king h6, rook e8, rook a8, king g7, a7. Maybe this is the only chance, and go with king on. Try to go to somewhere, f5.
Somewhere, yeah. F5.
Yeah, but it's anyway draw. Yeah, rook a5 check, rook h6 checks, and then they
It's
have.
too much. You got the. You got the long.
No, just
You just-
dead draw.
Something like.
Yeah,
this.
you go to center. Yeah, only chance. Yeah, just keeping rook a1. You go maximum what you can do. You go with king on f5. Yes. Then and when you play king f5, I play rook a6 even. Yes.
And
Yeah, and then
rook
check.
F5.
Yeah. And maybe king h4. Moment. Not so
King
easy.
H4.
King h4 maybe this idea. Okay, I must not allow this then. Rook a6 is bad move. Rook a5 check. When king comes on a5, I need to check.
Rook F4.
Yes, check.
Check.
Not to give this.
King F4.
King f4 and maybe now king
H7.
h7. And
there's no
he must
rook?
sacrifice. He must sacrifice. Yeah, rook f8 for example. Rook a7, king g5, but rook a2 and just shake the hands. No. Okay, I don't know. Maybe I'm
No, it
tired
should
and
be.
I'm missing something.
It should
but
be. No,
yeah,
it should be.
Okay, look, don't deserve
Look,
any
it's
victory.
almost. Look, this is the position. Very similar. Same position.
Yeah. Okay, after he missed this, he don't deserve victory anymore. Okay, Giri's position is much more interesting, I think.
Let's go to Giri.
The only interesting position.
Wow,
here.
Bishop's rook d. Knight
Rook d8 he played, yeah? Maybe it's even stronger, yeah? To keep this d6 pawn alive.
Wow.
Okay, let's see what black
So
has
if
here.
rook b7, you're
Rook
going to go
b7,
bishop b2.
Bishop b2, probably. And now...
And now rook h8 is a threat in some positions.
yeah,
King
rook
g7, d5.
Yeah, or rook e8, rook
Or
e7.
rook e8,
yeah,
rook
very.
e7.
This bishop is very strong, yeah.
Wow.
Maybe he must play knight f6 back here.
Bishop c3.
Yes, maybe. Okay, rook b7, bishop b2, and knight f6 maybe,
Rook b7, bishop b2, knight f6.
or even knight f8. I don't know which is better.
King c4.
King c4 and okay, just keep. Yeah, probably. I cannot keep. Okay, knight d5 only move, yes. But you have king c5 now.
Yeah, I can come.
You're just slowly improving, and yeah.
Wow.
What about time? Who has
Time. We have. Giri has 29 minutes. Boris only has 5 minutes.
Oh my god, yeah, it's big problems now.
When they get to move 60 Leonard, they get extra time. Another 15 minutes, I believe.
But he must play 6 very, very tough moves here.
Yeah.
This kind of moves is very, very critical.
You think Giri will win?
I think he has more chances for wins and draw for Boris now. Okay, objectively say. Because 5 minutes and problems. Yeah, he found a very nice idea. King e4 and knight b6.
Very nice. Yeah. Very, very nice. Yeah, they get 15 minutes extra at move 60.
Yeah, but 6 moves, yeah? 6 moves. And usually happens
Boris,
the last move maybe will be mistake.
Boris now has 4.5 minutes.
Yeah, it's really small time.
Wow. And Boris, incredibly, is only on 1 out of 5 this tournament. Incredible, no?
Okay.
He hasn't had a tournament this bad for a long time.
Okay, this is normal for sport, yeah? Once you are on fire, second you are out of form. Every player had such problems, I think. At least once.
Let's look at the Knight game very quickly.
Yeah, Arkady found only ideas probably. Queen g6, Queen e1 looks like only move. Aha. So now, what now? So, Queen c6 looks like only for me.
Queen, yeah, because King h3 is Queen.
And now, question is where to go with Queen.
If it's black to move, is it zigzag? No, it's not zigzag because he plays King g6. Sorry, we need to protect this pawn.
Yeah, but it's actually... Ah, yes, it hangs. Yeah.
King
g2, check on g6, so none, or h3 check, yeah?
King g3.
h3, king g3, yeah?
Yeah.
Maybe h2.
Let's try. King g2, h3 check, king g3, keeping hold of the f3 pawn. h2, but okay, but I can round this guy?
Yeah, queen h1 you want to say, yeah?
Yeah.
Aha, yes, it looks very strong, huh? Yeah, looks like. Okay, maybe something better for black before. King g2 you mean here?
King g2? You can play king g6. Ah, but then queen h4.
Yeah.
But okay, but I lose coordination, no?
Yeah, but why to give this pawn? What is threat from white? Nothing special, probably.
Yeah, but
okay, what to
you
play,
have
yeah?
to control e8.
Maybe queen d7. Ah, queen d7, king h3. Yeah, no, I must.
Yeah, this is.
Ah,
well, you can't. You can't
queen a8 maybe only move. Yeah, protect e8, a3 pawn and f3. I'm looking for everyone. And now. Now what? Now queen f8.
Okay, but this is
queen f8 and queen g7 check. I want to.
No, this is finished.
You think?
Yeah, king h3. Game.
No stalemate ideas, yeah.
You can try.
Yeah, no stalemate.
But I check instead. No, this is got.
Okay, queen f6, queen e8. You have.
Queen e8. Yeah, exactly.
Nice. Yeah, okay, it's losing. Yeah, if king comes on h3,
you got to be careful. Yeah.
Okay, it's very hard. I don't know.
King g2 is he going to play? Feels correct this move.
He plays or not?
No, I don't know. But what's wrong? I know you don't want to give the pawn, but
yeah.
But if you give the pawn, what's wrong with playing? No, I want to win this guy. So
yeah, but queen e7 I want to play, so it's queen d6 maybe you have strong move, no? Queen d6, a4 and queen b4. So with this pawn I cannot take on h4.
Right.
Yeah, I'm losing this pawn and it's just draw. So I cannot take on h4. You're right. King g6 is only move probably. g6 and now what he played?
He played king g2.
King g2. Lawrence, you're cool.
Well, it's been a long day. You know,
Yeah.
we're here. It's 5.5 hours, but we keep on trying.
I think I understand what white has to play. For example, if he plays king g6, maybe queen d1 first, with the idea to push this a4 pawn. And black
Queen
has
d1.
to play something like queen c7, attack this f4 square. And depends now. Maybe queen d4 is possible. I don't know. Queen d4. Yes, this is
very difficult for Arkady, no?
Yeah, looks. But here is queen c2 check.
King h3.
King h3 and queen c1. You have still keeping chances. Yeah, maybe it's not best line for white. Yeah, some kind of this game for black. He must always
be active.
Yeah, active. Always make some streets, small streets, because if white can push a4 pawns, then it's big problem. Because imagine my pawn on a5, there is always queen b6 with pin.
Yeah.
Much weaker. This king on g6 much weaker than my king. So he must not allow to play a4.
Okay, Boris played knight f6 in his game.
Yeah, it looks logical. So king c4 looks for me best. Yeah, I don't know. 1 second. Maybe king c4 rook d7 is possible here. He wants to change. I think this. Or okay, let's check rook d7, knight d7, and what position it is. Take on b3, and the idea is go back with king. Yeah. Okay, black has to play king e8 probably. King c4. D5 you want to play, but d5 maybe some chances after e5, e4 always. I'm not sure. I'm not sure about d5. Maybe why to worry?
Okay.
Maybe go with king.
Okay, go
King
with
c4.
king
Yeah.
first.
And now knight f6 probably.
I'm
And now
blocking.
you have
No.
d5. Yeah, now you have d5. Yes, knight
Mm.
d5 and bishop g7. Yeah, it looks like winning. This g5 pounds collapsing. What
Oh.
happened?
No. Sorry, we just had the.
Okay.
He played king c4.
He played.
Yeah.
Okay.
He
it's
played
on
king
the way.
c4. Okay.
And very hard time for Boris because he has something like
3 minutes.
3 minutes. 3 minutes, and they must decide now to keep
play rook
rooks,
d7
yeah,
or
or not to keep.
Knight d5, king c5. We were seeing, yes.
Yes. Maybe it's even worse than change
Ugh.
rooks.
This looks horrible. For
Very
black.
horrible. Yeah.
This king is a beast.
Moment. King c5, knight b4. Maybe we have some tricks.
Okay.
Rook. Rook c8. Strong move. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes,
No
and there is no knight d3. Yes. Then it's losing. Wow.
Boris, he now has 2.5 minutes. He's having a really difficult tournament. It might get even more difficult after today. And we will keep an eye on this one and on the Arkady Karyakin versus Arkady Naiditch. In Hare Krishna Caruana, or Hare Krishna can play forever. The question is, does he want to exchange a pair of rooks?
Yes, of course. This is the main idea.
But he can play rook g5, rook g5, rook f4.
Yeah. No, black's only chance to keep rooks.
He played rook d7.
Yeah. Okay. He just. Rook d7. So now is the question: it's winning or not after rook d7. Take, king b3. So.
What about knight b6?
Knight b6. Okay, king b4.
King e8.
King. King c5 or d5. What is best?
King c5, knight a4 check.
Yes. Okay. Then d5. D5. Sorry.
d5.
But after knight e4, I have king c6 there. And king c7.
That wins
Unbelievable, huh?
anyway, yeah.
Yeah. But after king c5, maybe only move is knight d5, king c6, and maybe checks now. Knight b4 check, and always checks. No, it's absolutely winning for white.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Well,
Even d5, I think it's instead of king.
your d5 I
yes.
like. If I can play this, I want to play it, yes?
Yeah, and now it depends how to play. Knight d5, king c5. So bishop g7 is coming, and what to play? Black has only idea. Look, for example, he can play king d7, bishop d7, knight e3, and after bishop h6, maybe knight g4. Bishop g5, knight. Yes, anyway, lost, yeah. I don't know.
Just losing, isn't it?
Yeah, it looks like maybe Gelfand sees something miracle.
Maybe he's seen a miracle.
Yeah. Oasis in the desert.
Oh my goodness, look at Van Vele report. Van Vele has given up. He's given up h2. Incredible, he gives up h2.
Yeah, okay, well, it's dead draw now. So I just give rook for a pawn and change h5 pawn for g3 and yeah.
I think the idea is that
There is a one funny idea. For example, if Luke will play rook g8 check.
Yes.
Just for fun, king h5, a6 and rook e2. Always give checks.
Stalemate. Draw.
Yeah.
Okay. Rook takes h2, but this has to be
just dead draw. Okay, it's no interesting anymore this position. Let's go back to Karyakin. So, what we want, king g6, yeah, you said that here. Yeah, king g6 looks like only move because you must move with queens and
King G6.
Mm-hmm.
But Gelfand has played knight
Knight
B6.
B6. Okay.
So
same
now
one,
the question is King B4
D5 also
or
works.
D5
probably.
straight
D5.
away?
Knight D5 and Bishop G7. Yes, he can attack on
no,
D7. Yeah.
Beautiful. Let's
yes,
go back.
Maybe this. Yeah.
Let's show that on the board. Very nice. So you're saying that
I don't know if it works or not, but it looks like.
it looks very good to me. So
D5.
D5, and the point is that
Yeah,
if you
D5,
take
Bishop G7, I don't know. It's
Bishop
possible.
G7,
Yeah.
and if you take
D7.
D7 and
Yeah.
Queen. So D5,
The question is ED is possible or not here?
ED.
Yes, and now King after King B4, he has Knight C4. This is difference.
Mm-hmm.
So
So maybe not to rush,
yes, maybe
but we can just play King B4 like before, no?
King B4. Okay, okay, he must play something like King E8, yeah.
But now we can play D5.
Yeah, now D5, yes. So yes, D5 strong. So then Knight D5 only left, yeah. I mean, instead of King E8. Only move is Knight D5 then. King C5 and King E8. This is line, and now King C6. Knight B4 only check. King C7 first, yeah. Yeah, Knight D5, King C8, Knight B6, King B7, Knight D5. How to improve? Crazy, yeah. Okay, let's go back for the moment.
Hold on,
Maybe it's
I have
D5.
some idea. No, it's just a draw. No. You can just go back.
No, go back or Knight F6, Knight G4 even. Maybe.
Yeah.
No, you must keep this.
Okay.
Okay, go back with to the position. This is position now, yeah? Okay, after D5, ED. Let's check this line again. ED. What's going on? Just King E6.
King E6.
No.
Doesn't make any sense. Maybe Boris is.
Okay, let's check King B4. No, I mean D5 ED King B4.
D5
Yeah,
ED King B4.
King B4, yeah. So now Knight C4 looks for me best. I don't know. And no, this not works. Maybe Bishop. No, D7 first. D7.
Why this doesn't work?
He takes. And this is King Knight C4, Knight E5 check.
That's why it doesn't work. Okay.
So D7 is only move. Oops. King E7.
King E7.
Bishop G7.
Yep.
And now he has maybe
Knight D2.
Knight D2, take on H6, Knight F3, Bishop.
Knight D2.
Yeah,
takes.
He wants to play after Knight H4, Knight G6, yeah, to sacrifice. Okay, let's check. Bishop G7, King D7.
You have to play King D7?
Sooner or later, probably. H6, Knight H4, H7, Knight G6, and it's not winning. H8, take. Bishop D4. Yeah, it's winning. Just swung. Unbelievable. And just going Queen, King C5 and. You tricked me, yeah? How it happened?
Tricky.
Yeah, Bishop D4 and King E6, yeah?
Well, yeah.
Look. So. Yeah, it looks forced variation and draw. Cool.
Draw.
Yeah, it's absolutely miracle draw.
Look at this. In the Karyakin Naidic game, we have exactly this variation with Queen H1.
Yeah.
H3, H2, Queen H1.
But maybe H2 was mistake, no? What to play? If Queen C3, I can take on h2 and play queen a2, yeah?
Yeah, but you're
Check king g2.
and the king is.
Yeah, I just give you with this f4 pawn and push my, for example, queen e3, I just push my pawn. And now it's really big problems. a5, it's very unpleasant.
Mhm.
What happened? Queen c5, yeah?
Mm-hmm. Queen c5 played.
Yes, maybe it's better. He wants to play, for example, queen h2, he wants to play king g6, and after queen a2, queen g1 check, yeah? He has queen g1, queen g2 only move, probably.
Let me just check that this doesn't.
No, it must be losing. Go with king on h6 and...
Of course, yeah.
Yeah.
This is just
Mhm.
too. You're just way too slow. Yeah. So
King h3, for example, here.
well, queen g2 as well.
Yes, queen a1, probably.
Mm-hmm.
He's winning this pawn, yeah? It looks like draw now. What he played?
He played queen h2 check,
Okay.
king g6.
Maybe after king g6, a4 is only chance. a4 first. Question is what to play. Queen d4, very strong move. Idea is after a5, he has queen a1, yes?
Mm.
Maybe. Queen a1, queen d2 only move. And now
Just check, no?
check. King h3,
Doesn't matter, check.
queen h1, queen h2.
But then
Queen h2, queen
f3.
a1, f3, queen g2
Oh,
check.
queen a1,
Queen
sorry.
a1, yeah. It looks like it's holding, yeah?
Holding, yeah.
Wow, bravo. Arkady found best. Yeah, I told you this was only chance to play very quick. Yeah, now it's looks like draw. Okay.
Van
Okay.
Veli report, let's see very quickly. King c4.
Okay, he also wanted to make this stalemate, yeah?
Okay, but it's should be
It is.
king c4, just king g5.
He played?
No, but I
Oh,
assume no. King b5, h5, king b6, h4. Oh, you have to be careful. Rook g8 check.
Okay, but for example, if I play here... No, moment. He played something.
He played rook a3.
Yeah, maybe it's... He wants to... Okay, rook a3, king b4 is the only move, yeah?
King b4.
And now we must calculate this line. Rook g3, a7, rook g1, rook doesn't matter. Rook a1, go. And g3, I don't know if it works or not. G3, rook g8, king h4, king c3, king h3, king d2. Okay, white is winning, yeah?
So still some tricks.
Yeah, okay.
Rook
after king-
a3. Okay,
king-
careful, Richard.
Yeah, now,
Yeah, he's come back. This is good. This is a good move.
yeah, rook a1, yes.
Good move.
Yeah. He wants always checks from first line.
Always,
yeah, of
yeah.
course, yeah. This was much more easy. Okay,
Ah.
he wants to push his king on a7 and then he
And
will
then
win.
we come out.
Yeah,
But
okay.
it's too slow, yeah?
Yeah, okay. It's nothing to analyze here.
Look at this. Anish played bishop a3. I'm guessing a lot of moves today.
Mm-hmm. His idea is to play, for example, after king e8, he wants to play bishop c5, knight d5, d7 check, yeah, and bishop f8.
Right.
Probably this idea.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, maybe he found the best idea.
Bishop a3.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
He's trying to play
King
bishop-
e8 played.
Yeah,
King e8
so
played by
bishop,
Boris.
yeah, bishop c5 looks only.
Bishop c5.
And now it's...
Knight d7 is too passive.
Yeah, it's too passive, but maybe it's only move. So king c4. He must play knight f6 and push with king on d7. Yeah.
Oh, okay, but this is with king on d7. It's
Yeah, it looks like.
knight on d5. It's okay, no?
So what else white has after? Okay, bishop c5 looks only move, yes, in the game. What else? What is the idea of bishop a3 if not bishop c5? Absolutely no idea then. Okay, bishop c5,
Mm-hmm.
knight d7.
Okay, let's stop.
Mm-hmm. Maybe Lawrence king c4, knight f6, d5 maybe white has. Oh, but after d5, e5, yes? e5 then king d7, e4. Black is better maybe.
Oh, I think he's blundered. I think bishop a3 is a mistake.
Yeah, this was critical position.
I think he has to go king b4.
Yeah, but...
Or d5. Was it d5 here?
d5 was forced draw, yeah? We found this line.
Yeah. But king b4?
King before, king... knight d5 check, we didn't like.
King c5, king
King
e8.
c5, king e8, yeah.
King c6.
And
no, b3.
checks.
Check, check, check. Wow.
Yeah,
No,
careful. Strong defender, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
He found only ideas. Ah, so they have additional time already, yeah?
They get 15 minutes when they reach move 60, yes.
It's what move now?
59.
59, okay, it's easy to find. Mm-hmm.
Okay, Hari Krishna Caruana is basically the same position. Just very difficult to...
Yeah, rook h5, I'm sure Caruana not blind. So king h6 looks only move. h6, Yeah, white's only chance is to change one pair of rooks. But how to do it?
That's the problem.
Giri played bishop c5, yeah. Okay, it was logical. And knight d7 only move. Okay, Gelfand Guizi plays this now. He did, yeah?
Yep.
So video is a little bit...
It's just a small
slow.
delay.
Mhm.
Yep. So knight d7.
No, king c4, what else? King c4 and now knight f6, yeah? Okay, so we have position. The question
And if
is
d5...
d5, maybe even e5, I don't know. e5 looks...
d7?
d7. d7 maybe take with...
King?
Knight even, first.
We'll take with knight.
Mhm.
Maybe... I have no such thing.
King f7 then.
Yeah. And you have e4 always, no?
Yeah, e4 is dangerous maybe now. Knight f6. Black is better, no? Somehow.
Yeah. No, but
this
I think Giri made a mistake. I think Giri made a mistake. I think bishop a3 is a mistake.
He completely missed the king
I
e8.
think you have to go king b4
Yeah, if there is anything.
if there is anything, but I still think that something here. Check, check, check. Here. Some. Check. It's not easy, no?
No ideas, no?
Check.
Crazy defender.
Maybe d5. Let's try d5
Yeah,
again.
d5 looks like d5. Okay, he takes
With what?
with pawn probably, yeah? Otherwise bishop g7 we saw. And now,
Bishop d4. This is the move we were looking at?
maybe here is something better. Some waiting move. Don't know. We watched king b4 here. knight c4 and then d7, bishop g7, and then
Right.
this line. Maybe
So-
something better here instead of king b4.
Okay. What about bishop d4? Is this crazy?
Bishop
D4?
d4. Okay, let's check knight c4.
You don't want to play knight d7.
It looks passive for me.
So knight c4.
Knight c4. d7, king d7.
Now I have a problem. Knight d2 is
Yeah,
check.
yeah. So king b4 was placed better.
Yeah.
So maybe king c2 instead of king b4. Here. Idea is if we go same line, for example, knight c4, d7, king d7, bishop d7. He don't have the square on d2, so he must take on king d7. Now bishop h6, knight e5. Yeah, it must be winning. Yeah, yeah. And now king d3 comes and g5 pawn. So it's winning. So maybe something
King c2.
like has to wait, probably something like knight d7 here.
But now you just improve with
Yeah,
the king,
knight
no?
d7. Now
Bishop
king
d or bishop d4?
or bishop d4 or king d3. I don't know which is better.
Bishop d4 just because
King d3 is also possible, and you just go after knight c5, king d4. You have
okay.
yeah, I don't know. Both moves are good, I think.
Yeah.
King
Oh
d4,
yeah.
yeah. So king c2 is interesting, yeah.
King c2.
Yeah.
Badur.
Closer for center and keep this d2 square. Black has two moves, yeah? Knight c4, knight d7. What else? Crazy move, huh? King c2.
Wow.
Yeah, bishop a3 was decisive
Bad move,
mistake,
yeah.
yeah?
All right. So Naiditch has played, like you said, queen.
G2, but now queen a1 looks quite strong.
Okay.
How
But
to make progress for white? I don't see it.
king h4 check.
Ah, moment. King h2 check is very strong. To keep this h1 square. Yes?
King h2
King
check.
h2, yeah, and king goes and I have queen c2. And now again. Now not dead draw, yeah?
Mhm.
King h2 we missed, yeah? I think maybe knight h also missed this move. Problems.
Okay. There's been a draw. Van Velle report, and Luke will be very annoyed
Yes.
because he was totally winning, and that means that they both go to 2 out of 5. He missed a win. We'll bring it up on the board if you've just joined us. But it looks as though Luke missed a win.
Okay, for us it's win. Maybe it's not win. For us it looks, yeah. Knight g4 here.
I
yeah?
mean, even here, you know.
Okay, he played
What
well.
about-
Queen d7, yeah?
No, but why queen d7? What about queen d5, for example? Threatening the rook. Then knight f5 check.
Maybe he afraid that rook a3 idea with rook a1.
What check?
King g6, I don't know.
King.
Okay, this also must be winning, but not so easy, no? e7, I take on bishop h7. Probably.
There's no mate. Okay, queen e5, rook a3. Let me have a think. But it's different now. The rook is. It's different with the rook here.
Okay, 1 second. Tell me, how was the game? Queen d7?
Queen d7. Okay.
and rook
king
d2 is not possible here instead of king g2? What up to rook d2?
Rook d2.
We are missing something probably. Rook e3, yeah?
Rook
Strong.
e3.
If he, bishop d2. This was idea of rapport. Yeah, I understand. Yeah, it's not easy. Yeah.
But G4, excellent move. Richard Ripple.
Yeah, and now knight
really
g4.
good.
Knight g4 was.
Knight G4 is critical.
Yeah, critical. Knight g4. Queen f3, king h3. I believe it's winning.
And just too much.
Looks like winning. I don't know. You can always give rook d2 even. Exchange it's also winning.
Yeah.
So rook d3 is the only move here and just lost.
Okay, I think with the game still going on, we're going to go for a quick break. But we will hopefully have our final part of the show thereafter. So if you're still watching the games, stay tuned. We will be back in just a few minutes.
Some
Hello and welcome back for the final part of today's coverage of Tata Steel Chess. I'm joined once again by Grandmaster Badur Jovava. And Badur, we still have 3 games going on, but it looks as though Hari Krishna in his game has made no progress against Fabiano. Almost no progress in 30 moves. I think Fabiano will just keep the rook. I think this is important, to keep the rook and then defend f7, and with the split pawns, yeah, you can't do anything. And in fact, they've just agreed to a draw right now. Oh, rather, no, sorry, I beg your pardon, it's another one. Giri has agreed to a draw with Gelfand, and that is a terribly disappointing result for Giri, because it seems that he perhaps had a win. Bishop a3 may have been a critical mistake here.
Looks like.
A move like d5 was perhaps called for, opening the diagonal for the bishop to land. And after ed5, you mentioned a really nice move, king c2.
Yeah, looks only the line. Yeah, I'm not sure it's winning, but.
And then
at least chances, yeah.
And if knight d7, this is passive.
King
d3, and.
It's no way, yeah? King e6, bishop g7, take king e5, bishop h6, knight e5, king e2, knight f7, bishop g7, this pawn is passing, yeah? No way to stop.
Very strong.
I don't know, maybe we are tired and don't see something.
But no, it seems as though bishop a3 was a real mistake by Anish after a really nice game, because he outplayed Gelfand. So
we don't have chance to invite them and ask something.
No, they've had a long. It's a long day. In the other game, Hari Krishna is still defending against. Rather, Caruana is still defending against Hari Krishna. But it looks like a draw to me.
Maybe. Okay, only chance for white is to play. I don't know, many moves and to get. I mean, to have chance if black relaxed a bit and then begin some actions.
The real only other interesting game at the moment is Karyakin Naidic.
Oh, Karyakin improved very much after this break.
He now has his pawn all the way on a6.
Okay, I'm sure that Arkady missed this king h2 idea. I think.
Yes.
Because we also did not see it from beginning, and then. Yeah, now it's really difficult to defend. Maybe there is not defend.
Well, I mean, I suppose just
okay, we had same position with pawn h4 and with pawn on a3.
Okay.
There is no any more pawn on h4 and pawn on a6. So
okay.
So must be winning.
Yeah. So
we should not go for break.
No breaks.
No breaks.
So what to play here? I would say, I suppose, queen a4.
White to move, yeah?
Queen a4.
Even worse. Queen a4, you say, yeah? Easy idea, queen e7, queen e8 mate, yeah?
Yes.
But queen e1 maybe here. Yeah, but why to do it?
Why to do it like
this
stupid way, yeah. Okay, queen e7, so it's white to move. What is the cleanest way to win this position?
Okay, when I was learning chess, I always read that in queens and games, right place for queen is in the center, so queen d5 looks for me best here. I don't know, from first sight.
Queen d5.
Yeah, either if you check on h4 and take on a4, I just have a7 and you don't have many checks even. Or directly or after queen e7, I don't know. Yeah, it must be winning. Yeah. King goes up and king e2. So I have mating idea after queen b2. I play king e3, king a4 and mate.
For example.
For example, yeah, I don't know, queen d5.
But even queen d5 might not be the best move.
Maybe.
But it looks
looks like.
It looks
I don't know.
serious.
For
now.
me, it looks like best on first sight. After queen d5, maybe only move is queen e6, by the way, to protect his pawn. And it's stalemate idea. Maybe this Karyakin don't like. So we cannot keep in center. Maybe queen e5 even. Queen e5. Strong. Anyway in center, yeah? And now idea is a7 and sacrifice pawn and mate, yeah?
Also interesting to note is that queen g8 would be a huge mistake because check. And
Beautiful, queen f2, bravo, Lawrence, bravo. No, but it's not stalemate.
Why?
We both missed. Okay, queen, we just take a king h4, you have.
Oh.
Yeah, but maybe queen h3 you have, queen h3.
Sorry.
Same idea. Queen
Queen
h3, yeah.
h3.
Queen h3, king f2,
King f2.
queen h2, and now some chances, yeah? Because you have h4 square now, maybe queen, I don't know, some b2 even. Not so clear for white, yeah? And now it's always checks a bit. Actually, I don't like queen g8.
No, neither do I, no.
Yeah, queen d5, I don't know.
Karyakin has 12 minutes, Naidic has just 4. They are down to their last.
I think it's absolutely losing position. My
Just
opinion.
the cleanest way, queen d5, may be very good.
Maybe.
In the other game, still not much going on. Anish versus girlfriend, or his girlfriend, has finished, but
Okay, Hare Krishna is no words, no comments.
it's
Just
just the
waiting,
same.
yes.
Yeah, it's the same since if we go all the way back to, it's the same position as 25 moves ago, more or less. No progress seems to.
Yeah, if he not change somehow rooks, there is no chance.
And what has Karyakin played?
He not
Played-
played queen d5, I think.
He played queen
d1 or what?
queen b1.
b1. Also maybe good. So he calculated this line, yeah? Queen after queen h4, king g2, queen f4, a7, queen g5, king f1. And
No checks.
even no checks, yeah. And after queen d8, just mate, yeah.
Good move, queen b1.
Queen b1, yeah. He wants to force black to play king g6, and maybe now he wants to play
Just go queen.
or queen g1 check and a7. Maybe this is the idea.
Oh yeah, just
Maybe, yeah.
just easy.
King h5 and a7. Such a terrible position.
No,
It's
just finish.
hopeless.
Hopeless. Yep. And Hare Krishna still trying, but
Okay, in such positions, many moves winning in Karyakin game. Queen b1 or queen d5 or other moves also.
and Arkady having a very difficult tournament. He'll be on 1 out of 6, -4.
Terrible.
It's
Okay, what to say?
what to say. It happens to everybody at some point. But at the moment, he's rated quite highly. I saw Arkady. He's 27-30, something like this. So he's been doing well, clearly. Okay, he played king g6, and now I assume queen g1 check.
Yeah, queen g1 just winning probably.
Yeah.
He played?
Um,
Okay, only chances for black something like queen g1, queen, king h5, a7, queen a3 maybe. Still maybe some holdable. I don't know how to say.
Holdable.
Yeah. But maybe just king g3 first, yeah, protect. And now I want to play queen b6 and that's all. No, it's no way. I think his decisive mistake was this h3. He gives his pawn.
Mm-hmm.
This, instead of this, maybe king g6, like you were saying, this was maybe our best chance.
Yeah. The improvement is incredible. The pawn is now,
Yeah, absolutely.
you know.
Disaster. He missed this king h2, I'm sure. He thought that it's perpetual or winning a pawn, and he missed this king h2 probably. Okay, Hare Krishna. With smart face, he's trying to do something.
Hare Krishna, yes, is
What is plan of white in his game? I don't see it yet.
Karyakin play queen g1.
Mm-hmm. So,
King h5. Okay, good.
and a7, yeah? a7 is coming.
Yes. King h5, a7.
No stalemate, nothing. Queen g7, nobody will take this queen.
Queen g7.
Yeah, just go somewhere, I don't know, c5 even, queen c5. Just winning, queen c5. This is mate. Yeah, disaster.
Yeah, well, it's.
I want to say one thing.
Yes,
in
please.
such a high level reminds me like Animal Planet. For example, if wolf see weak and blooded, some sacrifice, all attack. Yeah, like this. Knight is probably like now same situation. He's bloody and everybody tries to.
Yes.
Even pushing.
You think he's
to
the? Yeah, he's the. Yeah, I see what you mean. It's very difficult psychologically.
Yeah, it's very. Everyone just come for win. Doesn't matter which color.
I'll quickly give you an update as to the pairings tomorrow. We have Caruana versus Giri, Rapport versus Hare Krishna, Nakamura Van Veli, Naidich Dominguez, So Karyakin
Versus Giri, yeah? No.
and
So.
Gelfand Aronian.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, he played Queen A3.
For Luke will be hard day tomorrow. After today missing and
Against
he
Black
play
against-
black against Nakamura.
Difficult day.
Yeah. He played Queen E3, yeah? And
Yes.
I think just easy move King G3 is
Just
enough.
Yeah.
No way to defend this position. Just want to play Queen B6, Queen F6 and mate, yeah?
Hold on. King G3, King G6.
Queen B6 for example.
Hold on. King G3, Queen B6. I go King H5. You go Queen F6.
Queen F3, yeah? Bravo, Lawrence. Yeah, but
Just one last
yeah,
trick.
just one last trick, yeah. But
Okay, but you don't have to go Queen F6.
just Queen B7,
Any move.
Queen B5, I don't know. Queen B5 is much the easy way. Queen B5
Even
okay, already Queen
Queen
E6. No, it's
Just any move except
move,
Queen
yeah,
F6. He played King G3. They will be very tired now, no?
Okay, maybe Queen D6.
Queen D6. Okay.
White's to move here.
Yeah. Yeah. It's gone. It's gone. So the standings, how they will be: Aronian on 5 out of 6, Giri on 4, So 3.5, Dominguez 3.5, Karyakin will be on 4, Caruana, if he holds, will be on 3.5. Hare Krishna will be on 3 if he's still in play, of course, but it's looking like a draw. Nakamura 3, Van Veli 2, Rapport 2, Naidic 1, Gelfand 1.5.
Terrible.
Terrible tournament, yeah. For Naidic, really tough. But
I did with Gelfand also.
for Gelfand has been, but today was a half point saved.
Yeah, but after big suffering.
Huge
in the end,
suffering.
Huge
yeah.
suffering.
Yeah.
I think he got the gift from Giri, I think, in the end.
Which game do you think will be the most exciting tomorrow? Caruana, Giri, Rapport, Hari Krishna.
Okay, Rapport Hari Krishna for sure. Nakamura, Van
Van
Veen, I
Veen.
guess.
Yes. Naidic Dominguez can
Okay,
be.
the Rapport game every is exciting, no?
Yes.
Every game. The guy cannot play normally. Little body, eh?
Yeah. Okay, Caruana, let's have a look. He played Queen A5.
He played Queen A5?
Yeah. Okay, good try.
What after Queen B1? King G6 only move, yeah?
But
Yeah, he wants to make check on E1 somewhere. Okay, Queen 3.
Queen E3.
Ah, okay, it's finishing.
Zugzwang.
Yeah, Queen A4 only move. Queen A4 and after Queen E6 he must resign. Terrible.
And if Queen A1? Queen E8.
Mate, yeah. Queen A4
Queen
is only
E3.
move.
Queen E3 could move. Yeah. And I think Naidic is... we have a move in Hari Krishna.
Wow, he pushed pawn
He
finally.
pushed a pawn.
Okay, he wants to play Rook E5, Rook A4, Rook H5, yeah? This is the idea. Well, nobody let, of course.
He only has 1 minute left, Hari Krishna. Okay, so...
Okay, Knight F6 will Caruana play, for sure. Knight F6 and Rook somewhere, I don't know. C4. Rook C4 probably comes.
Okay.
This line.
Knight D5, King F3.
Can I play Rook H5 instead of Knight D5? To win this pawn or not?
Well, what about... Oh. But you don't play Rook C4, you play Rook D4, no?
And what is difference?
Oh, no.
No, I think Rook C4 is right, and after Rook H5, idea is to play King F3, Rook H4, Rook CC7 to win this pawn on the same, maybe.
Mm-hmm.
But it looks for me draw. It's already must be draw. Maybe it was already. Now it's more clear.
Okay, we've had a move, Naidic. And yes, Knight F6 was played by
Rook
Caruana.
C4 only move. Nothing else left.
Naidic has played Queen D8.
Okay, same. Queen E6 and finish. No move, yeah, after Queen E6, Queen H4, King G2. Ah, Queen E6, Queen G8 check.
Wow. Queen E6.
You see how to make draw. No,
Queen E6, Queen G8 check.
Queen G8, yeah, of course.
One last trick.
One last trick, yeah. Maybe Queen E5 first. Yeah. Yeah, Queen E5 looks for me. Let's
He's praying, yeah.
Yeah.
He's please play one last. He played Queen E5. He's too good, yeah.
With Karakin, is no chance.
No chance, yeah.
This is absolutely
It's
his
just-
position.
Queen E5.
Yeah. Finita la comedy.
Yeah. And Naidic, that's it. He's given up.
Terrible defense, terrible. He just threw away the point after few moves, yeah? In 3 moves. H3,
with this
something,
H3.
something, and
Wasn't good.
okay,
Yeah.
he's just absolutely out of form, yeah?
Yeah, he's not. It's very difficult to play against these guys every round, and it must be very tough. But Karyakin will be happy with the win. Okay, we have in Hari Krishna what you said.
And King F3 only move.
King F3.
He played? Yeah.
Not yet. Yes, King F3 played. And so, what do you expect now, Baldur?
Okay, the best place for knight now on h6 to keep f7 and always have knight e5. So knight g8 I would play.
You'd play knight g8?
Yeah, knight g8 without
Good.
thinking.
Good move, knight
Knight
g8.
g8, knight h6.
And then the h4 pawn is weak.
No, now it's.
Now it's really drawn, yeah.
Okay, Caruana will easily find knight g8. I think.
Yeah, he played it. Okay. Knight g8. Good move, Caruana. Excellent. So now if the rook comes down, knight h6.
Okay.
King g3, knight
Just check.
f5,
Check, king f3 only move and go back.
and back. And that's going to be a draw,
Yeah.
like this.
Okay, he pushed these pawns and he make more weak.
Yeah.
This h4, a4, it's a bad place for pawn.
Well, I think then, Bador, this is a clear draw now. That we should finish the broadcast
Looks like
today.
it's very
been
pity, but
Okay, but it's thank you very much for coming.
thank you too.
Very good. Thank you, Bador, for the help. If you want to come again, please do. For everybody watching at home, we are going to be here at the same time tomorrow, Sunday. Again, we've had a very, very good day of chess. We will have the same tomorrow. Until then, have a great night. Have a good dinner. Enjoy yourselves. See you tomorrow.
Goodbye.